If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. And be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as you go throughout the live. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing, or you could hit the heart with the $sign in it and leave a super thanks in the comments below. We're going to cut the intro short today because I'm late. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing whatever the hell we want to, because this is 2 cents after dark, and y'all know how we get down. How's everybody doing today? Give yourselves a round of applause, because you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you're here with me. What's going on? Listen, once again, excuse my voice. Boys had a tournament this weekend, and I was yelling. They had fights every day. I'm yelling and yelling and yelling. One of my sons won the championship. He won the tournament. Another one of my sons made it to the finals, but unfortunately, he didn't win. My thing just be, man, you just never know what you're gonna get with these judges and the amateurs. I mean, I guess you never know what you're gonna get in a real boxing match. So boxing is boxing, but they did a really good job. We actually won the team trophy. So we won this big old like 3 foot trophy. We took home like 7 belts. And they forced us to take a L. You feel what I'm saying? Like they forced us to take a loss because two of the people from the same gym had to fight each other. My son had to fight somebody that he fights at the gym all the time. And he'd be beating them up. But you know how judges be. Can you turn the air on? Hot. Thank you. Yeah, the air conditioner. So, what's up? What's up? What's up? Let some people pull up in here. Who we got in the building already? If you're listening in the background, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing, or leaving your 2 cents in a super chat below. Cappers about to flood in here. Ejector seat primed and ready. Shout out to Cam J Network. What's going on? All things in the building. Lee Jackson, the homie Cash. Night Rider. What up, Night Rider? Supreme. Big Supreme in the building. Teach in the building. William Old School. What up? Gap Tooth Gangs. What's going on? SBG Mello. What up? Ain't seen you in a while. Ariana in the building. What's going on? Mark Q. What's up? What is up? Man, it's a few people in the chat, but it's a lot of people listening. Y'all just make sure y'all punch that like button or the dislike button. Punch whichever one you want. Just hit one of them. So let's talk about this right fast. Apparently, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Apparently, Hamza Shiraz, however you say his name, is being accused of using some bogus hand wraps. Now, I don't think that, I don't know, because I don't follow Belonga or nothing like that, but I don't think that anybody was really expecting Berlanga to beat Shiraz. And Berlanga's been clowning around. He had his I had a fight with Canelo parade and tour, talking noise, throwing wigs and money at Oscar. He doing all these antics and all this stuff, right? Okay, cool. He get in the ring and get his ass whooped, basically. Cool. So I'm not sure where the hand wrap thing started, but I wanted to bring this up to make a point to when me and some other content creators, when we talk about things like snag or magic gloves or just things like that in general, a lot of people try to make it seem like it's just the quote unquote black boxing fans that talk about stuff like that and do stuff like that. And I'm bringing this topic up because obviously they are not. And the whole point I always be trying to make is people cheat in boxing. The corruption in boxing, it's a part of the sport, y'all. Corruption is a part of boxing. So all of this virtue signaling people be doing, and oh man, these boxers, and you got to have some integrity in the sport, and all this virtue signaling these people be doing. There is no integrity in boxing. This ain't a qualifying sport. This ain't a sport where the rules is dot 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 dot. You see refs miss calls. You see people get robbed of fights. You see this stuff all the time in boxing. But when you bring it up, people try to gaslight you and make it seem like, oh, you tearing the fighter down and you doing this and you ain't got no proof and they work hard. And I don't care about none of that. I have my opinions. If I think a fighter is cheating, I can talk about it and bring it up because that's my opinion. Because why? It's a part of the sport. The corruption is a part of the sport. It's up to you to make sure you don't get cheated, to get around the corruption, to be in a position to prevent corruption as much as possible. Period. It's a dirty game. Boxing is some grimy. You get what I'm saying? Think about the history of boxing. Mobsters, gangsters, Don King running around beating up people, making them sign contracts. Frank Warren getting shot by fighters. Like, this is boxing we talking about. But yet you will have people sit on this internet and act like boxing is just this wholesome sport. And it's not. So I don't know if Shiraz cheated. I watched a couple videos about this, and guess what? It wasn't no black content creators talking about this that I was watching. Don't let these people gaslight you into not speaking your opinion. For some reason, people don't want you to have your own opinion on this internet. I don't understand that. Everybody entitled to their own opinion. They can cry and virtue signal and do all that all they want to. They allowed to do it. I'm not tripping. I'm just saying. Now, they were saying that the reason why they think that he cheated is because of how puffy these little hand wrap things are right here. And I seen the guy I was watching, he was comparing it to other fights that Shiraz has had, and they were flat. Now, I don't know if it's because the fight wasn't that long. Like, I don't know. I don't know why they not flat. I don't know if he really cheated. I'm just bringing this up to make the point that other people seem to realize that it's cheating in boxing. Other people seem to know that. Except For some reason, black content creators feel like you tearing somebody down or something if you want to acknowledge it or bring it up or ask a question about it. So I don't know if the hand wraps was dirty. Belonga not that great of a fighter or whatever's going on. But he when he took those shots, it did look kind of like golly. I hit a Preem like Preem. Sherez hit this hard. Like I didn't know he had this type of power. I didn't know he had this type of power. Let me see what y'all saying in the comments. Cash Crypto says it's a dirty game. That's why Floyd was a genius. He let never any of that slide by him. Exactly. Floyd back there with the gloves. He gonna pay you some extra money to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Your shit ain't got no padding in it. Nah, you gotta wear some different gloves, bro. Gotta have your eyes wide open. Absolutely. Sherez beat that boy like he stole some. Absolutely. Big Supreme say, I think Sherez might have cheated. He says, facts, when you're dealing with millions of dollars, people gonna find a way to get an edge. That's in any sport though. Didn't some NFL, was that NFL? So I know some referees just got in trouble. What sport was that? Some referees just got in trouble for cheating. I can't remember if it's NFL or NBA. I I I think it was for the Chiefs or the 49ers, one of them teams. I will explain my logic. Sherez potentially cheating. Teach. They let Bud hop in the ring with busted gloves, bro. Cut the BS. Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. See, that go Teach with the what Teach at? What did he say? Let me see what Teach said. Why would there be hand wrap issues? The other team is always there to observe. And a lot of people say this, but this is what I be saying, right? But that shit don't be happening like that, y'all. Y'all think there's things put in place to prevent this cheating, so it absolutely can't happen. No, 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 no. It don't work like that. It does not work like that. Gap 2 Gang say if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Hey, I'm just saying. Played in full say I don't believe his hand wraps were dirty because a fighter's trainer or someone from Berlanga team watched that man get his hand wrapped and the NASAC signed off on the wraps, in my opinion. I mean, all that sound good, but like Cash just said, we had a whole fighter get in the ring with busted gloves. Gloves was already busted before he got in the ring. And then they let him keep fighting with the busted gloves. That's the only point I'm trying to make. These people know they just don't want to expose their favorite. Dean say that's because the Johnson riding. What's up, y'all? Shout out Dean by any means. What up, Track and 327? They signed Buzz gloves, but he admitted they were busted before the Avanesian fight, and Avanesian said it too. Come on, y'all can't be this naive, bro. Victor Conti said it best. I came to boxing because it's the red light district of sports. Do y'all know what the Teach? You know what the red light district is, Teach? You feel me? If Hamza hit that hard, what are the odds Canelo fights him? Exactly. Exactly. I mean, sometimes you can tell like when a fighter get hit and the way they respond, you can kind of tell something be fishy because they wince and they fold. Like it's a different type of, I don't know how to explain it. You just gotta watch it. Go watch fights where people were caught cheating, like with some in their hand wraps, some. Go watch those fights and watch how opponents respond, and then you will see what I'm talking about. I think it was college ball. I know it was a couple of refs who were found out to make. No, this was recently. It was the NFL, I think. I think it was like the Chiefs or the 49ers, or it was one of them red teams. I can't remember which one. Plus, your Reds is Turkey Boy. It wouldn't be hard to believe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they say it's, I don't know. I don't have no horse in the race. All I'm saying is I'm aware that cheating happens in boxing. They saying there's something to this. I'm hearing the New York State Athletic Commission may be investigating it. So, I mean, I'll keep y'all posted, but I just want to bring that up to make my point. And I also want to ask, why does a lot of BS go down in New York? What is it about New York that it be a lot of issues when they fight there? I think New York and California. And They just told me at the gym that they don't even go to California anymore to compete because of the corruption and the cheating that be going on out there, and that's just for the amateur boxing. So you can just imagine. But y'all keep me posted with that. If y'all hear anything, let me know. You're probably gonna have to step outside of your usual content creators to keep up with this topic because that's how I was a little bit informed about it. Deem say now Berlanga gonna have an excuse. No, they not gonna let him have no excuse. Nobody like Berlanga. They sick of Berlanga. They just was waiting on him to get beat up anyway. Nobody probably even care. Ain't no outrage. Ain't no, as far as I know, people talking about it. But it's like, he probably gonna get beat up anyway. You know what I'm saying? Look at Teach. I want more fights in New York. Bring on the corruption. I heard it can get like that here in Texas too. Get like what? What you mean, Gap 2? So let's get to my next topic I want to cover tonight, which is Javante Tank Davis and the fight being postponed, canceled, not happening, whatever y'all want to say, right? First, let me say this, right? Oh, the corruption happened in Texas too? Why? What fight in Texas, like you seen that was like had an issue with any type of corruption? I know Keyshawn Davis fought in Texas and then he got in trouble for smoking weed. I don't know what other corruption thing was going on in New York. Like I think the Devin Haney Garcia fight was in New York. You got this in New York and some other shit that happened in New York. I can't even remember right now. It's late in my brain. Supreme say exactly is no outrage because Berlanga isn't likable. And that's what I be saying, Preem. Like people think just because you don't like somebody that you should be okay with them being treated unfairly. And that's not how they work because when let's say you got a person in a situation like Berlanga, right? He get cheated, nobody care because they don't like him, he a loud mouth, whatever. And this situation happened and the play out, right? And let's say that sets a precedence. Now, when a person you do like get cheated, you're gonna be all in the uproar, but you already set the precedence because when it happened to somebody you didn't like, you was cool with it. That's why that's a dangerous game when you do that. That's why even even though you don't like fighters and shit like that, or you got critiques about them or whatever, it's never okay for them to be, you should never agree with them being like quote unquote mistreated or done badly or whatever the case may be. Just speak up and say something. They say this shit about every tank fight. Okay, that's what I was talking about. Deem, every fight. I did a whole live stream where I went step by step on what they do every tank fight. Now we're at the fight is canceled phase. The fight postponed. It's not happening. And this is my question. Once again, which is the same exact thing. I could just re-upload the video I made last time and change the thumbnail. The fight was never scheduled. How is something postponed that's never been scheduled? How is something canceled that's never been scheduled? They haven't scheduled anything, y'all. We heard a rumor that the fight was going to be August 16th, and we haven't had an announcement. So we just got to wait for the announcement. And then when the fight is announced, you can start making arrangements to go to the fight. I don't understand why everybody keeps crying and whining. I don't understand why y'all coming out and saying that the fight is canceled. Tank Davis got into some legal trouble. He got arrested. He got out. Whatever they got going on, they got going on. Whatever he got to go through, he got to go through. But the assumptions people are making, the things I'm hearing people say is very wild to me. It's very wild to me. I get on Twitter this morning and somebody saying, oh, Tank and his baby mama got in an argument over his son's sexuality. What? So I'm thinking in my head, like, his son, ain't that baby like 9 months old, 8, 9, 10 months old? This shit don't even make sense. So I'm reading through the comments and I'm like, where's the uproar about, man, you don't bring nobody kids into it. You don't talk about nobody kids. You don't talk about nobody kids, man. You just don't do that. Where is that energy? Like, where is that at? Because that was outrageous. That shit don't even make no sense. But it's the internet, it's Twitter. I get it. It is what it is. But that shit is crazy. I don't understand. Like, Tank is not the first boxer to have no legal trouble. Like, people really acting like this don't happen to these young guys with this money all the time. All these young athletes be getting into it, dealing with these women, getting in fights and trouble in clubs and all of this other stuff. This is what these young guys be doing with this money. I'm not excusing nothing. Devin Haney got a situation with his girl. And nobody's saying his career over and all this other shit. Now all of a sudden, Tank ain't gonna be able to focus because he got legal trouble. Tank is always in some shit. Like, have y'all ever thought about that? Like, why do y'all think Tank ain't gonna be able to focus because he's in legal trouble? Is this the first time he's been in any legal trouble before a fight? No, it's not. No, it's not. Why do y'all think that now all of a sudden he gonna have to cancel his fight? He ain't gonna be fighting till next year. Oh, he about to retire. He like all of this stuff y'all are saying. And I mean, y'all good to have y'all opinion. I'm just asking, like, why do y'all think that? What's the logic behind it? Why do you think that Tank Davis went to Miami and got arrested to avoid a fight? Why do you think that? Why do you think that Gervonta Tank Davis' confidence is gone? His confidence is gone. I just don't know if he have it. What is his confidence going from? He did not lose a fight. Tank didn't lose a fight. Why would his confidence be gone? Because he got a draw. Because he got a draw. I heard Gervonta Tank Davis. He ain't even been training for the. He ain't even been training. He wasn't even training for that fight. He wasn't doing it. He wasn't. Listen, if Gervonta Tank Davis wasn't training for one of the biggest fights of his career, that's on him. Now, I'm hearing Gervonta Davis been training and he was taking a break because you don't want to run the risk of overtraining. So that's a possibility. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. You feel what I'm saying? So that's a possibility. But if Gervonta Tank Davis ain't training for the biggest fight of his career, this rematch, then that's gonna be on him. That's really dumb and it don't make no sense. And I don't think that he would do something like that, to be honest with you. Hold on, y'all. God damn. What's wrong with this? So let's let's clear that up right now. Say it with me. The fight was never scheduled. See, we go through this every time because y'all want to take every step in the process of them trying to put a fight together and put narratives behind it. Until they come out and say the fight is canceled, it's still on to me. And we're just waiting on the fight announcement. They might push it back. So what? That happens all the time. Maybe Tank ain't ready to fight. Like, this is what I'm saying. People saying Tank need to get his legal struggles and all this shit together before he fight, and then also complaining that they ain't got the announcement together in the same breath. Which one is it? Do he need to get his shit together or you want the announcement? But y'all just gotta sit back and wait and be patient and chill and stop fucking making up stuff. Stop making to my Gervonta Tank Davis team talk. Why is Tank team talking to you? Why would they talk to you of all people? I'm just curious. Like, why would they contact you of all people and be like, yeah, man, the fight canceled. It's off. Let everybody know on YouTube. Really? No, that's not how that's working. So as of right now, the fight is still on and we waiting for the date. So fast forward. Now they talking about, well, Lamont Roach say he just about to move on. He not about to wait on Tank. What? Who the is Lamont Roach? Who is Lamont Roach? Don't wait on Tank then. Tank don't gotta fight Lamont Roach. It's other opponents for Tank to fight. If Lamont Roach wants to walk away from the fight, go ahead, bro. Walk away. Go fight somebody else. I'm sure Tank can schedule another fight. Like, that's not a threat to me. I don't think it's a threat. Anybody in the chat think that's a threat? If Lamont Roach go fight somebody else? Y'all feel what I'm saying? Whoever Tank fight, we gonna watch. Like, who? So Lamont Roach cool, like he cool all of a sudden. Cause before the fight, he was 130. Who is Lamont Roach? He got beat by Jamel Herring. Now, oh, Lamont Roach said he gonna walk away from the Tank fight. He said he not waiting. Okay, go ahead. Bye. Bye. Like, who is that a threat to? Like, this is your biggest payday, bro. This is your opportunity to fight on pay-per-view. You can go and fight whoever else you want, but this right here, you're not gonna get it. Why would you walk away? Because you don't want to wait? Because you don't want to wait. Then don't wait. Go fight somebody else. So then that turns into, well, I think Lamont Roach should fight Shakur. Really? So he not too small? So it's not a problem for Shakur to fight a 130-pounder? I'm just asking, like, y'all got to answer the question. Because it was a big deal. That was a big deal. Listen, I had to debate this point in a debate that I won but got overturned, that a fighter coming up to challenge himself and fight another champion, that's not no big deal. It's just 5 pounds. People do it all the time. But that's all you heard. Yeah, 30, even though he had multiple fights at 35. Even, I think he had a fights at 40. So it wasn't like he just was coming from 126 and to 130. He's a big guy. Y'all clearly seen he was bigger than Tank in the ring. But they cried and cried and cried about Tank bringing somebody up. Tank a weight bully. Tank is 5'3", 5'4" on his third weight class. And y'all out here calling him a weight bully. And this just proves the point that when Tank fights somebody, y'all shit on him. After Tank fight him, it's a good fight for everybody else. Stop me when I'm capping. Put cap in the chat. Let me know when I'm capping. Put cap in the chat if you think I'm capping. Every time Tank fights somebody, they down talk the opponent. It's an exhibition fight. He pulling somebody up, he a weight bully. Oh, why he go to 140 and fight him? He should have fought this person. All the time. But when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, his opponents is monsters, apparently. He deserves all the credit in the world. The whole boxing community should just start jumping up and down on this Johnson. Because he's the best thing since sliced bread. And his opponents are so great. But we're going to get on that. So now we calling for all these other people to fight Lamont Roach at 35, but just a couple of months ago, he was a nobody because he got beat by Herring and he was small and Tank was weight bullying and bringing him up and all this other shit y'all was crying about. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all punch that like button. Get the likes up. Y'all make sure y'all help support the channel. I'm cooking up here. Shout out Mr. Greg with the $5 in the... Oh, no, that's Big Dog Willie. Shout out Big Dog Willie with the $5 in the super chat. He says, breaking news, ESPN just announced Tank Davis versus Roach is canceled, and he's fighting Jake Paul instead. Tank is reportedly guaranteed $60 million. Facts. Shout out Big Dog Willie. Hell yeah, take that fight. $60 million to be bullshit? Yeah, we can run around here and throw punches at each other for $60 million. I ain't got no problem with that. Get your bread. Shout out Big Dog Willie for supporting the channel. So that's what I'm saying. And I don't understand it, y'all. I'm just saying I don't understand it. Listen, people entitled to their own opinion, but just be reasonable. Y'all not being reasonable with the stuff that y'all be saying. Man, I can't support Tank. I mean, I can't support Tank. I can't support nobody that be hitting on women. Like, I just can't support nobody that be hitting on women. Like, what? You can't support nobody that be hitting on women, but you support Shakur Stevenson. Y'all still supporting Devin Haney. I ain't hear not one person say, I can't support Devin Haney. They saying he punching on his pregnant wife. I can't support that. You know what nigga said? Oh, she just want money. She just want money, man. It's just about money. All she want is money. Why she ain't leave? If he hit her, why she ain't leave? And that's cool if that's your opinion. But when this Tank Davis news dropped, I did not hear not one person say she was doing it for the money. I did not hear not one person say that. They automatically was just going in on how Tank is abusive and he beat women and this and that. And I'm like, how do y'all know that Tank Davis hits women? We don't know if Devin really hit his pregnant baby mama. We do know Shakur Stevenson hit women because we seen him punching one at the gas station with his bare knuckles, couldn't even drop her. But I'm just saying, y'all seen it. Well, we seen Tank put his hands on the girl at the basketball game. You seen Tank grab her and take her out the game. You seen him be very aggressive with her. Do he hit women? Shit, I don't know. Probably. But what I'm saying is, y'all act like y'all got video footage of him putting a combo on somebody. You don't. Y'all act like the last time this girl called the police on him, she didn't lie. She lied. She literally lied. And I didn't hear not one person say, man, that hoe just lying again. She just lying again. That hoe be lying. She always be lying on tape. She just trying to get money. She just trying to bring a black man down. She just want to bring a black man down. I ain't hear not one person say that. Not one person. Why? Why? And don't come in my chat talking about, well, you was talking about Devin. And you know what I said about Devin? I said, you got with an escort. And now you're complaining that she wants money. What the fuck did you expect? Javante Tank Davis, this woman has already called the police and lied on you. What do you expect? So I'm just asking these people to take some accountability for their own actions. And I'm just asking people to be reasonable with their assessments and the shit that they saying. That's it. All this hyperbolic shit y'all saying for attention, for clicks and views, because Tank get you clicks and views for a fact. I know that for a fact. I've seen it in my own analytics and my own numbers. And I don't even make a bunch of Tank content. You get what I'm saying? I don't even make a bunch of content. But hey, I just don't like that these men sit up here and act like they so, oh, I can't deal with no man hitting on no woman. Like, how many of these boxers done got in trouble for hitting women? How many football players done got in trouble for hitting women? How many basketball players done got in trouble for hitting women? How many rappers done got, like, come on, y'all. I'm not defending anything. So don't nobody come on here and try to gaslight me. Oh, you defending Tay. Are you a woman? How you gonna be? Listen, I am a woman. And that's why I'm trying to tell y'all. If this woman lied on him before and called the police, and then she's saying shit like, he punched me in the mouth. But what? Is your jaw swollen? Is it broke? Is your lip? Oh, she had like a little cut. Look, she probably bit the inside of her lip and had like a little cut in her lip and said, oh, he punched me in the mouth and hit me in the back of the head. Tank punched you in your mouth? Really? He punched you in your mouth. This little bitty man right here that knock out grown ass men punched you in your mouth. And you were still standing for him to be able to hit you in the back of the head too? I'm just saying. I'm not taking no sides. I'm just asking, let's use some common sense. Let's not just. I mean, it's amazing how when the story dropped, it was no like across the board, it was no nothing. It was no man. That hoe just lied. She lied last time. Nobody said nobody. Like why? Even last time when she came out and said that she lied, oh, they must have paid her to say that. They told her to say that. They told like what? It's crazy to me. I don't understand it. Exactly, Pay. It's similar to the same story she told last time. It's really similar to the same story she does. Did he hit her? I don't know. I don't know if he hit her. Could he be hitting her? Possibly. I don't know. But I'm saying when I use my common sense and logic and I look at the facts, it didn't say he beat the hell out of her. It said he punched her in the mouth and slapped her in the back of the head. That's what it said. And she has a cut on the inside of her mouth. No swollen, no busted lip, no none of that. None of that. So I'm just trying to. I'm waiting on everybody else to see what happens with this story because it happened a whole month before, and from my understanding, I guess she reported it, and maybe he had to go turn himself in. I don't know, but fellas, if any woman ever called the police on you, leave her because she is willing to put your life in danger, especially if you're not doing it. Now, if you hitting her, she called the police, still leave her, but that's on you. If you're not hitting her and she called the police, you 100% need to run away as fast as you can. That's a huge. Any woman that will weaponize the police against you, leave her. Period. That's all I'm saying. I don't think Tank's career is over. I'm not sure it's gonna mess with his focus like that. Tank has been fighting his whole career with life things going on and this and that. And I don't think some people understand that some people don't know how to operate not in a toxic space. Some people don't know how to operate not in a toxic space, which is probably why he's still in that situation in the first place, or still dealing with that situation, or whatever the case may be. I don't know. We don't know. We just gonna have to wait and see. If he ain't been training, if he ain't been focused, that's going to be on him, and we just gonna have to wait and see. You feel what I'm saying? So that's my 2 cents on that situation. I don't think it's fair that people just assuming and super jumping to conclusions like that. And y'all not about to gaslight me and be like, you was talking about them and Haney, and I'm talking about Tank right now. Hopefully he get it all together. And it's if he's not hitting that girl, it's very um it's very bad that he has that reputation of beating on women if he don't. That's a and I don't know. I'm gonna say this. I don't know how you would get a reputation of beating on women if you don't. So maybe it's some truth to it, maybe not. I don't know. Moving on. Hold on, I got something special for y'all. Let me put this up here real quick, and then I'm gonna drop the link because I've been talking. Time go by fast, man. What the hell? What the hell? I be messing with my kids and talking with they slang and stuff. And my daughter, she 9. She be like, "Mom, you're not supposed to talk like that." My boys be laughing at me. They be like, "Oh God, y'all finna come in here and clean this room." They be like, "Mama, stop it." Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull something up real quick. Oh, maybe I can pull it up on here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. And then I'm gonna drop the link. Shakur Stevenson fans, I put this picture up here One, because it looks cool. And two, because this is how y'all want everybody to handle y'all favorite fighter. Like he's so delicate inside of a glass bubble, and you just can't drop him. And you just walk around with him in your hand and show. Look at my Shakur. Look, he's so perfect. Look at him. Look at him. He's just like a little. He's just like Ali and Mayweather and a little essence and God took a little bit and just he sprinkled a little Ali on him and he sprinkled a little Mayweather on him and he stirred him up and boom, out came Shakur Stevenson, the best fighter on the planet at the moment. Don't talk too loud. Don't talk too loud. He can hear you through the bubble. Don't talk too loud. Why are y'all doing Shakur Stevenson like this, man? Shakur Stevenson fans are making him seem so soft. It's unbelievable. They're making it seem as though he can't get any criticism. Any criticism, they mad. Anything less than saying he great, they mad. Any observation you make, they mad. They arguing, snotting, and yelling and screaming, and you hating and this and that. Literally, watch the fight. Everybody on my panel thought Shakur Stevenson was going to win. I even had some people on the panel that bet on the knockout. But you still had Shakur Stevenson fans coming and arguing with you because you think Zepeda won 4 rounds, or you think Zepeda won 5 rounds, or you think Zepeda wobbled Shakur, or you think he got dropped into the ropes. You can't have no opinion. So, and I made a video saying I don't want nobody complaining about Zepeda after the fight, saying y'all gonna Shakur Stevenson don't get no credit and all of this other stuff. Because before the fight, everybody wanted to see him fight Zepeda. Everybody wanted to see how he overcame that style. Everybody wanted to see how it was gonna go. And then the fight happened, and we seen it. And now we got critiques and criticisms about it. But people want to run around acting like little bitches for whatever reason, and I don't understand it. The fans, Shakur fans, have been so obnoxious. It's unbelievable. And don't come on my panel telling me about these imaginary Tank fans that y'all see around doing this and doing that. I don't care. When I'm talking about people, I'm not talking about people that be in chats. I'm talking about people that make content and their views and opinions that I be giving my 2 cents about. I'm not talking about random casuals in the chat that only watch boxing when a Tank fight come on. Don't come up here with their talking points. Don't do that.
Honest. Since we being honest, let's be honest.
So let's be honest, right? Since we being honest, all of a sudden, Shakur Soft Touch Stevenson is the best fighter on the planet because he beat Zepeda. Because he beat Zepeda? He's the best fighter on the planet? Because he finally put on a fight that his fans perceive to be competitive. Now he the best fighter on the planet because he quote unquote finally took a risk. So let's be honest for a second. Let's be real, right? And let me give my disclaimer. I'm about to say what I'm about to say. I'm not taking no credit away from Shakur Stevenson. He had a good performance. Now that that's out the way. Shakur Stevenson been trying to fight Zepeda for how long, y'all? About 2 years, right? Zepeda kept doing what? Ducking him, right? Why y'all think Zepeda was ducking him? And why do y'all think Shakur Stevenson was chasing him? Hmm? So now we want to sit here and act like Shakur Stevenson is the best fighter on the planet because he beat a pillow-fisted, flat-footed Mexican? That's what we doing? Because all I heard was, well, Tank only fight flat-footed Mexicans. He only fight flat-footed Mexicans. But when Shakur beat a flat-footed Mexican, he the best fighter on the planet. He Ali and Mayweather mixed together. But what happened was, you seen a lot of flaws in Shakur that fight. He ain't as flawless as y'all thought he was, even though y'all trying to act like, see, y'all trying to gaslight people and act like it was flawless, so much to the point that y'all was running around here saying he only got hit with one punch. This man own daughter think he was about to get knocked out, and she like 2 or 3 years old. Shakur Stevenson, he Mayweather, he was Mayweather. He was hitting the shoulder roll. He was doing the rope a dope. First of all, Shakur Stevenson is not even tall enough to do no god doggone rope a dope. Y'all don't even know what y'all don't even know what rope a dope is. Y'all just continuously want to keep attaching Shakur Stevenson names to great fighters. Why? Why do y'all want to keep attaching Shakur Stevenson to other fighters? This is my biggest thing, right? I don't understand why y'all keep comparing this man to Floyd Mayweather. And every time you say something about Shakur Stevenson, here come Floyd Mayweather. Shakur Stevenson hands brittle. Mayweather had brittle hands, but Mayweather hands was brittle. Shakur Stevenson be running around the ring. They say Shakur Stevenson, they said Floyd Mayweather a runner. Yep. They said Floyd Mayweather was a runner. Yep, yep. Oh, that Shakur Stevenson's a pay to fight. That's like Mayweather and Maidana. Yup, yup. It's like Mayweather and Maidana. What? How the hell are y'all comparing Zapata and Maidana, guys? Come on. Stop it. Stop it. Y'all don't realize. And then Shakur Stevenson, he got the picture up of him talking to Floyd Mayweather on FaceTime. That's cool, you talking to Floyd, but why you got to let us know? Shakur Stevenson needs his own identity, y'all. He needs his own identity. Y'all don't do that with no other fighter. And y'all not doing that because Shakur Stevenson is great. Y'all are doing that because he doesn't have his own identity. He doesn't have his own identity as a fighter. And at this point, he needs his own identity. Stop comparing Shakur Stevenson to Floyd Mayweather. He's nowhere near or nothing like Floyd Mayweather. Is he talented? Yes. Is he skillful? Yes. Did he show you something different in that fight? Yes, he did. But I heard Coach Eddie say Zapata got 900 punches off. How you the best defensive fighter in the world, Floyd Mayweather reincarnated, and you let a nigga get 900 punches off on you, bro? I'm just asking. Well, he only landed like 200-300. Yeah, okay. But you didn't slow down the output. That's what good, great defensive fighters do. The shoulder roll was cool. The game plan, some say your game plan was to lay on the ropes and, let him tire himself out, which to me kind of didn't make sense because if he's a high volume puncher and that's his style, what makes you think he's going to tire himself out? I'm just asking. Some people say he was on the ropes because he was uncomfortable. I don't know why he was on the ropes, but what I do know is he kept taking them body shots and he kept getting hit with them jabs with that shoulder roll. I wasn't through the whole fight, but I did see instances where he was getting touched. It took him a little while to figure things out, and that's cool. And he had a good performance. I'm so glad Shakur Stevenson finally went in there and gave the fans a fight they want to see. Now, would I recommend Shakur fight like that again? Like he said, I ain't fighting like that no more. I got hit too much. I agree. Don't fight like that, Shakur. You got hit too much. And now everybody like, oh, Shakur, dog. He went in there. He fought. Seen Shakur fight like that before? That's not the only time Shakur's ever fought like that. The problem is he hadn't fought like that at 35, and people kind of wanted to see, that old Shakur, but he don't look like the old Shakur. He looked a little slower. He didn't look as athletic. You know what I'm saying? But maybe that was part of the game plan. I don't know. But what's next for Shakur Stevenson? Because you had a good performance, so now you cannot go backwards. You finally got the momentum, Shakur. Take the momentum and do something with it. Because in my opinion, when Bud beat Spence, he didn't do nothing with that momentum. He went and fought a nigga with 11 fights that got a email the belt. He didn't do anything with that momentum. He didn't go fight, you know what I'm saying? Some more one big fights at 154. Oh, he got the Canelo fight. Okay, cool. Once again, he didn't do anything with the momentum. He had the big fight, he did some interviews, and then he went and fought Madrimov. Boom, killed it. So now you got Shakur Stevenson talking about he about to go fight Conor Benn. So let's talk about that for a second, then I'm gonna drop the link. Listen, I know y'all not gullible enough to believe that Shakur Stevenson is about to jump 2 weight classes and fight Conor Benn. I mean, I've been hearing people debate this on panels and talk about this all day. They literally just heard Shakur Stevenson do an interview where he said he's not going past 135 pounds. He just said it. Now, do fighters cap and lie? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But to definitively say something like, yeah, I'm not going past 135 pounds, and then hop on somebody interview going back and forth with Conor Benn, both of y'all up there capping. Because Conor Benn got to fight with Chris Eubank, and Shakur Stevenson, there's no way you're going to 147 pounds to fight an explosive, athletic power puncher. Stop it. You won't even fight people like that in your own division, bro. Stop it. It's not even a debate. I think, if Shakur Stevenson go to the UK, him and Conor Benn could sell. I mean, that's a big fight. It's a big money fight. Like, stop letting these people play with y'all intelligence. The more Shakur Stevenson goes up, I don't care how good his skill is. The more Shakur Stevenson goes up, the more he will become food, y'all. The more he will become food. The same thing applies to Devin Haney. And since we own Devin Haney, and I'm still not done with the Shakur thing, but let me say this real quick about Devin Haney, right? And then I'm going to drop the link. We cool with Devin Haney bringing people up from 135 to fight him at 47? When I asked that question earlier, people was hemming and hawing. And I said, are we cool? Devin Haney got a list. It got 3 different weight classes on it. But we're cool with Devin Haney trying to bring fighters up from 135 pounds to fight him. It's no outrage. It's no uproar. It's no weight bully insults. Right? They tell me it's different. Oh, it's different for Shakur to go to 47 than Roach coming up to 35 to fight Tank. That's different. How is that different? You're bringing somebody up to fight him. You're bringing them up 2 weight classes. Guys like Devin Haney. And listen, Devin Haney trying to fight Hitchison. Devin Haney trying to fight Shakur Stevenson. That only proves or confirms the weight bullying allegations, y'all. This man going up to 47 pounds is still trying to fight people at 135 pounds, talking about bringing them up, talking about bringing up a 40-pounder, and nobody's saying nothing. And this is the hypocrisy. Listen, I don't care if he bring him up and fight him. I don't care. If Shakur Stevenson want to go to 47, good. Go challenge yourself. Quote unquote, dare to be great, right? But we're not going to sit here and act like that's nothing after the big ass deal y'all made about Lamont Roach fighting Tank. Y'all not about to do that. I'm going to bring it up and point out the hypocrisy. Y'all okay with Shakur Stevenson going from 135 to 147, 146, 144, whatever catch weight that Devin Haney decide that he going to fight at, and y'all cool with that? No outrage, no nothing. Y'all okay with Devin weight bullying dead in y'all face? It ain't no more. As long as he can make the weight. Nah, he's literally being a freaking weight bully. And nobody's saying nothing. And I just want to point out the hypocrisy because I don't care, really. It is what it is. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. Let me drop this link. So, I don't know if y'all noticed, like Shakur Stevenson, he called out every big name, Gary Russell, this person, that person. Now he Johnson bouncing on Conor Benn, and like he not about to fight none of them. If he do, I'd be surprised. If Shakur Stevenson goes to 147 pounds, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked. And what he gonna do? Go to 47 and come back to 35? Or he gonna go to 40 with Keyshawn in the same division? Like, I don't know. Like, none of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. Y'all let me know if the link working. Shout out to A So Stan with the $5 in the super chat. Let me see what it say. Hold on. He say absolutely nothing, just supporting the channel. Shout out Alan So Stan. Shout out G. What up? What up? What up?
What up?
What's up, y'all?
What up?
What's going on? Everybody all right? I'm over here fucking these fruit snacks up. Everybody good?
We good. We good. Pay, what you got for the show?
Not too much, bro. You was cooking. You made a lot of valid points. I agree with you. Some Shakur fans they be going overboard, making it seem like motherfuckers didn't really see what we saw. And like I said, I agree. He put on a great performance. I mean, again, how much I don't know how much credit we supposed to give him. Like we gave the nigga credit. Like what else do y'all want? But we obviously saw the nigga get clipped, and he's susceptible. He's susceptible to a lot of shit. Not a lot of these other tougher fighters can probably take advantage of. But to say he the best fighter at 147, at 135, just because he beat fucking Zepeda is crazy work, bro.
Crazy work. Shout out to Broke and Dangerous with the $1.99 in the super chat. He say just a sign Shakur gonna re-sign with Eddie Hearn. Shout out Broke and Dangerous. And let me say this too, Demon. We're gonna go to you next, right? Shakur Stevenson sat on that interview and said, "Yeah, I'm willing. I go to PBC to fight Tank, and I go to PBC and blah 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 blah." Right? Everybody's like, "Okay, nobody is faulted for it at this point, right?" So then after the fight, Shakur Stevenson is like, I got to go back to the drawing board. I only want the best, the blah blah blah. See, and I think what he was trying to do. Think about what Terrence Crawford did. Was
Yeah,
get
facts.
everybody in an uproar, right? But the thing is, Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis is not Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford.
Facts.
That fight does not have that level of excitement. It don't got that level of anticipation. It may between us that be talking on these panels, but in the real world, that fight don't got that. That's why nobody cared when he said that stupid shit. Nobody was like, "Oh no, why he said he going back to the drawing board. He just said in the interview he was gonna go to PBC." That's what they wanted, right? That's
Yeah,
the buzz that they wanted to create. It didn't work.
right.
It didn't work because
One,
ain't nobody
one,
got time to keep playing with you like that, man. Either you gonna go and fight them or you're not.
one,
And
one last thing, two cent before you switch over to D. My thing is this: what the fuck do? Why do they need to get on the phone? What the fuck is that they talk about? Like for what? What is the reason? Like you're not that big of a star for y'all to be getting on the phone trying to be talking no damn numbers. For
it's
what?
it's something deeper with that getting on the phone stuff. I haven't figured out exactly what that means. Let's talk on the phone. I don't know what that means yet. It's something deeper, y'all. It's not like they just get on the phone. That's not what's happening. Something deeper is what they get on the phone stuff. And I don't need to talk to you, Shakur. Either you want to fight or you don't. Either you're gonna fight me or you're not. We don't need to get on the phone, bro.
Exactly. And then not even only that, the nigga lied. He lied to Ariel Hawani or whatever, lied about the situation of why him and Tank fell out to begin with. My nigga, you knew why y'all fell out because before that Rolly fight, you was in the nigga dressing room trying to take pictures and shit. Then you went on the fucking interview talk about that nigga would never fight me or some shit like that. Like, why would you think that the nigga would never fight you, bro? And you know for a fact the nigga will fight you. So that's why y'all fell out, bro. Like, stop lying.
Dry turkey. Devin Haney is fighting the best guy at 147 next. Worry about that, ma'am. What you not finna do, dry turkey, is tell me what to do on my platform, bro. Worry about
100%.
that. Dean, go ahead. What you got?
I was thinking about something, y'all. First of all, to address what you and Paige was saying, they don't need to talk. If they do talk, that's what's up. But Shakur don't talk to nobody else on the phone when he trying to
Right.
fight. So or Gervonta Davis. So I don't understand. Again, that's him thinking. Let's get this out of the way. Shakur is not Bud Crawford, and Gervonta Davis is not Earl Spence. Gervonta Davis' temperament is. Let's just go off of personality. Forget the status in the game. Gervonta Davis is nothing like none of the other three guys. So whatever y'all expect, Earl, soft spoken, chill, relax, that's not Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis is a way bigger star than Earl Spence is. And Terrence Crawford is a bigger star than Shakur Stevenson is. So it's comparing apples to oranges. They're further apart than the two. So that's number one. And how you know that going into my biggest point. Gervonta Davis is not only the biggest star in boxing. See, when we talk about the face of boxing, you can say Canelo Alvarez, but that's just for boxing, though. Canelo Alvarez is not the face of boxing in the world. And what I mean by that is Canelo Alvarez, outside of people who watch boxing, they don't care about Canelo Alvarez outside of that. Gervonta Davis is cared about culturally. That's why when he went through this case, when Devin Haney went through his case, that shit wasn't posted everywhere. Gervonta Davis get locked up, that shit was on the news. Devin Haney shit wasn't on the news. Gervonta Davis was literally on the news. Literally. So it's not, that right there lets you know what's the difference. And even us as boxing fans, because we talk about these guys all the time, it's kind of easy to intertwine their popularity, their status, and where they are in the game. Because we talk about them all the time. The problem with that is, in reality, it's not. If Gervonta Davis can go to the Grammys. They're not inviting Devin Haney and Shakur to the Grammys. If Gervonta Davis showed up at the BET Awards, they would feature him. They would show him. The cameras would go to, look who's out, who don't normally come out. Gervonta Davis, it's not the same thing. And I even had to realize that recently, like, damn, I was surprised at how I just go on Google to say, guess what pops up immediately? Before I typed anything into Google, I ain't typed nothing. Gervonta Davis this, Gervonta Davis that. Gervonta Davis might be retired. Like, it's crazy. So
I ain't gonna lie, that might be an algorithm though.
That's the algorithm, buddy. That's not the world.
it's not just the
That might
algorithm
be
because
that's 100%
no,
your
it's
I
not
algorithm.
said
that.
Google.
I said
Google
Google. I didn't
algorithm.
say goddamn YouTube. I don't be
No,
I don't be fucking
Google,
Googling boxing shit when I'm
uses
on Google.
algorithm too.
Nah, Google be predicting what you be
Yeah,
looking up.
it's predicted algorithm. What are you talking about?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get this super
Based on
chat.
your interest.
Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says the fans are fanatics. They are also one of the problems with sports, period. Shout out, Mr. Greg.
But back to what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead, land your plane so we can
When
pass them.
when I go up there and I look at what's going on culturally, it's not the same thing. Gervonta Davis is a way bigger star. It's not even close. And how we starting to see that, it's why he had no trouble selling tickets. They from the area and got trouble selling tickets. Being undercards and things like that. Like Gervonta Davis fighting Lamont Roach has gotten him having a draw with Gervonta Davis has got him on Breakfast Club and all these different interviews. You have a draw with Shakur Stevenson. The Breakfast Club is not inviting you up or trying to talk to you or one of these top interview places. They're not doing that. And it just goes to show you that, and it goes to speak on that. That's it.
They barely talking to Shakur Stevenson. Shout out to No More Sleepwalking with the $2 in the super chat. He said the cook is real. 2 cents boxing. Shout out No More Sleepwalking. And what did you say, Damien? I wanted to respond to something. You said, Lamont Roach in the Breakfast Club interview. And now he talking about, Lamont Roach finna walk away. He ain't waiting. So go ahead, Lamont Roach, go fight somebody else then. I don't understand why they think that that's like so. Like Tank can go get another opponent, guys. It's not like he ain't got nobody to fight.
Hey,
Who else was up here next? Mr. Greg, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Good evening again. First, Lamont Roach needs to just sit his behind down and wait for this fight. Because the only thing that's going to lose is his bank account. I just said that in one of the checks. So if he has to wait a little bit, he has to wait a little bit. Go ahead and try to capitalize in some other kind of way on this upcoming fight. Tank is a big star. And it's not just because of the last one or two fights. It's been like that for a while. Tank's, you can see him, he's on the news, as Dean was saying. You hear about his troubles on the news, but you also hear little snippets about him on the news as well, in terms of when he, especially when he fights. Sometimes they talk about how he celebrates in the ring with the back flip. He's getting invited to the parties. I mean, we don't have to mention it, but he has been invited to the Diddy parties. He's been to one. So that doesn't happen if you don't have no star power. That doesn't happen just because
Hey, Devin was in the pool at the Diddy party, Mr. Greg.
Yeah, but Devin was shown in another light.
And Tank got pictures of Diddy. Don't forget Diddy picked up Tank. Don't forget that part.
I mean, Diddy was biting his lip and everything. But go ahead,
Diddy
Mr.
picked up Tank. Did you forget that too, Sam?
But the point is,
Tank, so
he's mentioned, and he's, as Dean said, he's part of the culture. He's getting it, and people know who he is outside of boxing circles. So when he gets in trouble, just like he get in trouble this last time, this situation, it's all on the news. It's not just on YouTube. I mean, anytime that you see it, even on Fox News, and I watch all the news channels, you know he's made a lot of impact out there in the general public. Right. So I'll again, for Lamont, if what is being said that he's trying to walk away and look for a new opponent, that's stupid. Just let him get through whatever they're going to do. If that fight is still on, it's still signed, get the fight and make your impact once you get the fight, and if you win. And get the money that you're going to get that you're not getting nowhere else right now, even if you did walk away. That's stupid. I already said that I'd already said that I thought that Shakur was going to be disappointing. He wasn't. I'm glad of that, actually, because I like to see fighters do something different, and he did. That doesn't mean he was spectacular, that he did everything right, but he showed a little bit more. He showed some dimensions. He answered to some of the criticism about how he has been fighting, and that's what you want to see him do. Yeah, he won. He needs, as Demon said as well, he got to work on not getting hit so much when he's doing these new things, but you got to start somewhere, and you may get hit a lot. And you might even find, I can never do this well, but he did try it. And I'll give him a lot of credit for that he was trying to show us a little bit something more than what he has. So he'll get that credit. All
right, y'all. Make sure y'all punch that like and subscribe button. Be sure to support the channel.
Lamont going back to Pro Box.
And or you can leave your drop a super chat with your 2 cents. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Or you could drop a super chat in the comment section and leave your 2 cents.
Let that would have been pleased though. He could have had a few motherfuckers would have had a field day with him getting hit.
What you got for the? Oh, y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. There's 60 people in here, so I for sure should have 100 likes when I end the live. Teach, what you got for the show?
I think Boxing Hacker came in before me. You want to go Boxing Hacker?
What you got, Boxing Hacker?
What's up, Tucson? What's up? Hey, so to respond to what you were saying, right, about them getting on the phone, I think what Shakur is doing is the right thing. You know, like at the end of the day, like he needs to start. I mean, he's talking the fight up, you know, and them being on the phone it's like a start of some kind of negotiation. You know, people always talk about what Shakur needs to do. Shakur needs to go to PBC. Shakur needs to do this. Shakur needs to do that. But nobody puts pressure on Tank. Tank be on interviews shitting down the fight all the time, and nobody even says anything about it. But
please don't cut him off. Hold on. Please don't cut him off.
People need to. I really believe, I've been saying that at the end of the day, people need to hold both fires fuel to the fire. You know, the Devin fight fell through. Do y'all want our fight to fall through as well? You know, like it's up to the fans, and you don't have to agree with me or whatever, but all fans need to be like, yo, we want this fight. You know, that puts pressure on the promotional companies to try.
Boxing Hacker, the difference is only Shakur and Devin suffer from that, not Gervonta Davis. He'll still be a star.
You can sing that song all you want. But when just imagine if Pacquiao versus Mayweather never happened. Like, come on. Like we can sing, yeah. Errol Spence was a bigger star than Terrence Crawford, but at least we got that fight, and we got that fight because both fighters were vocal about wanting to fight. It starts from the fighters, and it also starts from the fan base saying, "Hey, like we want this fight. If y'all don't want the fight, then the shit half the time don't even happen because there's no traction for it. It can't just be one side. It can't just be Shakur needs to go here. Shakur needs to do this. Shakur needs to do that, and the other guy's not even doing nothing. The other guy can say anything he wants. The other guy can be like, F the fight, and everybody be like, okay, that's fine. But Shakur needs to do it, No, both, even if you don't like Shakur, whether you like him or not, both fighters need to come to the table and fight. And fight fans, if you're a fight fan, somebody who likes that fight, both, like we all should protest for it. As far as the whole Canelo situation and saying Canelo is not a worldwide star, I think Canelo's a big star, just like Gervonta.
Who said that? Hold on. Who said that?
Deem said that. Deem said he was on a worldwide level. I was like, I don't know what that means.
No, I didn't say that.
You made some kind of weird assertion like that.
You don't listen, so you probably did hear that because you don't listen. But don't say I said something I ain't said.
I think he's probably a bigger star than Tank, to be honest with you.
No shit, wrap it up.
Nobody said that though, Boxing Hacker. I think you
No,
misinterpreted.
that was definitely stated. And
What I said, Boxing Hacker, was when it comes to outside of boxing, Canelo is a star when it comes to boxing. They don't care about Canelo. You don't see Canelo on TMZ. You don't see Canelo on TMZ. You don't see hip hop artists and basketball players and baseball players and all of that. Gravitating towards Canelo Alvarez,
you
bro.
know how big Canelo is? You're stuck on your Google search.
Mexicans.
He's huge.
To Mexicans and people that care about boxing. People that care about boxing care about Canelo. I'm talking about people that don't care about boxing, care about Gervonta Davis, bro.
All right, hold on, y'all. I gotta pass it around. Boxing Hacker, you finish land your plane so I can pass the mic around.
Yeah, we can come back to that situation. I don't think he's correct.
It ain't nothing to come back to. It's just the truth.
It's incorrect. No, it's incorrect. But anyway, what I'll say is this, right? One thing I want to call shouts out to Devin Haney. I don't know if you saw that he made a comment saying that he tried to make the Boots fight after the Ryan fight, and that fell through.
Get the fuck out of here.
Man, shouts out to that brother. Like, people can say what they want about Devin.
Fuck out
people can say what they want about Devin.
Wrap it up, bro. Wrap it up. Wrap this shit up, man.
Ain't nobody doing that. So salute to the Haneys, man. All right, I'll pass it,
though. Let me say this, right? Let me say this to respond to Hacker real quick. First, number one, I don't know why y'all think that boxing business should be different or readjust because it's Shakur Stevenson, but there is no they both got to make the fight. If Tank has already said he wants to make the fight, and clearly Shakur has expressed that he'll go to PBC to make the fight, which is obviously what they want to happen, which is obviously what he needs to do to make the fight, then just go make the fight. Shakur don't got no leverage. He don't got shit to say. You either gonna take this offer or you're not. It's just that simple. There is no both fighters. They both. No. If Tank one on the whole host, Boxing Hacker, don't you cut me off? Do I need to put you in the background? Because I know you can't help yourself. So there is none of that, bro. You've been sitting on undercards, right? I'm not about to get on the phone with you, bro. You lucky if I fight you. Because you cannot ignore the business of boxing because you want to see a fight. That's not how it works. If I'm Tank Davis and the way I've done all of my fights is the people come to me, they fight on my network, they fight under PBC, one fight deal, whatever they do. Why do you think I'm going to do something different for Shakur Stevenson? He's not nothing. He's not what? Like why? Why? He barely just put on an entertaining fight. What are we talking about? And the second thing you said, you want to bounce up and down on Devin Johnson because he tried to make a fight with Boots. Trying is nothing. Boxing Hacker, do this right now. Try to raise your hand.
Trying is nothing. It's something when the other fighter turns it down, though.
No. Try to raise your hand.
Boots never turned down that fight. He said he wanted that 52.
No,
so lie again. Lie again.
He turned down
Boxing Hacker.
Yeah.
Try to raise your hand, bro. Can you try to raise your hand?
Yeah, sure.
No, you can't. You either do or you don't. You can't try. Do or don't, but don't try. I tell my kids that all the time. Don't come to me telling me you trying something because that mean you doing nothing. You either doing it or you not. We're not going to give nobody credit for trying, bro.
You don't
Nobody
give
gets
nobody for
credit from
trying.
me
Heck,
for
heck,
trying
heck,
because you cannot
just
try.
stop,
You
brother.
either do it or you don't.
Well,
Y'all think that Devin Haney tried to make a fight with Boots and said Boots wanted to fight at 152? Of course he did. He moved up a whole nother weight division. What the fuck? What weight you thought you was gonna fight him
Right,
at? Like,
right.
stop that. I don't give a damn if he tried to make the fight. You don't get credit for trying, bro. Y'all stop
Okay.
coming on here talking about people get credit for trying or calling out this person. Oh,
So why does
big up,
Tank get
he
credit for
he get
trying
credit for
then?
this. Shh.
I
Let me
like this
talk about
reset.
you do not get credit for trying. Not with me. I don't give my kids,
Okay.
friends, co-workers, anybody. Anybody tell me they try something, I automatically know they bullshitting. You cannot try something. You either do it or you don't. Period.
heck, hey, real quick,
The only thing about
hacker,
that too, Tank,
hacker.
is that
Just
is
stop,
that
hold on,
hold on
just
one
stop,
second.
bro.
The only thing
No, no,
about
no,
it,
no, no,
hold
no.
on,
I'm
the
not,
Hold
only
on,
thing
hold on.
about
Pass
it
the mic. We're
is
gonna pass the
Tank,
mic.
Talking,
The
Tank
panel
needs to
not
talking,
want
open.
the
brother.
fight.
You've been talking just
Box
a
the
second.
hacker. The panel not open. We about to pass the mic. Who else? Teach. Go ahead. Teach. It's your turn.
Man, salute to you, 2 cents, and salute to the panel. I mean, you guys know why I came here. I kind of came here to, gloat about the best boxer in boxing right now, Shakur Stevenson.
Oh my fucking god. Y'all niggas
And,
bugging. Y'all niggas is bugging.
Don't make me get you off of here. Teach. Nah, go ahead. Teach. Go ahead.
and man,
Y'all don't cut them off. Let them finish.
yeah, and I did what Deem asked us to do, man. Deem asked us to go support the fight, and I did. So when I did, the energy in the crowd was amazing, man, because of the spectacular performance Shakur put on.
You went to the fight,
But,
bro?
yeah, I did. It was
That's what's up.
amazing.
That's what's up.
But yeah, so Zepeda, man, I mean, he's supposed to be like the relentless fighter at 135, undefeated record, throwing like 100 punches per round, overwhelms opponents with his volume, pace, body attack. But guess what? Shakur neutralized all that. Like, he didn't run, he stood his ground, slipped and counter, he dictated the tempo all through the fight. All right. One thing that you guys were gloating about, man, Shakur got hit. Yeah, he did get hit. And it kind of, you know,
Nobody gloating. Stop. Teach.
you kind of feel more balanced. But guess what? Instead of panicking, Shakur, came back quick with his defense. Like, he bit down and just immediately adjusted and proved that he could, stay in the fire and just respond to Zepeda. Zepeda kind of did his thing. Zepeda walked Shakur down. He cut the ring off. But guess what? Shakur sat down on his shots. Times
No
Zepeda's rhythm.
cap.
Man, he was pivoting inside using the shoulder roll. Man, countering from long range too. Man, Shakur was in his bag, man. That was just special. Very special.
Boing, 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 boing. It's a lot of Johnson bouncing up here.
And he fought Zepeda's fight, man. Again, stayed in the pocket, fought off the ropes, makes Zepeda miss and pay. Even took chances and exchange in the center as well. Um, you know, Dean kind of made a point saying, if Tank fought Zepeda, he would have knocked him out in 7 rounds. But guess what, Dean? Tank didn't want to fight Zepeda, right? If you wanted to
You're the
fight
first person I
Zepeda,
heard say that.
if you wanted to fight Zepeda, he could have gotten that fight. Oscar would have loved that payday. I'm pretty sure
So you,
Zepeda
you
would have.
wanted to see him fight another flat-footed Mexican, Teach?
Hey, hey, if
No,
I'm
Tank
just
couldn't have
asking.
fought Zepeda. Why we
I
lying?
was just about to say that, but
listen,
let him. I
if
ain't want to cut him off.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
if
Teach.
if
Go
you
ahead.
have,
Come on, I
if
got to
you
get
have,
around the panel. Land your plane,
yeah,
y'all.
if,
Then so I can.
if you have Tank knocking him out in 7 or 6, why not? Why couldn't he fight Zepeda?
Man,
Zepeda was number one in the rankings, right?
the paper
In the
wasn't available.
WBA, but Tank chose to avoid Zepeda.
Come on, Teach, bro. You making up
Zepeda
shit.
wasn't
bro.
available.
Did you land?
Shakur.
Did you land your
Done.
plane, bro?
But he was available to fight Shakur. Okay.
Did you
Are
land
you
your
done,
plane, bro?
Teach?
You don't even know
Are you
about
done, Teach?
timelines, but go ahead, y'all. I
Yeah.
can't believe you just got up here and lied. You forget Zepeda. You forget Zepeda took time off because he had a baby. Y'all just be
Then he
getting up
fought.
here saying
Then he
shit.
One
fought
to take
Kevin Farmer twice.
that was like take one that fight.
Y'all, y'all just be getting up here saying
He
shit, y'all.
could have fought Zepeda way before that.
No, he
How
couldn't
the
have because
hell he
Zepeda
ain't
was
gonna be
fighting
able
Tevin
to
Farmer.
fight the nigga?
That's
What
false.
the fuck?
Anyway, hold on, y'all.
WNBA, of course.
Let me get this super chat, and then I'm gonna let Big Supreme go next. Shout out Ill Will 85 with the $5 in the super chat. Haney took his words back when Boots replied last year. I guess everyone forgot when Bozy warned Senior to stop. Shout out Ill Will 85. Yeah, man, like y'all killing me with this. He tried to do something. He
Haney
paused.
took his words back when no,
That
Haney
shit
said that this
crazy.
year. What's he talking about? That's a new interview.
Big Supreme, what you got for the show?
I'm gonna go in a second because these Dominicans in the background going crazy.
All right, all right.
They got Coronas, Heinekens, they tripping.
Cash Crypto, what up? What you got for the show?
Yo, whoa, what up, everybody? What up, 2 cents, man?
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all punch that like button, man. Come on, I need 100 likes. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 cents boxing or dropping your 2 cents in the whatchamacallit. What's it called? Super chat. Go ahead, Cash Crypto.
No, I ain't got too much, man. I'm gonna let you guys argue with these corny niggas and them. These niggas want to ride dick, reverse cowgirl, man. Just let them ride dick, reverse cowgirl. And whenever the fight, hey nigga, shut the fuck up. You
Boxing
just
hacker,
talked for
like, what does
5
that
minutes.
mean? Boxing hacker, you don't know what that is?
Nah, I'm just saying always gay jokes from these weird dudes, man.
He don't get none.
So,
All right, little mama. All
always
right, baby. Close your lips.
always a suspect jokes, buddy. What are you, Rainbow?
Close your lips, baby. Close your lips.
Go ahead, Cash, finish up.
Don't call me baby, buddy.
Nah, I seen shut up, nigga. I seen Shakur did some good stuff, and he got exposed at the same time. In my opinion, I mean, shit. I just quit comparing this nigga to Floyd, man. Like this nigga, the dude he fought ain't even on a Maidana level. Like imagine Shakur in there getting his head blasted by Chino. I see a lot of guys out here that are really, really dangerous fights for Shakur, and some of these niggas only got a couple fights, man. So, shit, hopefully some of these dudes get fast tracked and get it there and expose this little nigga so I can stop hearing about this motherfucking dude, man. I'll pass the mic.
The bright side, what you got for the show?
I'll go after Dub.
Okay.
Damn, how I get skipped over everybody? Jesus Christ.
You came up after Dub, didn't you, Dundra?
Hell no. I came up to get on Boxing Hacker ass.
Let him go. Let him go.
Oh, go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna go last now. I'm gonna go last.
No, you good,
All
brother.
right.
You good. Go ahead. Go ahead. It ain't no problem.
Nigga, now I don't want to go. Go.
No, you just cried about this shit, nigga. Go. You
Go ahead,
cried
Dub.
about it.
Go ahead.
No,
He want to go last so he can get on Boxing Hacker ass.
No. He cried about the shit. Go ahead, brother.
You know,
Shut your ass.
be
Go,
long-winded.
Dan.
You better go.
Go ahead. I know he get along with. That's why I'm saying he can go because I got let him get it over with.
You got it.
Go ahead, Big Supreme.
Y'all, come on, bro.
Go ahead, Big Supreme.
Not gonna lie, they really trolling right now. I'm about to go outside.
All right. All right, Dub.
No, it's on Dundry.
Yeah, you go ahead, bro.
It's
Go ahead,
on
bro.
Dundry.
Come on, Dondra. Go, Dondra.
Now I was up here because Boxing Hacker lying like a motherfucker again. Always up here. Johnson, he understand everything everybody was saying. He just wanted to come up and argue. And it's like the 15th time I heard him argue with somebody about the same shit over and over and over. Just tired of it. You understand what Deem said about Canelo? Because Tank is a bigger star in America when it comes to fashion and all types of stuff. So you understood what he was talking about. But you wanted to be oblivious to that. Then you talking about Devin duck Boots. Devin Boots duck Devin. Okay, but they just came out and said Boots said he wanted at 52 and Devin said he can't do it because he never fought at 47. So there he is lying again. Then the Shakur fight.
What you were implying, Boxing Hacker, that Boots duck Devin? Is that what you were implying?
That's what he was saying.
Didn't get that.
No,
That's what
what I
he
was implying is that Devin's always looking for a tough fight, so salute to him.
Man, go
No,
on
he's
with that.
not, nigga.
Nah,
I'm
he
not
wasn't
saying
147
but look,
fall down boots. That's the toughest
He was
no,
looking for a
he's not.
payday.
What are we
He
talking
was looking
about?
for a payday. Because if
He
he
look,
lose the
Devin Haney
boot,
was
bro.
not about to
Yeah,
fight.
tell your
Devin
favorite fight to
Haney
look for
is
the
trying
same
to fight
goddamn payday.
it ain't your turn.
he is not trying to fight no
He
doggone
ducked the
boots. Y'all
whole
being
140
Man,
division
y'all be
because he
thinking,
possibly would have
y'all
lost
be
to
thinking
all
that
of
niggas
them.
be scared, man. These people in boxing all their lives. Niggas
Go
don't be
ahead,
That
scared
don't
Damo.
like
mean
y'all think
shit.
they do.
I'm finished that. And the thing with Shakur and Tank, please, it's the simplest thing. He gotta go to PBC. It's simple. If he's gonna make the most amount of money with PBC, I understand people like, oh, Turk can get in the most money, but Turkey's not necessary at this point. They can make the most amount of money in this country with their endorsements, their brand deals, the type of interviews they can do, all types of stuff. They can raise themselves above everybody else, and that fight could be big. It could be like it might not be as big as Ryan, but it can do over Bud and Spence.
I
So
doubt it.
I very much don't, especially with all the controversy and
700,000 pay-per-view buys. Shakur and
yeah,
Tank. I don't think it's doing that.
yeah. I think he'll do about 750, 800.
Nah, hell no. Bud them ain't even do that.
Tank is,
800.
They
and I
finish
hate to say
scared
that Tank is
for
bigger than Earl
Shakur.
right now.
They
Tank is bigger
finish
than Earl.
scared
Tank
shit,
is
man.
he is. I agree. I
Tank
agree.
is bigger than Earl, and I think Shakur and Bud is about the same as right now at
Okay.
this moment. Because this is Shakur's best moment, so I think
All
that.
right, all right, all right.
But that's pretty much it.
All right, Dub, what you got for us?
Man, y'all niggas out of order, man. That's what I got for you. Y'all niggas out of order. I don't even understand how we got to all of this that fast, but that's okay. I thought that Shakur and shout out to my brother Cash. Cash just told me I should be counting a knockdown that I didn't see. I still didn't see it. I didn't see the knockdown, but shout out to Shakur. I thought he did a hell of a job. At the end of the day, man, look, I think Devin, and I always give Devin the credit. Y'all know how I am. I love Devin.
Don't get on here lying about me, nigga.
What I lied about? Tell
I
me
ain't
something
tell you
I lied
that I
about.
ain't asked you if you counted
Well,
a
you,
knockdown.
you
I
just
said
said,
was
hold
that
on,
a
don't
knockdown?
cut me off. If
Don't
I
come up here
lie about
lying,
if
nigga.
I lie about you, cut me off. If I lie about you, cut me off.
That's why I'm cutting you off.
All right, what I lied about then?
I asked you, did you see a knockdown? I ain't
And
say
I
did you
told you
count
I
one,
didn't see
nigga.
a knockdown. I didn't see it.
You capping. All right, go ahead.
All right, that's fine. I'm capping. I'm out of order. That's fine. I ain't got no problem with it. I didn't see a knockdown in that fight. I thought Shakur did a hell of a job in that fight. For a lot of the individuals, me included, I include myself in this. Man, I want to see you sit in there and get the smoke. And I thought he got in there and he sat right in the pocket. I didn't expect him seeing the fight in the pocket the way he did. I didn't expect it, but that's what he did, and I give him credit for it. I still don't see no knockdown. I don't see it. Real quick, I gotta ask the panel. Who seen the knockdown in that fight?
Did you not see the ropes holding him up when he got clipped?
I didn't see a knockdown.
It's very subjective. Some people just like, oh, it could have been. I mean, it's not even nothing to be. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like it's nothing really. But
Well,
some people saying he
my
got
brother
wobbled.
Cash.
He got.
Real quick. I apologize. 2 cents. But my brother Cash told me that I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I didn't see a knockdown. That's what he told me. Am I lying about that, Cash?
Nah, you ain't lying about that.
All right. So I didn't see a knockdown. And because I didn't see it that way, and I said, hey, it's subjective to the referee. The referee seen it the way I seen it, but Cash told me it was a knockdown. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. But I didn't see it that way. What I seen is Shakur stood in the pocket. I didn't think he was gonna stand in the pocket nearly as much as he did. I was impressed by that. You know what I'm saying? I thought that it was a good showing of himself, and I give him all the credit in the world because shit, you ain't got to sit in. He could have did a lot of different. He could have fought on the back foot that entire fight, moved around the ring, utilized lateral movement, and still beat the shit out of goddamn Zepeda. But he sat in the pocket with his ass and put hands on that man. So I give him all the credit in the world. I give him credit. And well, I don't even know what the other conversation is, and I say this respectfully. Heck, 2 Cent. Can I make an analogy real quick, sister?
Go ahead, and then we're gonna pass it to. Has everybody went?
Well,
Yeah.
No,
well,
we gotta go to Big
First
Supreme
Big
next. Big
Supreme.
Supreme
well,
next, and then the
well,
panel open.
just real quick. Boxing hacker, man. Come on, brother. Don't look. I rock with Dev. Don't put me in the statements that you make niggas have to argue with me. And I be like, bro, I can't defend none of that shit you be saying.
That's
So
not an analogy, bro.
well, just be in order, man. Be in order. That's the
That's
analogy I'm
not an
talking about.
analogy either.
Okay, I used the wrong terminology and I'm out of order. But please, just be in order, brother, because you so far out of order that niggas
Oh
just
my
want to
god.
argue. Niggas argue with me because of shit you say. So just be in
You
order,
should
bro.
argue back then.
No, I'm not. I can't argue against this shit. I can't argue
Why?
because they be right. They be right about the shit.
You're right. Okay, they should join them arguing then.
Huh?
You should join them argue with me then.
Bro, that ain't
Lord,
All right, let's pass it. Let's
You'll be all
pass
right,
it.
Dub.
Big Supreme, what you got for the show?
I ain't gonna lie, 2 cents. I'll get on like 5 minutes.
All right, cool. Panel open.
Yeah, what
We
you and them
not.
Dominicans doing?
Hold
Big
on,
Here's
hold on.
Supreme.
DR. What's going on, Big
We not
Supreme,
about to
man?
talk over each other, right? So
All right.
if you hear, just stop talking, and then we're gonna figure out who turn it is to talk. But I'll say this, right? Because I think what's happening is y'all getting shit misconstrued. Y'all hearing fighters, see, cause Shakur Stevenson a fight some UK fighter you ain't never heard of. But then y'all will be like, well, I mean, he tried to fight Conor Ben. He tried to fight this person. He tried. Like I just said, you get no credit from me for trying. Like I don't want to hear that. And it's so crazy the mentality of people these days, right? We want to give people credit for trying. That shit's unacceptable. It makes no
real
sense.
2 Cent.
And Boxing Hacker really up here bling, 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 bling. I just want to shout out to Devin Haney for trying to make a fight with Boots. No
Hey,
doggone well, Boxing
Hold
Hacker,
on,
Devin
hold
Haney
on.
was
2
not
Cent.
finna fight Boots.
hold
Hang on,
on.
let
Cent.
me
What's up?
respond to something
Hold on,
Dub said real quick.
real quick. 2 Cent. Let me just say
What's
this.
up?
Let me just say this. All Devin Haney fans don't think that way. You know what I'm
Thank you.
saying? At the end of the day, man, you can try to fight whoever you want to. I'm giving you credit for who you fight.
Facts.
And when you get in the ring, that's when I can give you credit. And so everybody not looking at it the same way. And I say that respectfully to you, sis, but please, just all up, and Boxer Hacker, I love you, my brother. You know what
I'll
I'm
give
saying?
you
You out of
another
order.
analogy, brother.
You all the way out of order.
I'll
You
give you
all the
another
way out of order.
analogy.
But
Let me say this real quick, 2 cents.
at the same time, please don't put me in the same lane with that, brother, because we don't
Oh,
look at
trust me,
boxing
nobody
nearly.
else in the lane.
We don't
Boxing
look at
Hacker in
boxing
the lane
nearly
of
Go
the
his
sit
same
down,
way.
own.
man.
We don't
Hey, y'all know
Look at
that.
all them
we
tears,
just
man.
don't look
Y'all
at the
know that.
sport the same. We don't look at the
Look
Y'all
sport
at
the
know
y'all
that.
same.
hanos.
Y'all know that
Sound
little
funny as
bike
hell.
lane that be on the side of the street. That's where
Yeah.
Boxing Hacker at.
Man, look,
He
but
got
that was a scam. I never. So first of all, I never said like, oh, I'm saying that
Boxing
he's
Hacker, how
always
much
looking to
Bill
fight the
paying
best.
you, Boxing
Hold
Hacker?
on, he's
Hold on,
always looking to
Cash.
fight the
Hold on. It's
best.
Cash Crypto turn.
Yeah, shut
Cash,
up,
go
nigga.
ahead,
You
Cash.
talk too
I
much.
thought the thing
So I
was
was
open.
gonna be quiet, nigga.
Let Cash go, and then I'm gonna
This
let you go,
Dub,
Boxing
Dub
Hacker.
only told part of the story because when I texted him that, it was really for me to get his response and see where he was going. Because we all sat around and heard these niggas parade so long about this knee and listen to these niggas be experts on the rules and all this shit on referee discretion and shit. And that's what I wanted to hear. The nigga,
I gotta
shut up,
respond
nigga.
to
Don't
this.
cut it on me.
No, I gotta
Hold
respond to
on,
this.
nigga. Don't cut it on me,
Let him,
bro. Calm
Dub,
down.
let him
Go
finish.
ahead. Go
Let him
ahead.
Calm
finish.
down,
What?
nigga.
No, go ahead.
I
I'm
was
next
waiting
after
for the
that, by the
nigga to
way.
tell me the ref seen what I seen. So I said, yes, it was at the ref discretion. He said, yeah. I said, all right, well, cool then. I don't understand why you niggas didn't feel that way about the knee and how the ref felt about the knee back then. You know what I mean? You niggas, you rule
Bingo.
experts, and then these niggas act like they don't know simple knockdown rules. I mean, the shit kind of crazy to me.
All right.
Real
Oh
quick.
wait,
Hold on.
home beans.
Wait a
Dub,
minute.
it's my
Hold
turn.
on.
Hold on,
Hacker.
Dub,
He
it's my
was
turn.
addressing me. He was
It was
addressing
Paige.
me, brother.
It was
He
Cash. It was
was
me. Hold on
addressing
one
me,
second.
brother. Calm down, Hacker. He was addressing me. And what the conversation
He
was
called.
is that
Okay.
what we I agree that you know what? Hey, I do think it was to referee discretion, but at the same time, me personally, I seen a knee taken. I didn't see a knockdown in the Shakur Stevenson fight. Is that's exactly what I told you. And when
You
I
didn't
say
even know what referee discretion was back then when the nigga took the knee, my
here
nigga.
we go. Now he lying.
I had to let you know about the
Now
referee
you're lying
discretion
on
shit,
my
fam.
name.
Let's
Now
keep
you're
it a
lying
fun.
on my name, Cash.
Let's keep it
You're
funky,
lying
fam.
on my name.
Let's keep
You're
it
lying
funky,
on my
man.
name.
I had to let you know about referee discretion,
No,
man.
bruh. Hold on.
I'll
So
pull the text up, nigga. I got receipts.
hey, that's what I said was,
All right.
and you know exactly what I said. This is the problem with it. What I said is the same way you said, according to you. Well, there was a timeout call. Well, I seen the nigga start counting. I seen a referee start counting when a knee was taken. That's what I seen.
Timeout.
I seen a referee start counting. I ain't seen none of that. I ain't seen no stoppage. I ain't seen no. Hold on. I ain't seen no stoppage. I ain't seen nobody stepping in between. None of that in this situation
Dub,
right
can
here.
I ask you a question?
Well, if after I finish what I'm saying, all I'm saying is that, man, hey,
You already cooked, bro.
Yeah, you about to be finished. Can I ask you a question?
But my God, y'all won't let me finish.
Dub, you was just finished. You wasn't even about to finish what you was
I'm next,
saying.
actually.
How was I
I'm next.
finished when I asked to finish?
All right, go to your other point then,
Finish
Dub.
up, and then I'm gonna let Boxing Hacker
Go,
go. Go ahead,
no,
Dub.
Screen by any means.
no. Ask the question, Dean. Ask the question.
So I'm next, actually.
Oh,
So
Go
wait,
ahead,
wait,
Boxing
wait,
Hacker,
wait, we don't want.
because go ahead,
Hold on
just
one
go ahead.
second, guys. Hold on, guys. So just to clarify, it's not that I'm giving them crap. I'm saying that the brother's always looking to fight the best fights, and that's
Why would
No,
you
and
say
he's
that?
That ain't
not.
got shit to
Okay.
do
y'all
with
can
that.
say
Okay,
that, but
Boxing Hacker. Okay.
the
You're
proof
right,
is in the
Boxing Hacker.
pudding.
That ain't
The
got
proof
shit
is
to
in
do.
the pudding. And
So,
when it comes
okay,
to this
let me
whole thing, yeah,
Boxing Hacker. So trying
yeah.
to fight Shakur Stevenson from 135 pounds and bring him up is looking to fight the best fight.
So for
No,
the whole,
yes or no, bro? Because you was
so
up here
Y'all
throwing in
gotta
the
stop
stop
I
Roach.
entertaining
personally
this
don't like the
nonsense,
fight.
man. Y'all
I
gotta stop
personally don't like
entertaining
that
this
fight, right?
nonsense.
Because he's already left the weight class, so it doesn't
Oh,
really
okay.
make sense right
This
now.
shit get
But
out of order. This
like, he
shit
went
get
to
out of
147. He's calling out the two best people, the two known best people in the division. So I
He
gotta
ain't
give, and he's
called
fighting
for
the
nobody
second
to
best.
see that shit, bro.
I mean, theoretically,
Okay,
he's fighting.
Boxing Hacker, you right. You right. Devin the
And
best. Okay, can I ask
so,
Dub what I was going to say?
hold on one second. Hold on one second. When it comes to this whole taking the knee versus what happened last weekend, keep in mind, and Dub called this out, the referee actually made a decision. He made a decision and then he changed his mind.
Shut up, bro. Nobody care about your opinion, man.
Yeah,
Shut
he
up.
made a decision. He counted before
Shut up,
and
nigga.
changed his mind. Versus Shakur's leg giving out and getting hit. You can say he could have said that was a knockdown, maybe, yes, to his discretion, right? He could have, but he didn't rule that. However, he made a ruling in Tank's
We don't
decision
need no
and
fucking
changed his mind, which is
explanation,
a
bro. We know
bigger,
what the fuck we
which
looking
puts
at.
things in a bigger question, So it's
All right, go
when we
ahead,
keep
Dean.
it in context.
Well, what I was going to say is, first of all, everybody watch football, and I see Dub watches football a lot too as well. And yeah, the referee gets discretion on a bunch of different things. Every call is not equal. That's not the argument. If this happened, didn't take a knee, so I saw a knee, but that doesn't matter. The point is, did X happen, and should X had been called? And if it wasn't called, can we get mad if the referee has discretion in that situation? Because I heard Dub sit up there and say, well, I ain't see a knee. Well, can I ask you something then, Dub? When Alexander Usyk hit Tyson Fury with a left hand from hell, and he flopped when he flopped on the ropes the first time, then bounced to the second time. They didn't call it a knockdown the second time. They didn't call it a knockdown until he bounced around the ropes two more times. Now, I need to ask you, Dub, they didn't call it on the second bounce on the rope, which should have been a knockdown. Now, because the ref didn't call that there, do you think in the rule books that when he flopped the second time on the rope, it shouldn't have been a knockdown?
Which fight you talking about?
Usyk and Tyson Fury. You know, when he was flopping around the ring 4 times before they called the knockdown.
I didn't. Me personally, just being honest with you, I didn't see it as far as I didn't think it was a knockdown.
Oh my God.
Well, I didn't think it was a knockdown. I did
Hey,
think.
everybody entitled to their own opinion.
The
Go ahead.
Well,
This
hold
is
on.
what's wrong with these niggas, man.
Well, I can't even answer the damn question because Cash want to talk. I can answer I'm grown. I can answer my own questions. I didn't think that was a knockdown. You know what I'm saying? I
I
did
said,
think
should it
that
had been?
in my
When he got
opinion,
when Usyk
hold
hitting, Dub. Hold on,
answer.
I want to
No,
put
no,
it in your
answer.
mind.
I can't
Hold
even
on, I
answer
want to
that.
put it in your
Can I?
mind because you're confused on what I'm
You don't have
asking.
to. You don't
You're
even have to
confused
answer.
on what I'm asking you. When Usyk hit him and he fell against the ropes, and then he fell again against the ropes. He bounced 2 more times after that. But when he fell against the ropes the second time, should that have been called the knockdown, Dub, in boxing? It's what I'm
No,
asking.
it's to ref's
I'm
discretion.
not asking you, Boxing Hacker. I'm asking Dub.
It's always the same thing. It's not
I'm not
automatically a
asking you, Boxing
knockout.
Hacker. I'm asking Dub right side.
Can I just answer the question?
Go ahead, Dub.
In my opinion, yes, that should have been called a knockdown.
Right. And the reason why I asked you that, now the ref, you didn't see the ref call it a knockdown, but you just said that it should have been called the knockdown. That's what we're saying about what happened with Shakur Stevenson. Thank you very much.
But the reason I
It's
disagree.
automatically a knockdown because
Hold on,
you
man.
get against the rope.
But goddamn, bro, you ain't gotta talk
Hey,
all
y'all
the
let
time.
Dub talk, bro. Come
You
on.
ain't gotta
Go ahead,
talk
go ahead,
all the
Dub.
time, bro. The reason, Dean, I would in this situation, I think I didn't see when I went back and watched it. I didn't watch this probably 7 times now because after Cash called my ass, I had to go back and watch it a couple times. What I seen was I thought that he slipped. I thought there was a right foot slip, but at the same time, I didn't think that it was anything to be considered a knockdown.
I
didn't think.
agree. I agree, Dub. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay,
I
go
agree
ahead.
with that
What
part.
What are you asking?
He slipped. That's because that's us viewing it. I ain't talking about our feelings about it. I'm talking about what should have happened. In the rule books, it doesn't matter if you slip. If you get hit with a punch while you're willingly against the ropes, and then you get hit with a clean punch, and you slip, whatever happens, and the only reason you standing right side up is because the ropes is there, and the rules, it should be called the knockdown.
That's not what the rule says.
That is what the rule
Wait a
says.
minute.
Nah, we
He's
about
not
to
talking to
switch
you,
rules.
Hacker. He's not talking
I
to
can't
you.
even have a conversation with my men. Like,
He not
Y'all,
asking you the question.
y'all go ahead and land the plane because I want to switch. I want to change gears real quick. Go ahead.
Well, and Dean,
yeah.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you saying that. All I'm saying is when I went back and watched it, the way I looked at it, I didn't think it was a knockdown. When he got hit by Ugas, Cash brought it up to me, and I told her, I said, man, I thought that was a knockdown when EJ hit the ropes the way he did. I thought that was a little different scenario, but at the same time, in that situation, I didn't think it was a knockdown. If y'all thought it was a knockdown, that's fine. I have no
I'm
problem.
not talking about what I think. I'm talking about the rules. Should it have been called a knockdown?
Hold on. That's fine. Whatever you think. I ain't got no problem with it. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the way I looked at it, you asked me my opinion on it, and I didn't think it was a knockdown. If you think it was a knockdown, that's fine.
Me either, Dub. I'm asking in the rules, should it have been is what I'm asking you.
I do not believe so.
Okay.
And you see this and let me point this out. That was a good exchange y'all just had. And you see how subjective that is? Imagine being a referee in the ring.
It's tough.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's tough.
It ain't really
Go
that
ahead, Big
subjective.
Supreme. Go ahead, Big Supreme. Get your 2 cents off.
So just addressing the knockdown situation. In the ABC manual for referees, like you say, like you got to use your discretion. Mm-hmm. So basically, any boxer that hits the ropes is considered a knockdown. This is an ABC manual. I'm gonna put it in the private chat because I'm reading right now as y'all were talking. So yes, that is at the referee's discretion to call it, but it's in the rule books that if you hit the ropes from a punch, it's considered a knockdown. Just to add that.
Thank you, Big Supreme. I appreciate you, my guy.
Wait, put that in the private chat. Let's read that.
They told me I was lying, Big Supreme.
I don't think that's what that says.
Real quick. I never said you were lying. I never said.
No, I ain't talking about you, Dub. I'm talking about Boxing Hacker.
No, but just speaking for myself. Just speaking for myself. I got to speak for real quick. All I'm saying is when I watched it, and I went back and watched this multiple times, I didn't think that him getting hit with that shot I didn't think that he was held up. Hey, yeah, he was already on the ropes. That's the first thing. The second thing is that he recovered accordingly. So
Exactly. Exactly.
I didn't think it was anything outside the norm as far as fighting goes. And if I was refereeing, and like I told my brother, hey, I'm trying to get my referee license right now. Respectfully.
The
Ropes kept him from
I
getting
want
the
to.
round,
King
bro.
Dean read the
Hold on.
rules, and one important thing.
Hold on. If I was in that ring at that time, I wouldn't have called it a knockdown. I wouldn't have.
You don't need to be a ref.
So Dean read the rules.
Maybe I
That's not
don't.
that's
Hey,
not how those
like I
rules
always
work.
tell
Hey,
y'all. Like
hey,
I
I got a
always tell
question.
y'all.
That's not how
I
those
Maybe
got a
I
rules
don't
question
know
work.
for
shit
Mr.
about
Greg.
boxing.
Y'all
Most
I got
misreading
a
the
most of
question.
y'all,
rules.
I got a
most of
You
question
y'all,
for
really
Mr.
don't.
I got a
See
question
how
for
the
Mr.
rules
Greg.
work?
Hold on, let two
Misreading.
cent go, y'all.
But
I got a question for Mr. Greg. And that's the thing with boxing and rules, like it just is what it is. And nobody is saying we're not on here like how y'all was acting. Oh, it should have been a knockdown.
Yeah,
They
I'm
should have
saying that.
won. Let's call the commission and overturn the fight. We're just being petty, basically. Um, Mr. Greg, I got a question.
Mhm.
What is rope-a-dope?
That was actually something that was created by Ali, if you remember that fight. That was never some boxing technique that's taught in the gym. Ali came up with that to tire out George Foreman. How George threw his punches, he knew George was heavy handed and George was very strong. So he came up with a way of using the ropes that kept him from when George would hit him. Ali wasn't going to really fall, and he leaned all the way back on the ropes. That's how George got wore out. But
So
that's
that means how tall was Ali?
I think Ali was 6'3", something like that.
6'3", 6'4".
So you need to be tall enough to
Yep,
lean back
because you got to
on the
lean all the
rope.
way back.
So
Yes.
Shakur Stevenson ain't tall enough to rope a dope, right?
No, he did rope
No,
a dope.
hell
Rope a
no.
dope is a technique. So
Be
it's when
quiet,
you lean back on
Boxing
the
Hacker.
rope.
I'm not talking to you, bro. God damn. You
He
like
did rope a dope
Boxing
though.
Hacker,
He
you got in
did.
trouble in school a lot, didn't you, Boxing Hacker?
No, but
You got in
no,
trouble in school a
he did
lot.
rope a dope. It's not about height.
I'm talking to Mr. Greg. He's telling me
Okay,
about the rope. He was there.
he was
So
there.
Mr. King was there.
Oh my God, that's not
I was
how.
just old enough to see it. But that was something Ali that was something he invented, just like the shuffle. That
Yeah,
but you
wasn't
gotta be
something you
tall enough to be able to lean back
to
on
be
the rope.
it's
effective.
not height. It's not height thing. Two
To
cent.
yes, it is. Yes,
God
it is
damn it,
because
Boxing Hacker. I'm not talking to you.
you have to be able to just seeing how Ali was doing it, how tall he was, and George is tall too. You have to be able to lean back and still keep a semblance of balance. The shorter you are, the harder it is going. You're going to be able to do that because you don't even have that kind of weight, first of all, to be able to lean back as Ali did and still be balanced enough to make George wear itself out. When you small like Shakur was trying to use a rope a dope, you really are hampering yourself because you don't have enough room and you're not tall enough, not heavy enough to lean back where somebody like Cepeda who throws a lot of punches, which would have been great if they were taller for Shakur to do, but he wasn't. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. You have to be able to use the ropes. He was using the ropes. He was using the balance of the rope, and he was making George momentum when he was throwing those heavy, strong punches. He was wearing them out. So when he thought when he
Uncle
saw it
Greg,
was yes,
Uncle Greg, real quick,
yeah.
let me ask you, and I say this. Did you think that was a that should have been counted as a knockdown?
Man, we
And
passed that.
hold on, no, well, you got hold on,
This
two
ain't your
seconds.
show, nigga.
All right, well, never mind. I can't ask my
Go,
question.
no, go ahead. Go
That's fine.
ahead.
That's
Go ahead,
fine. No,
Mr.
that's
Greg.
fine. No, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
No, he can answer. Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
Okay, you talking about which one? You talking about Shakur or you talking about something else?
Let me see if I can find a clip. Let me see if I can find a clip.
When
I'm trying to
Shakur got
figure out
hit
what
by Cepeda, when Shakur got hit by Cepeda in the third
Somebody
round,
put a clip in the chat.
do you think that should have been counted as a knockdown, Uncle
when
Greg?
he fell into the ropes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I thought if the ref was going to call it a knockdown, this should have been called a knockdown. Personally, I thought Shakur would have gotten knocked down if the ropes weren't there.
Okay.
Exactly.
I ain't got no problem with it.
I
You
don't know
better
what
not.
I don't think it would have been one of those devastating punches where he couldn't get back up. But I do think that's the case. But we arguing about, I think the different arguments about what it should have been, what should have been. it's moot because it's going to always be to the ref's discretion. And once the ref makes a decision, even if it's a bad decision, which sometimes happen, that's too bad. That's the decision that stands.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Okay, so hold on. Let's clear this up.
You wanna
Let's
say
clear this
that.
up. Let's clear this up. Shakur Stevenson was not doing no damn rope-a-dope. So let's stop that.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he
God.
wasn't doing
Stop
rope
that.
dope.
Because once again, y'all are taking a narrative from another fighter and trying to put that on Shakur Stevenson. Please let that man have his own identity. That he was not doing no damn rope-a-dope.
He
He's
did
not
do
doing
rope-a-dope.
No.
He did that
I'm
in the gym with
not
Fight.
taking anything from nobody. I was just asking a question.
Hold on, Dub. Let me just
Man,
talk.
he was doing a
Rope-a-dope
rope.
is not a height thing. It's not about being
Look,
tall or nothing. It's
look
just
at all the
somebody leaning
Shakur
on the
Johnson
rope.
bump.
Boxer Hacker, how the fuck would you know? You never boxed, bro.
He
Yo,
just
it's literally
explained it to
it's
you,
literally
Boxer
somebody leaning on the ropes and letting the opponent punch himself
Bro,
out.
shut
That's
the
all
fuck
rope-a-dope
up,
is.
nigga. We don't need your
Any
definition of
fighter
rope a
can lean
dope,
on a
bro.
rope. You don't have to be
We
6
don't
foot
need your
tall to lean
definition,
on a
bro.
How
We
rope.
would
know
you
what it
know,
is.
nigga, if you never boxed?
Oh my God. Go to a boxing ring, lean on it, see if you can lean
Boxer
on it.
Hacker. Did you just hear Mr. Boxer Hacker?
It's not correct. It's not a height
Boxer
Throw
thing.
this
Hacker,
nigga in
you
the
were.
back,
Oh
man,
my
for 5
God.
minutes.
It's
No,
not.
Boxer, you just say it's not
wait a minute.
correct, bro.
We
How
can
did
give.
what height? Okay,
Hold on,
what height do you have
Hacker.
to be
Hold
to do
on, hold on,
rope-a-dope?
No,
hold on,
did you
hold on.
just
That is
say
so
We
that?
can,
short.
wait a minute,
What height do you
y'all.
have to
Wait a
be?
minute,
Please tell me.
wait a minute. We can get an OG and shout out to Mr. Greg. He gave his personal opinion.
Yeah, that's an opinion.
We can give him
Nah, this ain't
respect.
no opinion,
No,
man.
no,
This
no.
is
Wait.
this is
Okay, even if you want to say it in an opinion, we can give that brother respect for what he just said. I don't think it's nothing to be argued. I think we all have our own personal opinions about it. But
This is
Boxing
Okay,
not
Hacker,
a
how
so
much
no.
Bill
Let me
Haney
say this.
paying you,
Time out.
Boxing Hacker?
no,
Let me say
rope-a-dope
this.
is
Let
not.
me say this.
I'm just
Let me
saying
say
it's
this,
not a height
right?
thing. You all
Listen, you
see the
can
fight.
have
That's
listen,
not how
you
that
can
works.
have your own opinion, right? But it's ignorant. I'm not calling you ignorant, Boxing Hacker. Like you can have your own opinion, but it's ignorant when you hear a fact and
It's
then
not
you
a fact.
like, no, it's not.
It's not a
Listen,
fact.
a
It's not
rope
true.
dope. Be quiet. Listen, bruh. A rope dope is when you're able to lean back on
Yes.
the ropes,
Over
Yes.
the
lean
ropes.
back
Over the
over the
ropes, 2
ropes,
cents.
lean back. Oh, that means you're tall enough to lay back on them and push them back and
Oh my
lean back.
God.
That is rope a dope.
It's
Not
just you
he
leaning
wasn't
on
even
the
leaning
rope.
on the ropes. He was just standing on the ropes, looking scared,
He was leaning
and
on it. He was
anticipating
looking
shots
scared.
coming. It's not a rope a dope, bro. He's not even tall enough to do it. I don't
There's no such
understand
thing
this.
as a height.
Y'all want to
What's the height differential? What
created. This nigga don't know
Hacker.
how to be
He was
quiet, bro,
against
and
the
let
ropes. He
people
wasn't
talk.
leaning on the ropes. He was against the ropes. It's a big difference.
It
I
is.
That's
want to know. I
what I'm
want to
saying.
know who
y'all should just Google it, man.
claims,
I don't know. Just
who
Google
claims,
it. Look for
who
the height
claims to
for
go
rope
with on a rope,
Let's see
rope
if it
dope.
comes up.
I want to Google my fist across your eye sometimes. That's what I want
Yeah,
to do,
because
man.
nobody wants to Google it.
I
Real, his
I
like, what
just
are we
gotta say
talking
this. I
about?
just gotta say this. Boxing Hacker, respectfully,
Oh my
and
God, here you go.
Cash should tell you. I didn't think that was a knockdown, right? But when you start making your arguments, man, you so far out of order. I feel like I'm out of order.
Then
Bro,
prove me wrong. Just
God
Google it.
damn,
Like
man.
you guys are on the
God
internet.
damn.
Just Google it. And rope
God
dope is not a height
damn.
thing. It's
All
just
right.
somebody leaning on the rope. It's not
Y'all,
about
hey,
being
hey,
tall.
So,
y'all
You
do
so,
y'all
so,
thing.
guys are
Hey,
you guys are
I'm
scared
in
of
the
someone
background, man. I'm in the
doesn't
background.
this
Hey,
nigga
2
saying
cents. Can I
Google
say
it.
something?
Nah,
2
this
cents.
nigga just be
That
saying
No,
shit
just
anything.
Google it. If
out
I'm
of
lying,
order.
okay, if I'm
Can I
lying,
can I can
Go
I ask
ahead.
can I
Can I
ask the
say
I
question?
something?
just
Can
say
I ask
that
the
the height
question?
limit for a rope dope.
Go
I
ahead.
want
Go
to
ahead.
ask a
Boxing
question.
Hacker, can I ask you a question, Boxing Hacker?
Don't
And
do it.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, Dean, don't do it. Don't do it.
What?
No, I'm
Don't do it.
dead serious. I'm tired of this.
No,
I'm
don't
dead
do it.
serious.
Don't
Uh,
do
Nope,
it.
I'm
Don't
dead
do it.
serious. Boxing Hacker, how much
Man,
Bill
I'm going
Haney
to
paying you,
disrespect.
bro?
Yeah.
I don't get. It's not about being paid. It's
Boxing
just
Hacker, bro, you
I'm telling
already
the truth
busted out.
though.
We
I'm not
know. We
lying.
know, Boxing Hacker.
People who watch boxing know this. Rope dope just leaning on the ropes.
Mr.
Boxing
Gray.
Hacker, how
Like
much is
leaning
Bill
over the
Haney
ropes.
paying
What are
you?
you talking
Why
about?
every time I ask you this question,
The
you
premise
just
of
skip
rope
over?
dope
We
is to
know
let the
already.
opponent punch out on you. That's it.
Mr. Gray, real quick.
That is
That's not
literally
Okay,
rope
rope
Boxing
dope.
dope,
Hacker,
man.
y'all see that? Y'all see?
Let
I
me
don't
ask
get
Gray real quick.
paid. Dude, I
Mr.
don't get
Gray,
paid for nothing.
Yes,
I'm
I
just
hear
telling
you.
the truth.
can you
If you don't
explain
believe
that
me, Google
how
it.
tall enough to where he's leaning back and his
What's the
body is
height?
literally
What's
Man,
the
he
height
over
already
the rope?
explained
That.
that. We don't need to
I
hear it
got
again.
you.
He
I'm not having an
explained that.
argument.
He's not
It's
going
not.
to listen. You have to be able to lean ring all the
What
way
you're saying
back.
is not correct.
Out over the ring. You got it. Have you ever seen a fight when you hear the corner telling their fighter to get off the rope?
Get off the ropes, up. Like
Yeah.
Frank Martin.
Because
Yeah.
they're
Muhammad Ali.
against
Yeah.
the ropes. They're not leaning outside. They're almost outside of the ring, boxing hacker. That's where the rope-a-dope is effective, but you have to be tall enough to do it.
When you say
Thank you.
effectiveness, right? You're talking about the opponent punching himself out.
Listen, the person that did it is
That's
short,
what makes
bro.
it's
Shakur's
to
short.
make
That's
your
it.
opponent run out of stamina, right? That's what makes it effective.
Yo, bro,
Like this
That's
man.
what
Hold on,
that's
y'all.
what
Let me
Ali did
hold
to
on. Let me make this
Foreman.
announcement because it's a ton. Listen, it's a ton of people trying to click this link. If you cannot
they
get
want to run their
in,
jibs.
be sure to call in the show 281-845-2103. A spot just open. Oh, they didn't pop back up. Listen, if you can't get on the panel, you can call in the show. Hot show tonight. I definitely want to hear your 2 cents. 2 cents after dark. We on and popping. Boxing hacker on here trying to argue with Mr. Greg and tell him what rope-a-dope is when Mr. Greg seen it when it first happened. Man, literally watched the fight and the
Hey,
flesh and
that's
blood. He was
diabolical,
there.
man.
He seen how it was implemented. He seen how it worked. He telling you how it
Oh,
worked. And boxing hacker steady sitting up here
it's not
talking this dumb
correct.
shit, man.
It's not
Boxing
correct.
hacker. He's not tall enough to rope-a-dope. Just
James
deal with
Jones.
it, bro.
No, rope-a-dope is just a technique to make your opponent tired. It's
Oh
not
my God.
nickname.
All right,
If
bro.
I'm
The 2
wrong,
cents. Let
okay,
me
First
get
of
guys.
all,
this.
it's not when
Just
you
like
tired. You don't got to
not
implement the
wait,
rope a dope when you
yeah.
tired.
If
You
I'm
just
wrong,
lied right there.
Google it
This is what I
and
be
find
talking
the
about,
hypeness
dog.
for rope-a-dope.
You
That's
started
all I
off
gotta
your
say.
sentence with a
It
lie.
doesn't make
Stop.
sense. What you saying doesn't
Ali.
make
Hold on. Let me
rope-a-dope
say
is
this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Ali started
Ali
the rope a dope. I'm
invented
sorry.
the
Go
rope
ahead.
a
I'm
dope.
sorry, 2 cents.
He invented the rope a dope, right? What did Ali do? He was tall enough to lean back, lay on the ropes, and have somebody
Yeah.
punch himself out. Shakur
That,
Stevenson,
it's,
he can't even do that. If he was to lean back on the ropes,
yeah,
that would
what
be
happened?
it would be dumb for him to do.
What would be the
So with
difference?
the fact that he wasn't even leaning on the ropes off the rip, lets you know it wasn't no doggone
What,
rope a dope. He was
what's
not, it was, he wasn't even leaning on the ropes. He was standing against the rope,
wait.
shoulder rolling.
You
He
got you
wasn't,
guys are
he
you
ain't
guys are
no wait,
absolutely
nigga, this is
incorrect.
my show. You wait. He wasn't even leaning on the ropes. He wasn't even leaning on the ropes. He wasn't laying back on the ropes. He was not doing that. Y'all are so pressed to try to make everybody feel like Shakur Stevenson is so great that y'all just be saying shit that don't even make sense. Y'all just wanted to,
True that.
he doing the rope a dope like Ali. Oh, he doing this like Mayweather. Stop
He was
doing that. Just let that man have his own identity. He wasn't doing no rope a dope. He ain't got no shoulder
he
roll
definitely
like
did.
Floyd Mayweather. Cut it out.
Hey, 2
Cut
cents.
it
Let
out.
me,
Wait,
let me
wait,
say
Too
this.
wait.
rich.
Get
Too
him.
rich. Hold on. We got two new people on the
Get him,
panel. Too rich. What
sense.
you got for
Get
the
him.
show?
What's
Yeah,
going on, sense?
hey, I'm listening to the convo, and I'm gonna say this. Yeah, Ali did the rope a dope, but if he leaning on the ropes, then the ropes holding him up. By definition, that should be a knockdown, I guess, according to y'all. But I'm gonna say this: if you think Shakur Stevenson that was a knockdown, right? It sounds good, and I get that. But I'm also bring up Isaac Cruz versus Tank Davis
hey,
when
this
when
nigga every
Isaac Cruz
single
hit Tank
time.
Davis and Tank Davis hit the ropes. The
This nigga
announcers went crazy.
Oh,
They thought
here we
Tank
go.
Davis
is
was hurt.
obsessed with
Can I
Tank,
Here
bro.
we
finish? Can
go.
I finish? Can I finish? Let me finish. It don't
Every
hurt.
conversation this
No,
man started
it's
is always
non-invasive
Let me finish,
surgery. No,
Trey.
it's
Let me finish, Trey.
non-invasive. It's non-invasive. It ain't gonna hurt. When the announcers went crazy, everybody thought Tank was hurt because he hit the ropes, but they did not call it a knockdown. So I
They should
think
have.
when they, but I'm saying I'm just giving you. I don't do a
They
lot of
should have.
opinions, but
So what's
this
the
is
point?
one. I think you have to be uh, visibly hurt
No, that's not in the
for
rules. You don't have to be
for the
visibly hurt.
rope to be called a
Let me
knockdown.
finish.
I'm saying as far as how the referees call it, because we
Yeah,
seen
because it's
plenty
at their
instances
discretion.
where they don't call that a knockdown. So I'm
two
just
cents.
saying that happens on both ends. So if you're gonna argue one, you gotta argue both
We
of them.
already know
Two
that. That's
cents.
what we was arguing over.
Two
Do the
Hold
cents.
rest
on,
of
time
referee have
out.
discretion? We know that
Time out.
already.
This is what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna argue none of that because that fight was a long time ago. We're talking about the fight that happened right now. We're not gonna go dig up fights and all this stupid shit people be doing.
Oh
Listen,
no, we digging up fights.
That's
We
right.
digging them up.
Can
You
I
can't
ask a
just
question?
do it
Decide
one
and
way.
go
We
ahead
digging them
and
up.
Let me
put
get this up.
Tank to
time
it.
out, time out, time out,
2
time out.
cents. Let me get this.
Listen, I don't know why this is such a big deal with y'all, but when Tank Davis got hit in the Cruz fight, he was like ducking a shot. So you can't even tell if he didn't fall into no ropes. He didn't fall into no ropes. He was ducking. He didn't fall into ropes. But that's besides the point. The point is some people think it was a knockdown. Like I don't understand what the big deal is about this, y'all. Some people thought it was a knockdown because he got
Oh, he jumped off the
knocked
panel.
into the
Two
ropes.
cents.
Foul punch.
Hey, 2 cents. Let
I
me
don't
get
get
this.
what's the argument though.
The argument is,
Then
Big
that's my
Supreme,
now.
that we was arguing over, do the referee have discretion? Because people want to sit up there and talk about when, the referee, they was mad about the referee having the discretion, Big Supreme, with Gervonta Davis. But when it's okay for the referee to have discretion with Shakur and not call it a knockdown, even though technically with the rules, it could have been called a knockdown. That's what the whole argument was over. They was mad that the referee used his discretion with Gervonta Davis, but they want to tell us now, well, the referee used the discretion to not call it a knockdown with Shakur. And that was our point back then when all of this stuff got started in the first place, bro.
Well, the referee
Yeah, I
uses
agree because
discretion and
I
changes his
said
mind,
you
though.
said something in
Not
the
to say the whole
Discord.
thing.
Boxing
The
Hacker,
hack,
can you let
The
Big
the
referee
Supreme
uses
go? He asked
the referee
me. He was
uses.
just,
hack
I
is
didn't
crazy,
even hear
bro.
Understand
what he
context.
responded and said.
I just said,
Big
Supreme.
Supreme,
Let
can
the
you
The
referee
hack,
respond what
change
you was gonna say,
his mind.
bro?
this nigga is crazy. But anyways, so 2 cents.
Fuck.
This nigga
That
is
nigga
crazy. So
nuts.
I'm
look, so
just
two
saying,
cents. I
man.
said you sent in the
You say
Discord,
the
and this
whole
nigga
thing.
still
Don't say half
talking,
Boxing
of
bro.
it.
Hacker, can
Shut
you let
up,
Big
bro.
Supreme go, bro, please?
So anyway, 2 cents. I sent you in the Discord. The ABC rules regarding referee discretion. So
Yeah,
like I said,
I
right?
can't put it
The
up here 'cause
ropes.
the
If
panel.
the ropes hold you up after a punch, is considered a knockdown. Now, Tank taking a voluntary knee and the ref not calling it is two different things, in my opinion, because the punch did land on Shakur and he did fall on the ropes. So it's like either way, that was supposed to be considered a knockdown. You understand what I'm saying? So
Big
that's my
Supreme.
argument with that.
Big Supreme, you don't talk about the
I agree,
awareness.
Big
You
Look,
Supreme.
skip
hold
that
on,
part,
hold on. Let
right?
me show y'all
What you
this.
said?
Let
What
me
you
show
said,
y'all
Teach?
this.
You
The ref
skip
made
the
a
part where
decision,
it
though.
talked about the awareness, right?
The ref made a decision on that, on what happened
What
with
part
Tank
I
and
skipped?
changed his mind.
The part
Boxing
where
That's the
Hacker,
difference.
bro.
the part where it talked about awareness, because
Bro.
Deem read it to us, on his live stream.
Oh, okay.
All right,
I
time
wasn't
out.
there.
Do y'all see this picture right here? Do
Yeah,
y'all
we
see this
see.
picture
Yeah,
right
we
here?
see it. 2 Cent.
Yeah.
Is he not falling into the rope? Or he doing a rope a dope boxing hacker? That's what he doing
He's
right here?
falling into the ropes. 2 Cents.
It's
If the
just
Yeah.
ropes is not
Davis
there,
is
2 Cent, he fall out the ring.
Yeah, they
y'all,
Hey,
did.
I posted a
Bernard
link
Hopkins.
to Tank getting knocked into the ropes in the chat. I
But
What the
posted
but
the
fuck
here's
link.
do
here's
Tank
the
got to
difference,
Oh
do with
though.
the
boy.
Here's
conversation,
the
bro? What
difference.
the
Why?
fuck?
Here's the
What Tank
difference.
gotta do with this shit, man?
Like that ain't
Seriously.
got this
Whenever
nigga
y'all
got
want
a
to try to
fucking
make a
obsession with
point,
Tank,
y'all
bro.
go run and grab Tank and try to tie him to fucking Shakur.
Bro, that nigga,
Cut
Yeah, that
that
shit is crazy.
bullshit out, man.
And
bro,
Y'all
you
crazy
guys
with
have
that,
tried to
man.
pull
bro, since you
Southpaw
know, every
TV.
time a nigga use
Let's
an
not even do
example for
that.
something that got to do with Shakur, bro, this
Let's
nigga
do that
got
one.
a obsession with Tank,
hey,
bro.
2 Cent boxing after dark. Y'all make sure y'all punch
Two
that like
Cents
button
got
and
the
subscribe to the channel.
premium.
Hey,
Like,
check it
what
out.
the
Do y'all
fuck?
see Shakur Stevenson falling into these ropes in this
Yeah, he
picture right
falling
here?
into the ropes for sure.
Yeah, he falling into the
Yeah.
ropes for sure.
But it
He
doesn't
fell into
automatically
the
become
ropes and
a
he got
knockdown,
and he
guys.
went on and came back up.
Yeah, it doesn't automatically become a knockdown just because it
I'm
happens.
like, hey,
Hey,
that's what
nigga,
Like,
somebody
happened.
Boxing
get
That's what
Hacker,
hit.
if you
happened.
look
It's
like
at the
that
ref
after a
The
What the
ref
fuck is
punch,
didn't
wrong with
call
Hacker,
it.
bro?
That's it.
hey, 2 Cent, can I say this? Can I say this,
Nigga,
2 Cent?
Hacker
I'm
is
sorry.
crazy.
Hold on, y'all. Can I say
Hey,
this?
go ahead.
Keep
Go ahead.
that picture up there. If
yeah,
you get hit with a punch and
yeah,
you look like that, that is
yeah.
supposed to be considered a knockdown.
No, not necessarily.
In the
Depends.
rule, how you going to say no
You
to
can
the
read the
rules,
rules all
Boxing
over again.
Hacker?
That's not what so you guys are
What are
missing.
you? I
You
read
read
the
the rules, but
rules.
you're not
I
saying
read
what.
the
The rules,
rules,
All right,
You
read the
nigga.
can
rules.
just
The rules
Yeah, I ain't
are,
gonna
come
lie,
to the
Hacker,
two
you the
things
worst, bro.
because
let's just read the
this is
rules.
gonna
I think
take
you are
forever.
confused. You have to be leaning on
Boxing
the
Hacker,
rope.
they
Yo,
about
That's
to
the
put
first
Boxing
thing.
bounty
Hey,
Hacker.
on you.
yo,
Two Cents.
yo.
Whenever you ready, just show
You guys,
Hacker
$50
yeah, you
bounty.
guys,
Go
Let's read it. Let's
you
ahead.
read
guys
it.
kind of
Let's read
encourage
it.
it though. You guys kind of encourage it though. Like
No,
encourage what?
let's read
speaking
it.
back to boxing hacker.
Like, bro,
So
this is no
yeah,
teach.
I
No, the
gotta stop.
problem is, bro,
Nigga, fuck
people
Boxing
can't be
Hacker.
honest, bro.
It's
When
Yeah,
you
I
not.
gotta
look
stop
like
it.
that, teach, when you look like that after a punch, the only thing that's stopping Shakur Stevenson from being horizontal completely is the ropes.
All
It's,
right.
it's like I got eyes, bro. His daughter said it. Why are we arguing about
Yeah, his
something
daughter
baby
did say it. I ain't
girl
gonna lie.
said?
It
She
is true. His
saw
daughter
it.
did said it.
Y'all can read. All
Yeah,
right, where's the
Dean.
rules, guys? Let's just read
That
it.
But
shit was hilarious.
Let's just read the rules, guys.
Oh,
God
let me say this.
damn.
Let me say this.
She said
that,
he
Y'all,
almost knocked you out.
wow. We can read
Supreme, can
it.
you put that link in the private chat? Let me say this real quick,
Yeah,
right?
it definitely was a knockdown.
Shakur Stevenson getting I'm gonna be petty. Shakur Stevenson getting dropped by Pillow Fisted Zapata only confirms my suspicion that he don't got no chin, which is why he's
No.
so defensive and so cautious and why he doesn't like to get hit. He don't got no chin. And that's cool. Ain't no problem with that. But you just got dropped by you got wobbled by Zepeda, bro. People was clowning Tank because he got wobbled by Pitbull. Pitbull is a puncher.
Zepeda is 33 and 0.
Let me ask the panel a question.
He has 27 knockouts. What are we talking
Can I
about?
ask the panel a question?
Not to
Go
go
ahead,
against the
G.
2 cents, I do think Shakur got a
It has
chance.
27
Hold on.
knockouts.
Hold on, Big
Out of
Supreme. What you
33
say?
fights.
Hold on,
That's
Teach. Hold on,
95%
Teach.
knockout.
Go ahead, Big Supreme.
I do think Shakur got a chin, but I don't think he like body shots though.
I don't
I've
think he
never
got no
seen
chin.
somebody go to the body successfully with Shakur.
Nobody likes body
Zepeda
shots.
was.
Ain't nobody
Zepeda was
enjoy
killing
it.
his body.
Nobody like body shots, but we see Mexicans hit each other in the
He hit
body
him in that
1,000
right
times.
leg,
Nothing happened.
that right kidney, that liver punch. Well, excuse me, with the floating rib back. He hit him
And you
right
know
there
what?
one time.
I don't know how. How Shakur Stevenson took so many body shots in a shoulder roll. Because when you shoulder roll, you ain't square. They shouldn't be able to give you no body shots. You shouldn't be square like that. So he's standing square against the ropes in a shoulder roll, getting hit in the body and getting jabbed in the face. He don't need to do that. He does not need the shoulder roll.
According to him, he said he like fighting off the ropes.
Hey y'all, can I ask y'all to do something for me, y'all? Everybody, wherever you at, get in Shakur Stevenson position and try to stand up. And try not to fall. Since everybody's talking about you can't steal frames and all that, you can't screenshots, don't tell it all. So how about this, y'all? Get in that position, right? And try and have something push you first. And then try not to fall, okay?
No, that was for you,
And let me say this. Let me say this to
Please try.
Boxing Hacker, right? Boxing Hacker. Hold on. Let me say this. You cannot shoulder roll and rope a dope at the same time. And let me tell you why.
Yeah, you can.
Because when you're shoulder rolling, if you see Floyd in the shoulder roll, he never was square. He always had one foot in front of the other with his shoulder up front. There's no way I can rope a dope and shoulder roll. I'm doing either I'm on the ropes or I'm shoulder rolling. If my back is against the ropes and I'm not rolling. How am I rolling my shoulders if I'm square?
Rope-a-dope is not a positioning thing, though. It's not positioning.
Yes, it is, bro.
Rope-a-dope is not a positioning, guys.
Stop.
It's just leaning on the ropes.
Oh, no,
Rope-a-dope is literally leaning on the ropes. That's what it
because
is.
y'all
And then your
told
point
me
punch out.
he had a shoulder roll like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
No, the F
you
he
can
don't.
No, he
You
don't.
know shoulder roll like Floyd Mayweather. If you rope a doping, nigga, your
it's a
back,
silly
you
shell.
gotta be square to rope a dope. You can't be square and shoulder roll, bro.
And another thing,
the same thing.
to
Rope-a-dope is not position.
This
It's not
nigga
like
never
it's not like
boxed,
a
never been in the ring.
It's just lean on the ropes. Like lean on your chair.
bro, this
And
nigga
let somebody
hacking
attack you.
bro.
I want to know.
This guy's insufferable,
Let
man.
me say this.
Hacker,
I
I
want
want to quote Roger Mayweather. You don't know shit about boxing.
Bro,
he don't,
Google's
bro.
your friend, man.
I want to address my man
This
Dank,
nigga be
right?
up here Googling shit.
Google's your
I
friend.
want
Just
to
In the
address Dank.
mortal words of Roger Mayweather, you don't know shit about boxing.
Just type Robodope.
All right, so I seen Dank say that Zepeda pillow fisted.
You had somebody
I do
actually
believe
tell you
that
what it
Zepeda's
is.
pillow fisted, and I've been saying that for a while now. I'm not saying that he don't got power. I just feel like he's been fed a lot of suspect competition, in my opinion. Like I was saying
Two cent, I love you.
Oh yeah. And I was saying the last couple fights that Zepeda had, none of the fighters had above 10% knockout ratio. That's crazy.
Shoulder roll. Shakur was doing exactly that, the shoulder roll.
Yeah, it's a Philly
No,
What does it even matter? First of all,
that
what
was
does
his
it even matter?
imitation of a
Okay.
shoulder roll.
Okay, he did the shoulder roll. That's great.
Only Floyd.
So let me say
That's
this.
great.
Right?
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, let me say this though. But why are people getting bent out of shape? You know, the comparisons with Floyd to Shakur.
Let me stop.
It's not the supporter. It's not.
Let me stop you there. Ain't nobody
No.
nobody's getting bent out of shape. What we're telling y'all is for y'all to keep doing that, you're doing a disservice to Shakur because it only proves he doesn't have an identity as a fighter. Why y'all don't get that?
Listen to his things. When you say y'all, right, you're mainly speaking about Shakur supporters, the fans, right? But you can't be saying it's the fans though, because we aren't the ones who are making that comparison. You go on YouTube, you listen to commentators, you listen to the boxers that are doing interviews, you listen to the analysts. They are the ones that are making the comparisons, right? So why are you going after the supporters saying that y'all are saying that
That's cap.
you,
That's cap.
Because he in here saying it.
Because y'all are
you go,
saying it.
nah, I'm telling you, you go on YouTube, the boxers are saying that. The
We
boxers are
go at
saying
them too, Teach. What are you
Nigga,
talking
they said
about?
Broner
Listen,
was
Boxer
Mayweather
Hacker.
too.
Because whatever the
I
fuck
don't.
Shakur do
I don't
not look
care
like
who's
you guys
saying it.
see
Mayweather.
They said Broner was Mayweather 2.0. We see how that turned out.
you don't
Broner
see
was never Mayweather 2.0. He couldn't do the shoulder roll either.
I'm just saying that's what they said too, and we see how it panned out. So we gotta let these
Yep.
fighters' careers go through this whole thing, before we say that they like Floyd or they like whoever.
Okay, I
right,
can't make this shit
I'm
up.
about
So
I'm
hold
And he
about
on.
was
to
on boxing
yeah,
up like Floyd. He boxed like Terrence Crawford trying to do a shoulder
so
roll.
I'm about to hop
Hey, can
off.
y'all see? All
Yeah,
right, T.
I just want to say one thing though, man.
What's up?
Y'all gotta put a time limit on boxing hacker, man, because he's just taking over everything.
Damn, Hacker. I
Yeah,
thought
man.
Teach was your
People
man.
hate
Yeah.
his business. I'm
And,
not
and,
even
and,
saying
and
nothing.
hacker,
So
you know
let's
I rock
talk.
with you, but
Damn, Teach.
you
Niggas
know I
up
rock
here
with you,
talking to
hacker.
you.
I
And he
thought Teach
mad
was your
me.
Oh,
man,
you know I
What
Hacker.
rock with you, but we gotta put a
you
time limit.
mad down, man? You mad,
Damn,
Teach?
Hacker,
Hey,
you pissed
Boxer
off
Hacker, you
T.
not
I
letting
ain't even
Teach
talk
talk
to the
right
brother, man.
now.
You even pissed off your
Teach,
man.
you mad?
You not letting Teach talk right now, and he about to leave. Teach, can
That's
you finish,
crazy.
please?
Damn, Teach hopped off. You pissed
Nigga,
off
God
Teach.
T,
dang.
Boxer Hacker.
Damn, goddamn.
Hey,
You
I don't.
made Teach
Can y'all
mad like
see?
that?
Let me say this real quick. Can y'all see this little bitty picture right here of Floyd on the ropes with the
Yes,
shoulder
Yeah.
roll?
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, listen to me. I know a little bit about boxing. You cannot rope a dope and shoulder roll. Why can't you do both? Because if you're rope a doping with a shoulder roll, you're doing the shoulder roll the wrong way. Do you see Floyd's back against the ropes?
Nope.
No,
Do you see Floyd's back against the ropes? So we can cut that Floyd Mayweather shoulder roll shit out. He's nowhere near it. He's not even in the right position.
Rope wasn't in that position though. It's just a
Can
thing
I
that
say something
it's
else
only a
about
thing.
this?
It's not a position.
Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
Two things. There's only been three fighters that I can think of right off the top of my head who even do the shoulder roll well. That's Floyd, that's
Tony.
Bernard, and that's James Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the
Uh-huh.
three. Now
What
there
about
may
his
be
pops though?
others, but that's who I think off the top of my head who does it very, very well. For the
What
rope,
about Floyd Senior? He did
huh?
it well too. Floyd Senior.
No, I'm not saying they weren't the only ones, but those are ones I can think off at the top of my head that's very current, or that's current
I
stuff.
agree.
And for the rope a dope, once again, you're not trained in the gym to do the rope a dope. Ali came up with that as strategy to beat George Foreman. You have to be able to lean out far enough so the momentum and the velocity of your punches don't hurt as much because you got to punch further out. And that's what Ali was doing. That's how George kept going after him because he thought he had Ali against the ropes. Smaller guys, or shorter guys, I should say, who try to use the rope to fight off usually get in the corner because now you got the post that can actually hold you up better
Yeah,
than the ropes can.
facts.
So you have to understand why that was effective for Ali because you had two very tall men and one had to swing out further to hit the other. While the other knew what he was doing, the taller one, which was, well, I would say Foreman, didn't quite understand what Ali was doing to him. That's where strategy comes in as well. But that's not something you practice and you learn it. Coaches, trainers aren't teaching you that. That's
Facts.
something that Ali came up with. So there's no formula that everybody now goes into the gym, just like you learn your jab, your cross, et cetera, et cetera. They're not teaching you the rope a dope. So I mean, they're not doing that.
That's
So what
facts.
I was trying to say to Hacker was the reason why it was effective because he was tall enough to lean back far enough without really getting hurt and really getting touched. It looked like he was getting touched, but he wasn't really getting hurt because he was so far back that the velocity of the punches weren't really hurting him. That's why when he came off and caught George, you saw what happened to him. So
Can, can,
when
Uh-huh.
you think that Shakur was doing that, Shakur wasn't really doing the rope though. When he got hit, He was going in. When you usually get hit and you go into the ropes, it's not because you're standing against them. You got punched into the ropes usually.
No,
So
that's the truth. Like,
Can we Google it?
Hold
Can
on,
we just
Dean. Let me
Google
say
rope
this.
dope?
Let me say this real quick. Look at even Ryan Garcia is better positioning with his shoulder roll in this picture. You
It just
see
looks
him?
really
He not
sharp.
square. His back is not against the ropes. You
Can we
cannot
Google
rope
rope
a
dope?
dope and shoulder roll. Boxing hacker, I don't know what you not
Just Google
understanding,
rope
bro.
dope. Change
No, I'm not
Floyd
Googling
Mayweather
shit. I'm not Googling shit.
he
Y'all
ain't
know the
going
truth,
into it
man.
2 cent.
Y'all know the
Big
truth.
Dog
All right,
Willie, Big
all
Dog
right,
Willie,
Google
what you
that.
got for the show? What you
All
got, Big
right,
Dog Willie?
Google that, and I put in the chat. It says nothing about height.
It's not a hype
Um,
thing.
I don't
no,
care.
That
boxing
nigga's
hacker. Let
Yeah.
me finish. Can I finish, please?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
It had to say nothing about height, but that's besides the point. I want to say if Floyd was giving him hella props, Floyd called him up and Floyd posted it, and he said on his thing, Kobe Jordan. So he would call himself Jordan. He calling Shakur Kobe. That way
Who gives a
that's
fuck?
on his thing. Hold
I
on.
don't
Let me
care.
hold on. I know you don't care, but he cares and he knows more than you do. So so that way he put it on there. And I think what it is that like she said, it's not us saying that. It's a professional fighter saying that. And so when they said we gonna kind of catch on with it.
So do we
I
fight
didn't
like
I
a
didn't
pro?
say
I
I
ain't
didn't
know
say
BTF. Hold on. BTF, BF in the chat. What up, BF? I ain't know you was in the chat. Go ahead, Big Dog Willie.
so I'm just saying when the people, the experts, the people who've been boxing all their life, the Hall of Famers, the boxers, which we
Big
none of
dog
us
Willie, he
are.
only on Shakur dick because he beefing with Tank. Stop it, dog. Stop acting like you don't
Huh?
know why he's supporting the man. Can we stop acting dumb for a
Hold on,
second?
no,
He ain't spent a dollar on Shakur
wait,
Stevenson.
no, you're saying that.
Man, you
You're
dick.
saying that.
All
Hold
right,
on.
big dog
You're
Willie.
saying that.
Let me respond to you, Big Dog Willie, because I keep hearing a lot of people say, well, this person said this and this person said this. I don't care. They say stuff all the time. They say stuff about every fight. I don't care. I don't agree. You cannot rope a dope and shoulder roll,
Who
y'all.
said anything
So
about rope or
he was
doping?
doing. Hold on. Calm
Arguing
down.
before you came up here.
That's what we've been
No, I
talking
heard
about,
that. I heard the
right?
conversation, but he
Right.
wasn't rope or doping. Shakur wasn't rope or doping.
Well, tell Boxing Hacker that shit.
He was rolling
He
dope.
Well,
wasn't rope or
that's
doping.
what. Listen,
He
Big
was.
Dog
I mean,
Willie.
look at that.
They said he was Ali and Mayweather all at the same time. He was rope a doping
Who
and
said
shoulder
that?
rolling. And the
You
Boxing
Who
point
said
know
that
who
I'm
that?
said
trying to
it.
make
It
is
wasn't just me. A lot of people said
it
it. Yeah.
wasn't just boxing hacker. A lot of people been
Yeah,
saying that. That's
because
why
that's
I'm
what
bringing it
happened.
up
No, they compared
because
him more to Floyd. They said Floyd, not Muhammad Ali.
no, they threw Ali in there now. Big Dog Willie, where you
Yeah.
been?
You guys
They
didn't
didn't
watch
threw
Well,
boxing
Ali
I
in
don't
when
know
you
there.
were
who. I don't know
interested.
who. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know who said
Listen,
that. I don't
man.
know who said that, but that's not true. That's not no fact.
It's
I don't
Why
know
first
who
is
said
that?
that.
Why?
Well, the
personality.
rope dope, you have to be taught to be
They
effective.
use Mayweather. They use Mayweather
It's
and
both.
No,
Mayweather used him too. So that's where it came from.
And Mayweather, that's his little man, bro. He gonna support him.
Rope dope is
no,
not
he's
a
just
technique.
going
It's not
against
a
Tank.
technique, guy. It's
Yeah,
just
he just
leaning
going
on the
against
rope.
All of
Tank.
that
He
shit
Now
is
you got to
surrounded
do the
That's
same
by
all
thing.
it
It's literally
is.
leaning on the rope.
He
Let somebody
just
punch
going
you.
against Tank.
That's
No,
Every
it.
because
time he every time he get a
because he
chance,
also put out a
he try to
video.
go ahead
He
and
also put out a
box
video
him.
comparing the two. He put out a video. The one
Big
that
dog
the
Willie.
one that Batiste put in there. Hold on. The one that Batiste put in your he said he left your link. If you look at that link, it shows you what he did. He combined the two. Floyd himself combined the two and showed both screens of what Shakur did and what Floyd did in the past. He did
man.
that.
Big dog Willie. Floyd let Shakur use his Instagram to call Gervonta Davis out. What are we talking about? When he was naked with his chains on, he was on Floyd. Stop acting like we don't know
With
why
that
he's
damn Diddy
saying all
shit.
of this shit.
With
Well,
that
Like, come
Diddy
Carlos, if
shit.
you
on,
look,
man.
do you
I'm
want me
not
to
saying
find it?
now,
Do you
Big
want me
Dog
to
Willie.
find
No,
it?
Big
Do you
Dog
want me
Willie.
to find it?
No,
You
Big
want
Dog
me to
Willie.
find
I'm
it?
not saying
Yeah,
that
find
that
it, Big
that
Dog Willie, find it. So I can put in the proper
I'm
chat
not
so I can
saying
see.
Big Dog
Okay,
Willie that
okay.
that Floyd don't see comparisons to Shakur Stevenson. I'm not saying that it's wrong to support Shakur Stevenson or Floyd to think that Shakur Stevenson is the closest thing to him. He might be right about that, but let's not get confused on why he's supporting Shakur Stevenson right now. Let's not skip
Always, he
over
always
that.
supports. He always supports Shakur season. Just because he said in the post.
All right, big dog. All
he
right.
always
Hey,
has.
hold on. Hey, this comment funny as hell. He
Man.
say, "Yo, Fury was fucking circles like he was being flushed."
No, for
Yeah, Fury.
real.
Yeah, that was a bad example. That
And that wasn't a knockdown because
Yeah,
he was trying to recover.
Fury. Yeah, comparing Fury to that was bad business.
Let me
He a
ask y'all this too.
big piece of shit.
On this is the last thing I'm gonna ask about this rope-a-dope. With the
What up, Dr.
with-
Wayne?
This is the last thing I'm gonna ask about the rope-a-dope. With the exception of Ali being effective creating this, who else do y'all know? Because I can't think of anybody right now who want to fight using the rope-a-dope and who was effective even at using it.
Maybe
I seen James
Maybe
Tony. I
Tyson
forgot who
Fury.
he was fighting. I seen James Tony
Okay.
using the shoulder rope,
No,
using
not
the shoulder rope,
the rope-a-dope.
leaning back off the rope.
The
But
rope-a-dope.
nobody
The rope-a-dope.
haven't
No,
seen
we're talking
nobody
about
do the
the
rope-a-dope
rope-a-dope.
like Ali.
No,
Nobody
I'm
did
gonna
that
say
like
Joe
Nobody
Ali.
should be learning that either. Nobody should be learning that. Only Ali can do
No.
that.
But I'm just asking,
Only
who
Ali
have
can do it.
anybody seen do it? Because this is where hackers
as the recent only Fury.
Well,
argument.
I think what it is, some people go to, like Floyd used to go to the ropes and cover up, shell up, and let people punch himself out. But no, he wasn't in a rope-a-dope.
Was he in the corner?
Yes.
He was.
He was
with
on the
Floyd?
side of the
No,
rope.
yeah, he was in the
not all
corner.
way
He was in the corner.
Right.
He was in the
That's
corner. Yeah.
And that's the difference. The corners is different than when you up against the rope when you're in the center. Think
Facts.
about that. That's the
Oh
difference.
no.
I said that earlier. You can get
Floyd,
in the
no.
corner. You have guys back.
Shakur was in the corner too. When he was doing that, Shakur was in the corner too.
I don't recall him being in the corner. But
No, he was in the corner for a lot of shots. Yeah, he was in the corner. He was in the corner getting well on by Zepeda. A lot of those shots.
When I saw him almost get knocked out or knocked down, he
That was yeah. He even admit, he said he made a mistake there. But I don't know why is that a big issue. That's not a big
It's
issue.
a big issue,
he didn't
big
get
dog,
knocked
really,
out
because
he didn't lay on the ground.
Because now they treating Shakur like Lomachenko is treated, my guy. That's why it's the goddamn issue. Now that he's doing all of this, Loma to retire. So we need somebody to get praise from the heavens, and they done chose Shakur.
First of all, Shakur.
That's what it is, my guy.
Hold on. First of all, Shakur is not white, so he ain't gonna never get that. So you can just throw that down the story. So.
What the hell?
I agree there, big dog Willie. I agree there.
You know what I'm talking about?
Hold on. Time out. The nigga was rope-a-doping. LMAO, y'all tripping. So was he rope-a-doping the shoulder rolling, bro? You can't do both.
You cannot. You literally physically can't do both at the same time.
Rope-a-dope is not position. It's not technique.
Boxing hacker, you cannot.
Leaning on a rope. Rope-a-dope is leaning on a rope. The
boxing hacker, he wasn't rope-a-doping.
Can I explain this?
Your opponent's stamina.
Hacker.
That's the main point of the rope-a-dope.
Two cents.
You were advising me was a timeout.
I'd rather just move on because like Hacker gonna keep.
Hold on, y'all. When you are against the ropes, you physically, if you are leaning back in a rope-a-dope position, I'm 6'1". Hey, sir. Control yourself. Unlike you do when you on Pornhub, control yourself, okay? All right? Now, let me finish what I was saying. Thank you very much, okay?
The main point of rope-a-dope is to suspend
Boxer
your
actor,
opponent.
can I finish what I was saying? Because Two Cent got a great point. 2 Cent, when you are I'm 6'1", 2 Cent, so I'm tall enough to do the rope-a-dope. If I am leaning all the way back on the ropes, I physically won't be able to turn my body against the ropes because guess what, 2 Cent? If I do that, I'm southpaw, 2 Cent. So if I lean back against the ropes and I turn my body slightly left to where my right shoulder is facing the opponent, I'm literally outside of the ring with my whole right side of my face exposed right there. I literally would be almost turning my back on the opponent to where as though the referee would be coming and telling you, you cannot do that. You cannot lean all the way outside of the ropes, turn your body where you're sideways to the opponent, and you can't do all of that at one time. You're going to fall over the goddamn ropes. So, 2 Cent, when they trying to gaslight you into saying it's even a possibility of doing it, they don't know shit about boxing, like David said.
Wait, can I
No, just
respond?
boxing hacker.
No,
Boxing hacker. Don't say
respond.
boxing hacker. Don't
Picking up
say
the
that.
lost
Boxing
portion.
Rope-a-dope
hacker.
is
He
not
wasn't
a
rope doping.
position.
Don't say that. Boxing hacker. Hold on. I'm about to get
Wait,
off. I'm
can I
about to
just
get off real
respond real
quick. I'm
quick?
about to
I
get
just
off.
want
I
to
had to go back
respond
to work. But
because people
boxing
are
hacker,
confused.
don't say that. Don't say
No,
that, please. He
no,
wasn't
listen.
rope doping. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do it.
you say what you want to say. I'm gonna say what I want to say.
No,
Right?
no, no. But
I
you're
don't. Don't
wrong.
tell me what to say. Wait,
You're
I
not
ain't
even a
gonna do
real
that.
Shakur fan. You're a Devin fan trying to hate
You
on
have your own
Tank. Stop it.
mind state. Okay, you don't need to tell
Thank
me.
Then
you,
that's
Big
the
Dog Willie.
second
You say
Shakur
what you
fan.
want
But
to
I'm
say.
about to
I'm
get out of
gonna
here. You guys have a good night.
All right, big dog Willie,
All right,
peace
big
out,
dog.
peace
All
out.
right, Big Dog.
The main
Yo,
point
the
of
You
rubber
ain't
Shakur
doping
even
fans
is
don't
a
been.
want you,
position.
man.
It's not.
Okay, we moving on. We
We
moving
moving
on to
on,
the
bro. That's
next
it. Pack it
conversation.
up.
Paul Ponder
Of
NW
course.
says rumor was Tank and Jake were taking Jake. Tank and Jake were supposed to fight on last week's Taylor Serrano card. Can we please stop saying Tank and Jake Paul gonna fight, y'all?
This shit
Like,
crazy.
stop saying it. Like, I don't understand why y'all keep saying, bro.
They
Jake Paul called out Tank, uh, Anthony
Hello?
Joshua. Like, this nigga calling out people from lightweight all the way to heavyweight. Are y'all playing? Are y'all serious right now? Why do y'all think Jake Paul is finna fight any real active boxer? He's not. Nothing in his history has showed you that. Gervonta Tank Davis is 135 pounds, y'all. Even if they do fight, it's just a fake exhibition fight. Like, I don't understand why y'all keep wanting to run around with this narrative. He was supposed to fight Jake. He was supposed. Is he fighting Jake? This is the same stuff y'all do with trying. Is he fighting Jake? No. Have they announced a Jake fight? No. So why do y'all keep trying to say this to have a reason to criticize Tank? Oh, he was supposed to fight Jake. Then we gonna run with the criticism. That don't even make sense, y'all. If once they announce a Jake Paul fight, then y'all can go along with the criticism. Y'all can have it.
a
But
2 Cent.
we're not gonna accuse him of fighting Jake for months on end for no reason. I don't care what Jake talking about. He's a troll. He's trying to get likes, views, click, and engagement. And he knows him mentioning Tank gets him that. He knows him mentioning Canelo gets him that. He know damn well he's not about to fight Tank, Canelo, or Anthony Joshua. And if he is about to fight Anthony Joshua about to retire. But I can guarantee you, he fought a 65-year-old Mike Tyson. He fought this Chavez dude, and y'all think he about to just jump all of a sudden and fight Tank or AJ? And him fighting Tank makes absolutely no sense. What weight are they gonna fight at, y'all? And if it doesn't make sense, and if they do fight, it's just an exhibition. So to keep saying he gonna fight Jake Paul to try to shit on him in some form of fashion, it don't make sense. Y'all keep saying Tank was supposed to fight on last week's card. Oh, Tank was supposed to fight Jake before he fought Roach. Oh, Tank gonna skip the Roach rematch and fight Jake. Like, why do y'all keep doing that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it.
2
Stop.
Cent. They doing it, sis, because Gervonta Davis is the face of boxing. It don't move. Jake Paul's not interested in Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. Do y'all want to know why? Because of the point earlier I was trying to tell Boxing Hacker that he tried to tell me I was wrong on. That's the reason why. You got to throw rocks at the sun when you can't reach it. That's just how it is. All of this is based around, Gervonta Davis said this a couple weeks ago before he deactivated his Twitter. So he was like, oh, I'm about to leave and all of this stuff. And somebody quoted his tweet and said, well, leave, nigga. Boxing don't need you. And Tank said something, and this is how I know he knows it. Tank said, nigga, shut up. This boxing shit, this boxing shit boring without me. Can't even Devin, Shakur, I don't care if you hate Gervonta Davis. Look at Timothy Bradley. Timothy Bradley most viral moments come when he mentioned Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis is completely correct about this. Boxing is boring when he's not fighting. So much so, y'all, so much so that we have panels and arguments about fights that aren't even announced. We have panels and videos about when is Gervonta Davis fight going to be announced. You have never seen a Devin Haney video about when his fight's going to be announced, or if anybody even gives a fuck.
Dank Father, no, I don't watch Southpaw, but that thumbnail was the only picture that was showing Shakur Stevenson
He a hater,
falling
bro.
into the ropes. But that's what I'm saying. Like this, it's annoying. And then it's like every time you try to say something, take a maniacs, getting emotional, like all this projecting people doing. And this, let me say this too. We 2 cents after dark. We going in. I don't know why people feel like they can try to gaslight you because you a Tank fan, or they feel like they can insult you because you a Tank fan, or they like all of this shit because you a Tank fan. Like that shit crazy. Like that stuff is crazy. I don't understand why y'all doing that. Like I don't care if I'm a Tank fan. I have a mind of my own, and I don't base off everything I say in my opinions off a Tank. That's what y'all do. I don't do that. Me being a Tank fan ain't got nothing to do with my opinion of Shakur. It ain't got nothing to do with my opinion of Devin. It ain't got nothing to do with my opinion of Canelo. It ain't got nothing to do with my opinion of nothing else. My opinion is my opinion. I do not make it a habit to base my opinions off how I feel. And
But
that's what
Tuesday, can
y'all
I
do.
ask you this, sis? Why shouldn't you be a Tank fan?
No,
And the,
you
the
should be a
rest of
Tank
the
fan.
world is Tank fans, but we can't be Tank fans. Even people who don't like Tank, most of their most viral videos is talking about the man. So it's mighty funny how people claim that they don't like the man so much and you shouldn't be a fan of him, but they have panels and conversations and all of this stuff, and they even want to know when his fight going to be announced. Things are subjected to change. They even call venues to see if it's booked, if Gervonta Davis is fighting or not.
Yep.
So why shouldn't
Yep.
you be a Tank fan?
That
2
is true.
Cents. He
I know.
knocked people out. You a female. They don't want to talk about this part, 2 Cents. I wanted to bring this up earlier. Y'all can like it or not like it, but culturally, the females love Gervonta Davis. Do not leave that out about why a lot of males don't like the man. Please don't leave this part out because 2 Cents. Me personally, I'm a young OG. So even the young girls, they rock with me, 2 Cents. Okay, stay with me. They don't give a damn about boxing. Do you want to know what the girls at my jobs and workplaces they heard about? They know who Gervonta Davis is. But you want to know why they know about Gervonta Davis? You want to know one thing, 2 Cents, that females like about men? They like guys that they think are handsome with a lot of tattoos and can knock people out. He dangerous. It's the same reason why a lot of the young ladies gravitate towards NBA Youngboy, whether you like
And he
it or
light
not.
skinned. And
And he
Tank light
light
skinned.
skinned. So don't leave that part out, 2 Cents, that they want to ignore. So I ask you again, why shouldn't you be a Tank fan? What does Tank do besides them putting out false narratives that he beat women and then it comes out that that wasn't even true? Why shouldn't you be a Tank fan? They can't explain it. They favorite fighter want to fight him. Why do they favorite fighter want to fight him then?
Cause you that nigga.
And
That's
they be
right.
saying stuff like, hurt me so good.
Oh man.
Oh shit, man.
They do.
I mean, y'all got to be honest. I hear people saying they can't wait. Tank. First of all, Tank Davis is ruining the sport. They can't wait for him to get out of boxing. If Gervonta Tank Davis retires, I'm telling y'all gonna be bored, sick. It's. I mean, it's gonna be some decent fights to watch, but it'll never be the big event, that big moment, that big fight, that anticipation. Don't none of these other fighters really give you that. Like,
Nope.
I'm not gonna lie, there's a Peter Shakur fight. That's the first time I ever was like anticipating a fight from Shakur. Just waiting on, like, man, I can't wait to see this fight. I can't wait to see how he perform. I can't wait to see what happens. I finally felt like that about a Shakur Stevenson fight. Devin Haney, can't lie. I like watching Devin Haney fights. He put on pretty entertaining fights. I can't lie. You cannot sit up here and say
Yeah.
Devin Haney don't put on entertaining fights. I'm not gonna let y'all tell that lie on my panel because he does. He puts on entertaining fights. So that is the whole biggest thing that people wanted Shakur to do was put on an
Yeah,
entertaining
while
fight.
I'm
And I'm
trying to go
so
to
glad he
sleep,
did
2
that.
Cents.
Devin take more
You feel what I'm
chances.
saying?
I think
I'm
that's
so
why a
glad
lot
that
of
he was
people
able to
don't
do that.
like Devin. He take a lot more chances than what Shakur was taking. That I
I
can.
wouldn't say that.
I do. I for sure do. I think he
Hey,
take
But
way
hey,
more chances at 135 than Shakur did.
Let me say this 2 cent right quick back on the Jake Paul thing. Like me personally, I don't care. I mean, yeah, most of y'all cheer for Tank and him making money. So if he can go fight Jake Paul, make 40 million, it doesn't bother me personally. But if you say why are people saying this, I would just say this: go look at the last interview that Tom Brown gave. He's the promoter. He don't give a lot of interviews, so that interview is not hard to find. And see what he said when he was asked about the Jake Paul fight. He backed Jake Paul. So when we say these things, it's not just somebody making something up out the blue.
What did he
You know
say,
what I
Rich?
mean?
You always misinterpreting stuff. What did he say?
No, I'm saying pull up the interview. So when they asked him about it, he said if Jake Paul said it, then that's what it is.
This
Bro,
nigga,
you too old to be thinking about
bro,
hating
shit
that
you
man.
not, bro. This nigga
Bro,
only understand what Tank and
y'all
Nate
getting
said.
out of here.
He
Y'all
don't
rather
bring up
use
no other
opinions
situation
of
unless it's
hey,
about
look,
Tank, bro.
and look, check this out.
Rich,
That's
put
All
the
of
all.
link in the
y'all
chat.
agree on this,
Rich,
right?
Rich,
Hey, look,
You need
hold
to
on.
put the
find something
Let me
better
information
to
in
say
the
do
this
chat.
with
last
your
thing. I'm gonna land
time,
my
Question
nigga.
is
plane so y'all
premise.
can.
Go feed
Let me
some
just say, I'm
birds
gonna
or
land my
something,
plane
nigga.
after this. I'm gonna land my plane. But look, all y'all up here agree on the same thing. That's fine. But y'all can't use each other as facts, bro. Y'all, it's an opinion. Y'all say it's an opinion. Opinion is not based on truth. It's based on what you think. So you can't say somebody in the industry actually said something and you should discount it because y'all don't agree on it. It is what he's the promoter. If you can't believe the
Why
promoter,
you gotta
who you gonna
always talk
believe?
about Tank
Who
every
you gonna
time a
Hold on,
believe
nigga
if
time
you
bring
out.
can't
up
Too
believe the
something
rich.
on
promoter?
channel?
Too rich. Put the link in the chat, bro, because you be
Man,
misinterpreting a lot of
I
things.
tell you
So put
what,
the
when
link in
I
the
do,
chat.
I'll make a short of it tomorrow and I'll post it on my channel. It ain't hard to
Nigga
find.
lying, bro.
It's
He's
not hard to
All
find.
right. Okay.
Some of us just can't
But
relate
but
to
you
a
know what,
motherfucker that want
Rich?
to
But
hate
guess
every
what, Too
damn
Rich?
day.
Guess what, Too Rich? Even if he did say that, no fight has been scheduled. Like it's just like if I don't even know. Like let me think of an example.
It's
It's
crazy that
almost like
niggas scam the damn
see,
man. It's
it's
crazy.
almost like getting in trouble for thinking about something. Like I'm just thinking about it, and then I'm in trouble for it. You feel what I'm saying? Like he hasn't even done it yet, and it's just a rumor. And it's like I don't. It's just stupid for y'all to keep bringing that up. Like none of
Think,
it's it
They
hasn't happened.
jealous
None of it's
2 cent
happened.
that Jake Paul don't want to fight their favorite fucking fighter, that he wouldn't dare even mention they goddamn name. Nobody would come out to see it or give a fuck. That's what I'm talking about right there. The problem is they hate that people care about Gervonta and don't care about the fighters that they think are better than Gervonta. That's what all of the envy, hatred, and all of that come from. They think Devin's better than Tank. They think Shakur's better than Tank. They think they deserve what he has. The problem about thinking what you deserve what another nigga got, it doesn't matter about what you think somebody deserves. It is what it is. Either deal with it or don't. Simple as
See
that.
that?
So the aircraft carrier
True
is it
that.
not entertaining and Zapata not pillow fisted? I mean, I'm just asking.
How can
You
Zapata be
you
pillow
you
fisted with a
saying that?
95% knockout ratio?
Shut up, boxing hacker. You saying that like I'm not right?
I never understood that concept. He has a huge knockout percentage.
Bro, he threw 900 punches at Shakur Stevenson.
he
What do you
No,
fought a
mean?
bunch of
like that.
tomato cans, nigga. You don't even
Yo,
watch
y'all
boxing.
can
If you
say that,
did, you
but
know
he
what
has,
the fuck you
but
talking
the
about,
stats are
man.
the stats. You can call
Yeah.
me
Does
out.
that mean does that mean you can punch because you got knockouts, boxing hacker? Or does
You
it could
can't
have been
name
any
5
other
people
I
reason
mean,
you
Zapata
punch
fought,
you?
I
nigga.
think it's a good indication that you got some kind of thump.
Name
No,
5 people
he don't
Zapata
got no
fought.
damn thump. Stop it.
Okay.
Y'all know why y'all want to
I
say
don't
he got
know.
power?
I've never
Because
heard
y'all
that
want to say
concept
Shakur
before.
Stevenson stood
Name
in the
another guy
pocket
who's
and fought
pillow
somebody
fisted
with
and
some power. Stop it.
has a 95% knockout ratio, but
But
still
even if
pillow.
he did 2 cent in
Oh
boxing
boy.
hacker, okay, that's what's up. Like you beat William Zepeda. Okay, what does that mean exactly?
Poe
Me,
Ponder.
you're the one
I'm a
person who said you
huge
get
hold on, hold on,
100%.
hold on, hold on. Poe Ponder, the homie. I'm a huge Tank fan, but y'all are all okay, but you all are going way too far trying to defend him. What are we
Yeah,
defending?
What you talking about?
See
man.
the
What
shit
are
I
we
be
what are
This
we
talking
is
about?
defending
Like
him?
niggas
Tankamania.
sit up there and just
This is
say stupid
Tankamania. I
shit.
done heard
No,
everything
that's
up
one of them
here.
people that don't
Nobody
know what
said
the
shit
fuck they
about
talking
defending that
about.
man, bro. What the
A
fuck I need?
Page,
What
A Page, you know the problem is
There's a height limit
Shakur
for
beats Zepeda.
overdoping.
Nothing Shakur does matter until he fights an opponent we even remotely think can beat Gervonta Davis. So he
Then
can
let
beat
Tank make the
William
fight,
Zepeda.
man.
Boxing hacker, he could beat William Zepeda. That's what's up. Great performance. And
Yeah, let Tank make the
It's
fight.
not like nobody thinks Williams Zepeda could beat
Let
Gervonta
Tank make the
Davis,
But see,
fight.
this my
especially
Let
issue.
not
the
after
let
what
the
we
A
saw.
side
Boxing
make the
hacker with
goddamn
that
This
fight.
this
bullshit
my
again.
issue. This
Man, y'all
this
be
is where the
singing all
double
these goddamn
this
songs,
where
but
the
ain't
double
nobody want
standards
to
and
talk
shit
about
come
it.
in at. And so
Let
what if
Tank
the
make the
nigga
damn
fight Jake
fight. Let's
Paul?
see it.
Hold on. This the problem, bro.
He's
Y'all
So
fought
what if
better
bigger
the
than that
so
more
competition
than
than
he does.
Shakur. I'm
hold on,
sorry,
let me say
King.
this, bro. So what if the nigga fight Jake Paul, bro? Nobody got a fucking problem with Terrence Crawford going up 2 or 3 weight classes, going to get take a money fight, bro. Nobody got a fucking problem with it.
He chasing legacy, they said.
Man, get
Yeah,
the
well,
fuck out
Tank
of here. Nobody asked for that shit.
by fighting a heavyweight
Chasing a paycheck.
guy. Okay.
Nobody
But
fucking
Boxer
asked for
Hacker,
that fight.
why y'all acting like if he fight Jake Paul, his career is over? Like Gervonta
I didn't
Davis
say
not going to
that.
continue
I
to
don't
fight.
care for the
So
fight.
again,
If you
what
like the
difference do it
fight,
make?
And you
if you
still
like the
gonna, and I
fight, that's
bet
the
your ass
business. I
still gonna
personally
watch
don't
it.
care for the
You
fight.
still gonna watch the shit.
Yo, two
I
says,
don't care.
remember
I
you saying
might.
something
Who
about
knows? I
Berlanga
don't
and the
care
hand
for it.
wraps?
Exactly.
What'd you say, Big Supreme? Supreme, where you go?
He was
He did.
Oh,
asking
he
about
fell
the
off.
hand
What
wraps.
you
I
say,
don't know
Big
what that was.
Supreme?
I was saying something about the hand wraps and Shiraz.
Well, yeah, go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, because I wanted to talk about that because I don't want to run the panel on the ground and talk about Tank all night. But I was saying I think Shiraz, it's a possibility that he maybe cheated. Now, of course, I don't got concrete evidence. It's all speculation. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying I remember vividly when Fabio Wardley fought Clark, I believe, and he dented his skull. So you don't really see punches dent somebody's skull like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the first fight was so competitive. Nobody got knocked down. They both bloodied each other up. The second fight, you knock him out in the first round and then it's skull. So now, when they do the investigation, he wore the WBC flyweight gloves, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in 2021, the WBC banned those gloves, right? So you use illegal gloves in a boxing match. You put the opponent down, but you also broke his skull. I felt like that fight should have been a no contest, but since it happened in Saudi, they're not really big names. Nobody really cared about that. What I noticed about that is Fabio is a Frank Warren fighter, right? Now we go to Shiraz. Shiraz is a Frank Warren fighter. So I'm not saying that just because he's under Frank that he's cheating, but I've seen these things transpire under Frank's watch. So I would lean towards that he was cheating. Shiraz is a puncher, but not devastating to the point where you put Belanga down, his eyes rolling back his head. He's not taking off the wraps. They looked it funny from the video I seen. So I'm more inclined to believe that he did cheat. But I don't have any concrete evidence. I'm just saying, I'm just all
Do you have
speculation.
circumstantial evidence?
Has he been accused of it
Well,
yet?
yeah. What kind of
That's
evidence
they
do you
said
Yeah,
have?
they
that he
said that
cheated.
the New York State Athletic Commission is supposed to be opening an investigation.
Okay.
That's the last I heard
Uh,
about it.
Okay.
And
But I
another point I
watched
wanted
a
to
lot
make.
of his fights. That's why I was asking.
Because no, when I seen the fight, and this is what I was saying, Supreme, that what made me ask you, because
Yeah.
when you see people get hit and somebody got something in their gloves, you can tell by how they're responding. I can't explain it. You just gotta
I
watch
think
it,
Belanga
right?
responded like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
And that's why I hit you up after the fight, like, damn, Sherez hit like that. Like, that
You
shit look
notice he only took the wraps off of one of his hands in the ring.
Yeah,
Well,
and he walked all the way to the back with the same wraps on. I
well,
thought
can
that
I
was
say this,
crazy.
Yeah.
Supreme? Can I say this, y'all?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I gotta do my Philly bias right now. I don't feel bad for Berlanga, because then if that's the goddamn case, ain't nobody feel bad for Cool Boy when Noah
No, 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 no,
Inoue
no.
was
We're
in
not doing
there
that, bro. We're not
hitting.
doing that.
No,
My
no,
man, 100
Supreme.
grand. You
No,
out of pocket right
no,
there.
no.
You out
We
of
don't
pocket,
know
bro.
what the hell
I'm gonna tell you why you out of
was
pocket,
in
right?
Noah Inoue gloves
I ain't
over
gonna
there
lie.
in Japan where
Anyway,
they let
knock the
him
rat
wrap
tail off
it.
that nigga head, bro.
No, hey,
Yo,
Big
samurai
Supreme.
rat tail Fulton had. Anyway,
Hey, Big
knock that shit
Supreme,
off.
all I know, brother, is over there in Japan, you allowed to do a lot of stuff. All I
All right.
know is that was a controversy too. Ain't nobody do an investigation when my man's was laying on the ground looking devastated, eyes
Nah, yeah, he
rolling in
looked
the back
crazy.
of his head. Yup, yup,
Mhm.
Yeah, he
all
looked
that.
like it
crazy.
wasn't
I don't want
And
to
illegal.
hear
I
it.
lost
Nope.
$400 betting on
No,
the
but he
stupid ass.
stacked. So
Listen to
in the way,
y'all.
stacks the glove.
Oh,
and
He
you
you
never
bet
lost how
on
fought.
the
much?
click
Hold on,
clack
Big
fighter
It's
from
Supreme.
not
Philly.
illegal.
Lost
Hold on, but
400.
you
I'm
lost
like, damn.
on Fulton?
Yeah, stupid ass little man. I knew anyway was gonna get him. After the first round, I said, yeah, he's scared. He don't want to fight. But I don't want to get sidetracked. I wanted to ask Uncle Greg a question, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, so you know, because around the time Margarita was a factor in boxing, I was like 10 years old, 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So, were there suspicions that he was cheating before he got caught?
Yes.
All right, so I look at I think that the guy's name is Lugin. Like the fight where he cut his ear. You know what
When
fight I'm
the ear
talking
was
about?
hanging off.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Uh-huh.
So how often do we see a punch do that?
I've only seen that once, and
That's what
that
I'm
was the
saying.
fight that I've seen.
Unless
All right.
Tyson,
So
I don't remember there being
again.
suspicion
so
around
the
There
that.
fact
was.
that Fabio cracked somebody's skull open from a punch, and then Shiraz with the raps, all of these things usually surround Frank Warren. So, like I said, I'm inclined to believe that he cheated. But just to address Dean, right before I go in the background, what I remember about the Inoue fight, that Folsom protested and said, if you wear those wraps, the fight is not going to continue. And then Inoue said, you know what? All right, I'm not going to wrap my gloves like that. And he still whipped his ass. So I can't give you that, bro. He wrapped his hands the way
Hey,
Fulton team wanted to wrap his
Oh
hands. He still
man.
whipped his ass.
Checkmate,
Hey,
nigga.
listen. Hey,
Hey,
listen.
y'all, look at Berlanga face. Look at Berlanga face in this picture.
Checkmate.
Yeah,
Lean back.
yeah, that
Lean
was a
back.
powerful shot.
Lean
So
back.
look at the torque
Lean back.
on the guy's.
All I'm saying, Big Supreme, is yeah, they probably took a layer off, but them gloves, I don't know, they had control of. All of this was a controversy. All I'm saying is when you behind enemy lines, we seen it with Bud Crawford. And look, funny things happen. Is why things get investigated afterwards. If everybody was so legit and checked everything before, Margarito would have never been in the damn ring with Cotto. So I don't give a damn what they said or what they claim they did before the fight. All I know is I'm just trolling, y'all. My man got knocked out, and I don't want to fit. And if Shiraz did do that, cool. But when my man Cool Boy was in Japan, wasn't nobody crying for my guy. That's all. I was suspicious. That's all I'm saying,
Hey,
Supreme. I'm
Dean, I ain't
They
gonna
suspicious.
not
lie.
even crying for Berlanga.
That he got caught with the.
Dean, I ain't gonna lie. That fight made me a believer.
So it
No,
wasn't
because
told that.
think about it. Cool Boy been looking amazing ever since. He ain't got hit. He got hit with a left hand from Japan.
Hey, somebody put
Cotto
a
got caught
link.
by Nassim Richardson.
Hold on, listen.
He
Can
got caught by
somebody put a
Cotto.
link to can somebody find me a picture of Berlanga face after that fight? Because I seen a
Y'all can
picture
hear
of
me?
his face. Yeah, we can hear you now. I don't know what happened. Like you fell off.
I got a phone call. That's why. I'm
Oh,
gonna put my phone on do not disturb.
But you
I,
know what?
I don't know who face was worse, Belanga or Mattia.
Who's Belanga's corner?
Who is in
I don't know
Belinga's
who.
corner?
I know
Berlanga
Belenga
treated.
coach is the same coach as Lubin.
Because I
I know they
go
got the
back
same
to
coach, the Spanish guy.
the
Thanks, Big
competence,
Supreme.
how competent your corner is. Because why wasn't somebody in Shiraz's dressing room when his hands was being wrapped?
They was,
They
Mr.
was,
Green. They
but
said.
Did they know what they were looking at?
That's the thing Big Supreme talking about, and that's what I
Right.
was saying about
Yeah.
the Stephen Fulton thing. They made listen, man,
y'all,
listen,
this a
y'all.
turkey card,
Don't
y'all.
be
This
a
a turkey
Stephen Fulton,
card.
bro.
This a turkey card.
Yeah,
And
we
so
can.
apparently, since Turkey is financing cards and putting on events, you can apparently do whatever you want to do if you financing an event. So ain't no telling what was
Man,
allowed to
stop
happen
the
and what wasn't.
slander, man. The PBC card,
What's
nigga took a
slander?
knee, man. It wasn't counted. A PBC
Oh,
card
here
in
we
America,
go.
Oh
Here
a
we
nigga took
go.
a
Nah,
knee and
Here
it
we
wasn't
he was
counted.
right
go.
about you too, Rich.
That was
Everything
diabolical
about
shit right
Tank.
there.
We
This
wasn't
nigga
even
hate Tank,
talking
bro.
about goddamn Tank.
This
Everything
nigga hate
about
Tank.
Oh
Tank was
man.
too rich.
That's why
I
I'm just
wasn't
back
even
on the
gonna go for
scale,
the
man.
narrative.
One mic.
I
Let me
was.
finish what I'm
Let me
saying.
say this. I wasn't going to go for the narrative too, Rich, but you proving them right. Like every sentence you done had up here, the first thing you said was Tank. We wasn't even talking
Hey,
about
I'm
no
just
goddamn
Oh,
Tank.
hate
And
I'm
the
just
talking.
first
balancing the
thing you
Hold
scale.
on.
say,
I'm
Rich,
just
hold on,
balancing the
D.
scale.
Hold on, listen, because y'all, I don't know what you balancing. We're not talking about Tank, PBC, or none of that. All I'm saying is it's a turkey card, so we don't know if they're
What we
running
don't
things
know,
how
what we
we
don't
think
know
they're
about the
running
turkey
them.
card, what we don't know, we seen this in boxing in America for years. It be bad decisions, it's bad stuff happening. This
What are you
box is the
talking
mom,
about, Rich?
it's everything. How you gonna slander turkey? I don't get that. I
I don't
don't see what they
understand
gotta
why you.
do with it.
I don't understand why
Man,
you
we
being
know
so.
that
Don't
you
hold
getting
turkey
that
hand,
turkey
nigga.
check. You just
I'm
getting
not
that turkey
slandering.
check.
I'm not nothing. All I'm saying is We don't know if they followed the full protocol, so maybe nobody look. We don't know. That's all I'm saying.
But
But
maybe,
y'all just
Too
said
on,
Margarito didn't follow the
Thomas
full
Hill, you a
protocol, right?
fool.
but
Yeah,
too
Margarito
Margarito
rich
got,
got
on the
caught before the
payroll.
fight
but
though.
Hey,
Margarito
somebody
got
got some
found.
crazy feedback.
Wait, Margarito
Margarito
got
got
caught before
found
the
out
fight. He
though,
didn't get caught after the fight.
because you had somebody like Sam
That's
Richardson who
Richardson.
know what to look for, and that's where the problem is too. You got people in your corners who supposedly know what to look for, don't know what to look for. Nassim did, and
Yeah,
that's how he caught Trinidad as well.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep. Thomas Hill, what up, man? What you got for the show? I be forgetting you up here, Thomas. You gotta
I'm
say
Yeah,
something.
he didn't
Hey,
get caught before the fight.
it's kind of hard to say something when you got a lot of stuff going on. But let me just say one thing, man. Boxing Hacker, it's a good night to be up here, baby boy. You got a kindred spirit with you, man. Y'all about to have a tank fest like a mug. And just remember, Tankamania brought you here, dog. It brings you to the party.
That's
So
right.
you better embrace the hell out of that. And check what? You came +1 tonight, baby boy. So you know what? It's a good night, man.
You too, Thomas Hill.
Preach, brother, preach.
Oh man.
Thank you, man.
Lord have mercy. Y'all bigger Tank
Oh,
fans than us, cause y'all cannot. Y'all gotta be bigger Tank fans than we are,
I
cause
like
that
Tank.
They
man be on
absolutely
y'all
are.
mind 24/7. Y'all can't
hell
let
yeah.
nothing rock.
He
You
need to fight
mentioned
Hill,
the
Tank,
brother,
Boxer
man.
Hacker. Look, Boxer Hacker, you doing it right now. I
Yeah.
mentioned Tank, and you cut somebody off. Y'all see what I'm talking about?
all right, y'all. I gotta stop being so loud. My husband sleeps. So, hey,
Old
listen.
school.
Ill will say Turkey go out his way to cheat. What you mean by that, Ill Will?
He
Could you
has no proof.
elaborate?
Yeah, please elaborate.
Don't trust the Saudis. Don't trust the
What kind of
Saudis.
fear
That's what I
mongering is
listen. This
that?
this is what this is what I don't understand.
That's
Right?
fear
This is what I don't
mongering.
understand about y'all. Y'all really trust a foreign entity like that?
Over
Like
a
I don't
brother.
understand that. I don't
Yeah,
Over a
understand
brother.
how
Mm-hmm.
y'all would trust a foreign entity, especially coming from a country like Saudi Arabia, with their beliefs and their
Mm-hmm.
ethics
their
and
beliefs
all
are
of that
Islamic
stuff. Like
beliefs.
that's
And the
weird to me.
slavery they still got
That's
going
weird
on
to me.
over in the
The
Arab
the
America was
world.
way
built on
they
slavery. What are you talking about?
what they believe, the way they treat women, the way like it's weird to me. Like
Yeah,
It's a
y'all
they
Islamic
over there
belief.
stomping on George Floyd neck. You know, they locking
Yeah,
niggas
like
up every day. And
look,
all that.
man,
We go through all that in America, man. We don't got to go to Saudi for that.
time out, because I'm sick of y'all doing this, bro. You cannot compare America to Saudi Arabia. I don't give a
what?
damn about no racism. That shit is
What?
not the same. Do
We're
you
supporting
understand? If I
everybody
was
Mm-hmm.
to
right now. What are you
time out,
talking about?
time
Let her
out.
finish,
Do you
dog.
understand what would be going on with me as a woman in Saudi Arabia? And y'all want to keep coming up here talking about some fucking racism? It's not comparable, y'all. Stop it. It's
Yo,
Two
not
Cent couldn't
comparable.
have
Hey,
this
do y'all
channel
know?
in Saudi Arabia.
you have
Listen
you
to
have to
this
practice
fact though.
cultural
Hey,
relativism,
look
right?
at listen to the interesting fact.
The
Y'all can go on
Muslims
YouTube, right? And
and
Google Saudi Arabia. It's a day where all they do is ride box Chevys. That's all they do is ride box Chevys. Don't y'all didn't know that, did you?
You
Google
want a
it on
cookie,
YouTube.
nigga?
Yeah, like
Man, get
you guys are
yourself a
fear mongering
passport
the Middle
and
East.
go ahead and
Hold
get
on, what the
on and
fuck
go
that
over
got to do
there.
with anything?
Yeah, you guys are fear
Them
mongering the
driving
Middle East.
box Chevys. What do that gotta do?
It
All
don't
I'm
have a
saying
damn
is
thing to do with
they
it.
probably more
And
connected
they
to
gotta be
our
one of the
society than what
craziest
y'all
damn
think they are.
statements I ever heard. If you just heard
Y'all do know
what
Saudi is
2 Cent
America ally,
said
right?
about
Y'all do
how
know
they treat
Saudi is
women,
America ally,
you're
right?
gonna say this
Y'all
one
do
day
know
when they
Saudi
all
is
drive
America
box
ally. How much
Chevys.
money the Saudis done gave America? Y'all do
Damn,
know that,
nigga,
right?
quit yelling over
Y'all
her,
Man,
do know
nigga.
fuck
that, right?
Saudi Arabia,
Y'all do
man.
know
Do
Their
what
that,
they
right?
culture.
talking about?
Fuck
What do
them
they have to
Hey,
motherfuckers,
hey,
Their
man.
too rich.
culture.
Hey, too rich.
They
Like
don't
They
give a
are
fuck about
allies.
us.
Then why 6 of the 7 hijackers for the 9/11 plane? Do you know what country they was from?
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, all right.
Hey, that lets you
Native
know it's an
American.
inside job. Then you should know it's an inside job. Then.
Like the thing about like you
Oh,
guys
come
have
on.
a lot of dogma, right? Like
Didn't the Taliban work for
No,
the
hold
U.S.
on.
10
Even if
years
it's
ago?
is
hold
an
on,
inside
hold
What
on,
job.
y'all talking about, man?
time out. So they don't kill innocent white people, thank father? They only kill innocent black people, is what you're saying.
oh my, it's not
They don't
about
kill
that.
innocent white people.
Saudi
I'm
over
at
there killing
Like
black people now and having them as slaves.
And if we talking about
Damn right.
exterminating nigga
yo,
Yep.
character or something like that, hell, these YouTube streets be doing that to a black nigga every day.
We literally
Yeah,
Amen.
y'all be doing that shit to Tank every time something happens.
like a couple weeks ago.
Y'all do that shit to Shakur and Devin every time. Somehow,
Man,
what the
bullshit.
difference
Get the
is?
That's
fuck
not
out of
true.
here
I
with that
supported Devin
bullshit.
when he had his recent situation. So you got up here and you get up here and lie. You can't find the Tank channel that was sitting up there talking crazy about Devin when that happened. Besides Southpaw TV, y'all
And
just
Yes,
get up
yes.
here and be
and
lying
Hold
Famal
on.
about
Boxing
shit.
Time
International.
out. Yes, Dank
Southpaw
Father, I
Famal.
went there.
Don't leave
Are
that
you
out, G.
telling me that in America only innocent black people get killed? Is that what you're saying?
Hell
Because
no.
that's a stupid point. That's a dumb talking point. Like
Innocent black kids get locked up, framed, all kind of shit every fucking day. Hell yeah,
bro,
they do. What are you
what
talking
y'all
about?
talking about?
It's
Y'all act like
America.
no.
It's the
Time out.
American
And
Time
you
out.
way.
still
What
Time
you
Two
out.
validating
talking
your
about?
Time out.
man. Why
Saudis
you
is
don't get your
Time
racist.
out.
your
What are you
passport and move to
talking
Saudi?
about?
Hold on, y'all. Let me finish. Let me finish because this is annoying. Y'all keep acting like cops is just rolling down the street. You a nigga, they gonna pick you up and take you to jail. That's not what's happening, y'all. Stop it.
Yeah, they
Innocent
gonna
white
run your
people get
name. If that
killed.
name come back wrong,
Innocent
they
black
take your
people
ass
get
to jail.
killed.
What are you talking
Just
about?
stop it.
Yo, Too Rich, why don't you move to Saudi then?
Here's the thing though, right?
Saudis
Mm.
is
Y'all mad at a
racist
nigga
towards
putting
black
on
people,
boxing,
so I'm
man.
I
lost
said,
Man,
why
on
you
the
don't
come
move
on,
to
point.
man.
Saudi,
About
Too Rich?
racism.
You go
Like
over to
Saudi,
Saudi and become a slave.
Yeah, like
That's what
Saudis
happened. They
like
still
black
yo,
got
people or
slaves over
something.
there.
yo,
They
it's
still
so
got
funny about
slaves over
that.
there.
You like a whole
They
lot of
still got
Instagram
slaves
girls
over there. They still got slaves
go,
over there.
yeah,
Yo,
in Qatar too. Over in Qatar, yeah,
yeah, and here's the
they
thing though.
still recognize slavery in the Arab world to this
Here's,
day, and
To this
nobody
day.
say shit about it. But let this little short fanboy man
T
who
Diddy.
wants ring card boys, you know what I mean?
Black Lives
Come
Matter
over
was a
here and
joke,
throw in
Dank
a
Father. I
daggone
can't even
fight.
believe you're saying that.
Y'all over
Black
there.
Lives Matter was a scam, bro. Cut it out.
yeah, here's the thing
These
though.
No,
motherfuckers,
I
they
ain't talking
don't
about
kill
that. I
every
ain't
black
talking about
leader
Black
out
Lives
there, and
Matter.
y'all trying to
I'm
defend
talking
another
about
Wait,
country. What do you
Hey,
mean?
first
This
of all,
Nah,
America,
nah,
man.
he
You
was
better know where
addressing. He's
you at.
addressing somebody in the comment
hey,
section, bro.
two
Y'all gotta
seconds.
pay
You mind if I
attention.
say something?
Hold on, we need one mic. Dondrick say Saudi literally imprisons people for not having the same opinion.
yep.
Yeah, do y'all mind if I
Y'all
say
know who
something real
Jamal
quick?
Khashoggi is.
Here's
Who?
why are we acting like Arabs
Jamal
are not
Khashoggi, the
racist towards
reporter that
black
they
people?
said Turkey,
I don't
Yeah.
know.
you guys are very
unalived.
much generalizing a lot of things. I think y'all have to relax. Like, have
Go
some
into your local gas
I ain't gonna
Boxing
sit
station and
hacker,
there
see
and
we
if
say
the
know why
have
you
like
motherfuckers
think
a
don't
that because
have
you're
relaxing,
not
fraud
from
scammers.
America.
bro. Like, it doesn't
I don't
matter.
want to
Like,
hear what you got to
I
say
You
about black
can't say
people in
shit.
America.
I'm
You're
not
Damn
not
talking
right.
about
from
black
America,
people.
bro.
I'm not
That
even
be our
talking about.
problem.
I'm not talking
So
about
of
black
course you
people.
okay with it.
I'm not
I
talking about
bet.
black people. I'm not. First off, where I come from, mostly people are black. I hope you know that. I'm not even talking about black
I
people.
said black people in
We
America. I
to the
know that.
Yeah,
America, man.
I'm not talking
We
about.
not the
I'm not
same.
talking. That's not my talking point. What I'm saying is that you guys are living in a lot of dogma.
Ninja, your
Realize
talking point
that
is anything against
So
different
Tank.
areas.
time out. Y'all will talk about how bad America is, but you would defend Saudi Arabia? I'm
I'm
about to
not
put y'all in
talking.
a whole
Crazy.
I
panel,
didn't
bro.
say that
I'm putting
either.
Yeah,
y'all
for
You
real.
guys, stop. Hey, stop strawmanning people. Stop. I'm not no strawman. Look, all I'm saying is this, right? It's a different culture. Like, it's based on their belief system. Hate or love is different. Just like America is different. Just like Africa is different. Like, everywhere is different.
Can, can you tell us something we
I
didn't
don't know
know?
what
We
this
don't
nigga
know
talking
that.
about, bro. I don't know what you trying to
Oh.
say, Boxing Hacker. I don't
Well,
care
let
if
me
it's
let me
different.
land then, if so I can explain. So what
And
I'm
you
trying
know
to say
not
is
to take
this.
off.
What I'm
The
trying to
heck
say, you
come
guys
on,
look at a
another
lot of
half
things
hour.
from the lens of the American dogma, right? Oh, why does he hold hands, this and that? Or why is this happening? Why do they not have ring card? It's based on their religious belief. Whenever you have religious beliefs, it's always getting bad. When America didn't have separation of church and state, they were burning people at the stake. Did y'all forget that? Like, whenever
They
that's
was
happening,
What people
burning
was they
witches
burning?
at the stake.
yeah, like
What
it,
people
Witches.
was they burning? Boxing
they were
hacker.
Witches.
witches. They were burning people, calling them witches when there was no separation of church and state.
Boxing Hacker, how long ago
So
was that?
I'm
God
I'm trying
We're
to
damn.
make a
You
talking
point.
went back
It's
to the
about
that,
1600s
now.
to
This
so
set
nigga
here's
up
the
talking
Oh
Turkey
about
and
God,
I'm trying to
yo.
make
medieval
a point.
times.
I'm trying to
Yo,
make a
don't
point. I'm
talk
trying to make a
don't
point.
talk about nothing that happened over here unless you
Yo,
lived over here
I
and you
live here.
witnessed it.
I live here.
Seriously.
What are you talking about? What I'm
Where
I
you
ain't
saying
gonna
live
is,
lie,
at?
you went
Hold
all the way
on,
back
Dank
to the
Father. Time out.
1600s.
Let me
I live where
respond to
you
Dank
live at,
Father.
man. I live in
Let me
Maryland.
respond to Dank Father. He says
DC.
America America is more corrupt than Saudi, so cut the moral shit. How is America more corrupt than Saudi,
We
where I
literally
can be
just
put
bombed
in
Iran. Did
jail?
you miss that?
Shut the. How is America more corrupt than Saudi when I can't even have a different opinion, bro, or I can be thrown in jail. What are we
Or
talking
stoned
about?
to death.
And y'all keep, man, listen, y'all silly because
2 cent, you wouldn't be allowed to do what you're doing right now.
exactly. I'm a woman. And
Exactly.
y'all
That's a
trying to
fact.
sit here and defend Saudi. That shit don't even make sense to me. I would never go to Saudi Arabia to watch a fight. Never, ever. I would never go over there.
I get what Denk is saying, but still, though, as a woman, like,
But it's cultural
No.
relativism, different culture, different strokes for different folks.
I get what Denk trying to say, but as a woman and a black woman at that, you would rather be in America than Saudi Arabia for sure.
I get that too.
And as a black man, you would rather be in America and Saudi Arabia too. Everybody wants to hear and talk
That's
about,
why
oh,
I'm
screw
here
up.
talking
Oh,
to
the
you.
police can do this. Oh, listen, you rather be in America than any other country. I guarantee y'all that.
Damn right.
Ain't no due
Well, that's
process in
hard to
Saudi.
say. That's hard to
Ain't
say.
no grand jury and none of that in Saudi. None of that. Like,
Yeah,
you get locked up, you be there for
Boxing
years.
Hacker, that's not hard to say because everybody comes to America.
Well, that's an overgeneralization, of course, right? Not everybody comes to America.
Boxing Hacker, you are not
Your
from here
ass
and you're in
came here.
America. Be quiet. You are not
came
from
here,
here and you are in America. Can you please be quiet?
Saudi Arabia would be
You
empty.
are a walking contradiction right now on your own point.
What are you
You're
talking
in
about?
America.
That was
Why?
overgeneralization.
Why?
Not
Why
everybody
are you in America, Boxing Hacker? If what I'm saying not true, why are you here?
Even if I tell you why I'm here, why I'm here has nothing to do with what you just said. You said everybody. Not everybody comes to America. People in different
Oh
countries.
boy.
If everybody came to
Boxing
America,
Hacker,
man,
you would
no.
rather be here than where you are from because if you
That's a
didn't,
fact.
you would be where you are from. You wouldn't come to America. Everybody where you from, Boxing Hacker, ain't in America.
Here's the thing, right?
Why are you here then?
Because I grew up here. My
Can
parents brought
somebody
me here.
explain to me why people keep acting like they so oppressed and can't do nothing in America because they black? Can y'all please explain that to me? Because as a black
But
man
that's
in
the
America, can
reality.
you tell
That's
me
the reality.
You can't have a
Rich,
moral high
okay,
ground
hold
over
on, time out. Too Rich. As a black man in America, tell me what you can't do.
What I'm saying is, in the black man in America, wait,
Tell
look,
me
let me,
what you can't do.
okay, let me finish. Cause me, I'm older now, but I got kids. So when I see the police pull him over just to run his name to see if he dirty, just to see, cause he got dreadlocks, cause he got the typical dark skin and dreadlocks and shit like that, searching for something. That's what they do. They run your name. They look for something. Okay, if you clean, you clean. But most black people ain't clean. I get how women look at it, but that's not the reality for most black
What do you mean
men.
by most
Let's
black
be
people ain't
for real
clean?
now. Let's be for real.
I can't tell you how
They'll
many
do that in
times I
Saudi
went
Arabia. What's your
driving.
point?
Time out, Too Rich. Time out. So if I see you and most black people ain't clean, like you just said, why are you tripping about the police pulling you over then if most likely your ass going to jail?
Okay, or that don't mean they have a right to do it. They could just violate your rights. What do you mean? They could. They really just can't go. They don't supposed to go up to anybody just asking them
If
something.
you're a criminal, bro. You're a
But come on,
criminal.
man. You okay? Then you gonna get rid of
Nah,
every. You gonna get rid of
yo,
all
what
the
does Rich
boxing.
mean
You
by
gonna
that?
get rid
Like,
of
what do
all
you
the
mean by
boxing.
most black
You
people
gonna
ain't
get rid
clean,
of
bro?
all the
Hey,
boxing because the criminals
Too Rich. So in
involved.
Saudi
You gonna get rid
Arabia,
of
they
the
not
whole
gonna pull
music
you over
industry.
for the same
Are
thing
you gonna
being a
get rid
black
of the
man.
whole music industry because criminals involved? You gonna get rid of P Diddy because criminals involved?
Too
Come
Rich,
on
they
now,
gonna
let
do
the
the
nigga
same
do
thing
what
to you in
everybody
Saudi
do.
Arabia
Too
if
Rich.
you a black man.
You just profiled your own self. You just said most black people ain't clean. You just
Okay,
profiled your
not
own
most people ain't clean. We just get the bad rap for it. Most people, clearly,
And
most
we'll
people
get the
ain't
same
clean.
bad rap in Saudi Arabia. They don't treat us no better. Those police
Oh, well,
officers
I
will
don't know
pull
that.
your
I don't
You
know,
black
but
getting
ass
pulled
over
over in
and
Saudi
throw
they
you
Arabia.
have
in
damn
jail
near
the same way.
0% crime
So what
rate.
are you
They have
talking
damn near
about?
0% crime rate, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
They have
for
no
they
crime rate.
people, Now we're talking about us. They're not going to treat us like they treat they Arab selves. What the hell
Well,
is you
show me the
talking
story
about?
where they killing niggas at then. Show me the story where they killing niggas
Yo,
at.
cause it's not
Dean,
enough
how do you know
niggas
that if you
over
never
there to
been
kill.
there before?
Hold on,
You
Dean. I
talking
ain't
like
trying to, I gotta mute y'all. Let me talk. Listen. Okay. You said yourself that and let me ask a question. How come every time I say, what can you not do as a black man in America, you bring up police and some criminal shit? Why
Yeah,
every
that's
time we
crazy.
talk about some stuff about America and black people, y'all talking about police? Tell me why.
Because police always fucking with us.
Too Rich.
Hell
Tell
yeah,
me
because
what
police always
can't
fucking
look.
with it. What
I
do you
don't
mean?
No.
Too
2 cent.
rich. Tell
I
me,
hear with you.
what can't you do as a black man? Okay, you get harassed by the police because you black. That's unfair. I agree. You're being profiled. Besides that, what can you not do as a black?
Hello?
Hello, can y'all?
You went on mute, 2 cents.
Stevson, you on mute. You back now.
Hello.
No, you back now.
You went on mute. I don't
We
know.
can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so yeah, Rich, as a black man in America, what can't you do because you're black? I
What
don't
I'm
want to hear
saying
nothing
is
about
we
no
have to.
criminal shit. I don't want to hear nothing about the
What do
police
you
and no
mean? What
criminal
you
shit. I
can't
don't
say
want to hear
what
that.
you don't want to hear about if that's the problem. That's the problem. That's what we have to deal with. Whether we criminals or not, we could be profiled as criminals by the
I'm
way
not
we look.
asking you about police. I'm asking you, as a black man in America, what can you not do?
I don't know. I don't know. You trying to limit the answer to something. I
No,
can't do
I'm
all
not,
that. I can't.
because
You
you
know,
don't got an
it's a
answer.
bunch of black men on this panel, right? It's a bunch of
Okay,
black men
okay.
in boxing that's not clean. Everybody's not clean. You see what I mean? Okay. Tank Davis, baby mama. We don't know if it's true. She lied before, but because she
Yo,
said his ass
everything be
went to
tanked.
jail. Because she said
Everything be
we don't
tanked.
know if it's true, but because she said his ass went to jail, because that's what we go through.
Too rich. What 2 Cent is trying to say. Besides that, in America, for a black man, they're going to treat you the same way in England, in Saudi Arabia. It don't matter where you go as a black American man. You're going to get profiled in China. I dare your black ass to go in China and think you ain't going to get pulled over. But never mind. What I'm saying is, and 2 Cent's trying to say, but that's like that everywhere for a black person. So what can't you do in America that you can just go do somewhere else that's so much better?
That's not what 2 Cents said. She said,
That
"What
is
can
where
Uh,
she's
Exactly
getting
y'all
at
what I'm
because
take
y'all
this
saying.
bringing
down
up
a
the
little,
Listen,
man.
police
she said,
like
what
the
can you
let me
do
say
police is
this.
just
that
here.
everybody
Like
can
that
Time out.
do?"
just
Let me say
happens to
this.
us
Let me
here.
say this. Let me say this. When I say what can't you do in America as a black man, this is what I mean. Anything that can be done is in America, there's a black person that can do it.
That's what
Even
she
so
said,
far
D.
as the president. So my question is, and every time I ask people this, all they keep bringing up is the damn police, as if all niggas is criminals. They are not. So as a black man in America, what can you not do? What are you so oppressed from? What can you not do? Rich, you just keep talking to me about police. Okay, cool. The
You,
police profile you. They do all that. I get that. But what can you not do? Can you not make money? You can make money. Can you not find a job? You can find a job. Like, what can't you do? I don't understand why people keep saying America is so bad for black people. It's so bad. It's so bad.
you might have
What
answered that
is
question.
so bad? What is so bad? Tell me.
You might have answered that question. So you're right. So when it comes to what can't you do in America, all people are given all rights to all institutions, right? It's equality here, right? However, when it comes to the struggle of the black person, we see a lot of issues that seem to be sort of like injustices in the justice system, right? We see, for instance, like black kids get killed, and for some reason, like the people that kill them get off easy. We see that so much. It might be elevated more based on like social media and stuff, but we do see that happen. Versus like when crimes happen in like white communities, they seem to be more like, how can I
Boxing
say it?
hacker, I agree, but that's everywhere for black people in the
Well,
world. There
well,
is no
wait, wait,
country that
wait,
treats
wait,
black
wait,
people well.
wait, brother. I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. So here's the thing, right? You say everywhere. So I was refraining from using everywhere because everywhere also includes Africa and black nations like Jamaica. So like, let's not use the term everywhere. It's not everywhere. We're talking
Black
about the
people get
struggle.
treated. Do you know how bad they get treated in Kingston, Jamaica? What are you? What?
Wait,
What?
wait. Let me. It's not the same. The struggle is
They whole
different.
island is
We're talking
colonized by
about.
white people and Asians.
We're
You
talking.
definitely
So
can't compare America to Jamaica, bro. Stop it.
no, we're talking about the struggle in America. You said black people in America.
What I'm saying, Boxing Hacker, black people in America get treated unfairly everywhere we go by police, by the
I don't
people
know
of
about
other
that.
different races. It doesn't matter what country you
Everywhere,
go to.
everywhere is
You're going to get
overgeneralization.
treated differently as a black American. Period. If you go
Yeah.
to Africa, they do not treat Black Americans the way they treat their fellow Africans. If you
Well,
go to if you go to China, they're not going to treat you so well. People got YouTube pages and stuff talking about how Black people get treated in other countries. You got Japanese girls
oh
that's
my.
half Black, half Japanese because their
Yeah.
dad was in the military, and
Okay.
talk about how the Japanese people don't
Uh,
even treat them well, and they from there. So what we
yeah.
saying is, where are you going to go that you're going to get treated fairly? Because
Nobody.
even though you're getting treated unfairly in America, where are you going to go where you're going to get treated any better or live any better than you do here in
So
America?
let's relax for 1 second, right? I'm not saying that you're gonna get treated like you can go to some paradise, you're gonna treat way better, right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying when it comes to like the 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 battles of being like, let's say, African American, it's based on like things in society that seem unfair. But on the
Okay, hold
surface
on. Time
level,
out, Boxing Hacker. Let me stop you real quick.
yeah.
You in America, right, Boxing Hacker?
Am I in America? Yes, I'm in America. Yes.
Okay. Since the year has started, 2025, what unfair things have you experienced as a Black man in America?
What unfair things have I personally experienced?
Yeah.
I haven't personally experienced anything.
Okay. Big Dean, as since the year 2025, what things have you experienced as a Black man in America?
As far as what, like being treated unfairly, like as far as
Yeah,
like,
about being treated unfairly.
oh, I've been profiled at jobs. You'll see. I worked at Boeing. Prime example. I worked at Boeing a while ago, right? And the white counterparts was getting promoted and things like that a lot faster than a lot of other counterparts, and it happens because they uncle 2 Cent is the manager. They auntie, she works in the other part where they make parts at or whatever. They cousin, he works over there in the welding department and things like that. So they're just there at Boeing. They were just pulling you based off of your last name.
Is that because you Black, or is that because you was Black, or because you wasn't family? Because I'll say this: I've worked in corporations that's only Black people, and it's the same shit.
I'm gonna say 2 Cent. It's because I'm Black, because it was other Black families in there, and they kids wasn't getting treated the same way or getting pushed up as fast. They would go get it. They would get promoted eventually, but not before the other people who've been in there. And when layoffs come around, 2 Cent, just know who was getting let out the door at a more high rate, even though we weren't the majority of the people in there. So
Can I say something on this?
So
that's just a small example of what I'm talking about.
Let me say this though. But Dean, right? You didn't like that. How they was treating you, they was being some type of way. Could you can go get another job, right?
Absolutely.
Problem solved. Right?
Well, absolutely. No, you just left the problem to go somewhere else.
Why am I gonna stay at a job at a place that's treating me like this unfairly and complain when I can just leave and go get another job?
Yeah, but it's
not that simple for a Black man,
right?
Like, why is it not that simple for a Black man?
Well, I'll say this, 2 Cent. I left and got another job, 2 Cent. But the thing is, the same problems happen at a lot of different places. Now, it all depends on who's in power at that time, 2 Cent. So you can look up, and you might not have to deal with a white man that feels that way, that don't got stuff based off of that. Or you might go into a place where it might be Black people that's in management or in power. So what you're saying is also right. It's people that's Black and all of that in different places and power and things like that. But it doesn't change the overall of what it is that's going on. But that's fine. That's fine, because Black people problem is the bigger picture of it, though, is that, like 2 Cent said, we don't have to be working at these jobs and corporations anyway. That shit ain't worked for our parents and generations prior. We can go do our own thing, but we choose not to do it because we want to stay on the titty. And like 2 Cent saying, you complaining and all of this.
Hold on, time out, Dean. Hold on. Thank Father, click the link. Cause here y'all go with this. Your dislike for turkey got you talking nonsense. Pull up, bro. Click the link, cause I don't know what you're saying. This ain't got nothing to do with turkey. Hold on, Mr. Greg. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this. I'm gonna finish this up. I know people who done put their money together and invested in cribs and things like that because they was ex-cons, 2 Cent. They couldn't find jobs or whatever. So you could go make a way.
Yep.
You could definitely go make a way. It's not going to change how you get treated, how the police going to treat you. You got to learn to
Nope.
accept things on what it is. So it's not that we are going to get treated better. No, you're probably not. It just is what it is. But instead of standing there and just sitting in a corner like, oh, this is happening to me, go do something about it, because our ancestors got out of slavery. They did something about it as well. So, yeah, we just got to come together more as a whole, so you don't have to go work for these corporations where they really don't want you. Mama told me a long time ago, don't be nowhere you ain't wanted. Don't be nowhere you ain't wanted. But we don't want to go do that though, 2 Cent. We want to kick our kids out at 18. We don't want to do what the Mexicans do. And 25 people live in a crib, everybody pay $100 a month. There you go. We don't want to do it that way because of pride and just because of so much that we've been through in America already, that every time we tried to do something, what they do, burn it down in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What they do, kill Malcolm X. What they do, kill Martin Luther King. What they do, Dr. Sebi getting police custody is never heard from again. So
hold on, because black people killed Malcolm
Co-Protel
X.
program. Co-Protel program.
Black people didn't kill Malcolm X?
No, 2 Cent,
yeah.
they did. No.
Yeah.
Black people definitely killed Malcolm. They
Yeah.
definitely killed Malcolm X. But let's just say they
Black
didn't get
people
away
that
with
set
it.
up Martin Luther King?
No, let's just say 2 Cent.
But,
The reason why they got away
Yep.
with it, the reason why they got away with it wasn't because of black people, though.
I'm saying though.
Yeah,
Did black people
that
set
wasn't
up Martin
because of
Luther
black
King?
people.
Did
Huh?
black
You
people
talking
set up
about that
Martin Luther
reverend?
King?
That reverend that set them up.
Oh no, and they be complicit. What I'm saying is the plan wasn't coming from them. Them getting away with it wasn't from them.
Exactly.
Didn't
Government ain't got
black
no color.
people set up Martin Luther King, and didn't black people kill Malcolm X? We can't
Okay,
say,
who did they
oh, it
set them
wasn't
up
their
for?
idea,
We
it wasn't
can't
they this
dodge
and
the
that.
If
fact
they
that
set them up, who they set them up for? Who they set them up for?
Accountability,
Now
Rich.
that's the question to it.
Accountability,
exactly.
Rich.
That's the real
No,
question.
2 Cent
That's what you
right.
call conspiracy. Somebody can have their hand in
Black
the
men
pot because
betrayed
you
their
don't know who
people
it is.
by doing what they did. But 2 Cent, I'll give you a prime example. Freeway Ricky Ross was one of the biggest drug dealers in California. It's been known that the CIA has been putting drugs in the community and all of that. So is black men wrong for selling the drugs? Absolutely, 2 Cent. The problem is they go to jail forever for it. The CIA ain't nobody did a day in jail for purposely putting guns and drugs and making crack
Nope.
cocaine in the community.
And this
Nobody
is
has
what
done a day in jail about it.
but this is what I'm saying though. Who gonna put them in jail? Like it's I just
And
don't
that's
be
the
getting
problem.
it.
You said you're right. You answered your own question. That's the problem. Who's going to put them in jail?
Exactly.
Nobody.
Who gonna put them in jail? Nobody. The
Can we
problem
go?
is the people should not be agreeing to destroy their own communities like that.
I
That's the
agree.
problem.
I agree completely. And that's
Can
what I
we
was
go?
getting to 2 Cent about. We
Hold
don't
on,
want
let
to
me let
do
Mr.
stuff
Greg go
together,
then.
though.
Let me let Mr. Greg go.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr. Greg.
I wanted to go back to what your original question was, and that question was, what can't we do? And the real answer is there's nothing we can't do. Is it harder for us to do it? It has been harder for us to do it at certain times in the history of this country. We've built our own towns. We've had our own banks. We've had our
Yep.
own construction companies. We've done all of the things that we've had, and it was much harder. So it's two different questions. There's nothing that we cannot do. The struggle to do it is much greater. And
Absolutely.
depending on the conditions and the time of this country, that's when it's either easier or it's harder. As more and more ethnic groups have come into this country, they've come with their cultures intact. We didn't come with our cultures intact because we came from different tribes, we came from different parts of the world, and we got broken. Period. We had no religion. That's why when we got here, they took what religion we had away and gave us theirs. We took the names that we had, and we had to take on the names of slave masters. A point is my last name is Quattlebaum. That is a German and Jewish name. So you can see where we get named. We take everything from us from the countries of origin, come here, and to a point where some of us were born into slavery. So we're not even attached anymore to the country of origin because there's 400 years of that. Now we get freed. Many black people, where were they going? They couldn't go back to they didn't even know what country they were from. So they had to stay here. They still were enslaved, if we just going to talk about slavery. But nevertheless, we rose up from that. There was more than just Tulsa. There were 13 other cities or townships that had the same thing that Tulsa had.
All around the country.
So it wasn't like we couldn't do this, and we were flourishing. Those who didn't want to see that happen came in and destroyed it. Laws were written specifically to keep us disorganized. They keep us spread apart. My father, for instance, my father and his two brothers and his father, my grandfather, were in Aiken, South Carolina, where Quattlebaum is a very popular name like Smith and Jones. They were running alcohol during that period in the time. And this is right before the Korean War. And when the Korean War broke out, it's right after World War II. I'm just using as an example. The oldest males and families who got in trouble had a choice. You can go to jail or you can go into the army. So you're taking a lot of us out of our households and sending us over to foreign countries to fight. And then you did it again with Vietnam. So all of those conditions made it harder for us to do the things, and yet we still did. So we can't say we can't do anything. It's been harder and harder and harder, and you take away the things that we should have been able to take advantage of. I mean, soldiers came back home and didn't even know there was a GI Bill where they could have bought their first house and things of that nature. So information that could have helped us much sooner was held back from us. Eventually, we started finding it and started doing things. When we got into politics, most black politicians didn't even know they could form political action PACs where they could get money. So that's why the black church was so potent, because that was the one place where we could organize. And what did they start doing to the black churches? Bombing them. The leaderships that came out of the civil rights movement and other movements, yes, they were killed. A lot of the times they were able to use our own people to make that happen. That's how the Black Panthers got split apart. You had so many guys they pulled out of jail and put in different chapters and was feeding the FBI. I think somebody spoke on content.
Corn Protel.
Yeah, Protel. A lot of that. Yeah. So a lot of those organizations got broken up that way. It was dangerous to be in the NAACP at the time that they got formed. People were being lynched, people were being killed, and there were still sundown laws in certain parts of the country. People aren't.
We still got sundown towns in Texas.
Yeah, and people aren't aware.
Got them in North Carolina.
Yeah, and people
got them in North Carolina.
But the question that 2 Cent asked was, what can't we do? And the real answer is there's nothing we can't do. It's just much harder. The conditions have been harder. We have been splintered. We've lost control of our young men. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I had a halo over my head. I've had periods where I've done many good things, but I chased fast money before too. Got a whole lot of it at one point and had to pay a price for it. So I can't blame those who want me in jail when I gave them the bat to beat me over the head with by doing the wrong things that I did.
Facts.
But in the same token, when I'm going out here and I'm learning, and I learned to do good things as well, it was harder for me in some ways because those weren't the things that are expected of black men. Black men weren't ever expected, and a lot of us embraced it to use our intelligence. You go to school and you want to read your books, you want to learn, you want to grow intellectually, but you get accused of acting white, especially if you're articulate. But you
Mm-hmm.
still have to be able to do that to move ahead because this is the country that we're in. We're not in Africa, we're not in Europe, we're not in Asia. We're here, and this is where we're going to have to flourish at. I learned to fight because uh, I was the oldest son. I had five sisters and two brothers. It was expected of me to have to do that. Nevertheless, I also wanted to take ballet. I wanted to go to the art museums. I liked to draw. I liked fashion. Some of those things were considered not masculine. So being able to fight saved me, kept me, and had let me be able to do those things and experience that stuff as well. I used to get punished all the time because after a while, getting the ass whooped for the excuse my language. I didn't mean to say that word. It's on your channel, but
Hey, it's 2 6
getting,
after dark.
right, getting whooped was not going to work for me because I just stopped crying. So my mother would just punish me for months. So I read, and that's one of the things that you find when you're locked up that you find a lot of black men
That
did.
happened to me too, Mr. Grant.
They started realizing the doors inside their minds started opening up, and they realized
Mm-hmm.
I could have been doing, especially if you're locked up. I should have always been doing this because I see there are things about me that I could flourish in. I don't have to do all this wrong stuff, but because you get conditioned that that's the way you're going to be seen as being thorough or an authentic black man if you've been to jail or you out in the corner or you doing the kind of stuff that is considered masculine.
True
A
that.
lot of us fall into the trap, and what happens is the greater picture gets missed. Some black men rise above it, start businesses. Usually it's in entertainment. Some go into sports and things of that nature. And they find, if I'm gonna keep on getting these $1 million checks and so forth and so on, I have to change my mentality. I can't always agree when my brothers out here on the corner, they moving powder, they shooting each other, they're robbing and so forth. I can't co-sign that because I don't want my
Mm-hmm.
sons doing that. So
True
so
that.
then you get splintered because now you ain't down with us because you're not what we doing. No, I'm not down with what you're doing because I know where it leads. I know I'm gonna leave. So if I got children, I'm gonna leave my daughters and my sons out there without a father in their life because I'm over here in jail for doing the dumb stuff or the criminal stuff when I should have been going to work, even if I don't have the necessary education to be an attorney or a doctor or a dentist. I have the backbone and the strength. Maybe I have to work 3 or 4 manual labor jobs to make sure they don't have to. Nothing stops you from going to the library to learn things that you don't know exist. I was lucky again, using myself as an example, when I got into business to business sales after I came out of clothing sales. To go out here, there were businesses I didn't know existed. I didn't know what they were, but it was an education in black, and we have to continue to try to educate ourselves to do some of the things we see happening all around us. But when you talk about fairness, yes, we're not treated fairly. Going to the bank to get a loan, trying to buy a house, you get redlined in certain parts of the country still. You go to schools that are substandard, et cetera, et cetera. So you had some families who would move their children into neighborhoods where they can go to school to get educated. Because educated is still very much a thing that we have to continue to push, even though education has gotten bad now, but it's still better than not having any of it. You see what I'm saying?
They don't even let you make you write in cursive no more.
And exactly, they don't even know what it is. But when you
What's wrong with that?
educate yourself and do a lot of different things, it elevates you. It really do. I was talking about when I took ballet. I wasn't taking ballet because I wanted to. There was a girl in ballet class that I just take my little sister to, and I saw her. I wanted to keep coming. That was the motivation. But learning it also helped me for this period of time that I was boxing because it improved my footwork. Didn't even know that. But my motivation was a girl that was there at the time. But you have to expose yourself to these kinds of things and you have to recognize it's going to be a little harder. So what? Because you're not going to change that. You have to become stronger. It's like lifting weights. 100 pounds never stops being 100 pounds. You just get stronger when you lift it as you continue to lift it. And that's what you have to do. So you can't always use the racism that is there, the unfairness that is there. You have to rise above it, whether it's fair or not. And you have to show that in your actions. So I had three brothers, I only have one now, but I had to be an example whether I wanted to be or not. So the men that I'm going to be around or the brothers I had would learn to emulate me as opposed to things that was not positive for them, even though I did some things that I should not have done. When I got older, I was with some real serious guys that the powers that be wanted badly to be behind bars. That's how I ended up getting in trouble too, because I was part of their crew. I wasn't doing all the things they were doing, but it didn't matter. I was still there. So I made things a little harder for me too because of the company that I kept. So I couldn't even holler racism when things started going bad, even though there was some, because I ultimately gave them, like I said, the bat to beat me over the head with in the first place. So I made it even harder than it had to be. But we have to learn as men, I don't care how old you are, you have to decide what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and whether you're going to make yourself beneficial to the men and women and family that's around you. Because there's going to be a time that you're going to have people you're going to have to take care of. And you cannot use the fact that it's unfair as an excuse not to do that. You just have to teach them you have to get stronger, you have to be smarter, and you have to never stop learning. I'm
Let me
saying,
say this.
hold on,
Let me say.
you got to keep being that way. So
Let,
to
let
land
me
the
say this
plane,
too, Mr. Gray. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, to land the plane, I would say yes. There's nothing that we can't do. It's just going to be a little harder, and part of the reason why it's harder is us ourselves.
And let me say this because coming up as a kid, my mama always would say, life ain't fair. I'm talking about little. I'm a little kid. Like, she be like, she just look at me like, Mom, that ain't fair. I'm crying. She look at me, life ain't fair. That's
Yep.
it. All she would say. She would never do nothing. Like, I come in there, tell her something happened, it wasn't fair. She'll just look at me and be like, life ain't fair. From a
Mhm.
very young age. So growing up, when things would happen, I mean, of course, if it's a situation where my mom needs to intervene or say something, you know what I'm saying, or do something, she would. But for the most part, I had a huge understanding from a very young age that life ain't fair. And I tell my kids that too, because it seems that there's a lot of grown people that don't understand that life ain't fair. There's a lot of adults that don't understand that equality is a false god. Equality is a false.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that is equal. That's not how the universe works. Life is not about equality, it's about balance. So y'all keep
True.
chasing this equality. It's a false god. You will never get it. We ain't gonna ever have no equality. And if we do get equality, everybody gonna be poor. That's gonna be the equality. So everybody keep pushing for equality. Y'all think everybody gonna be equally rich? No, everybody's gonna be equally poor. They're gonna take everything from you. You're gonna take whatever they give you, and that's gonna be equality. So I don't push for equality. I don't want no damn equality. I don't want everything to be equal. I want to be in a system where I can rise up and to the top if I choose. Will there be obstacles? Yes. Will it be difficult? Maybe. But I'm not gonna sit and bitch and cry and complain about racism in a country where I have the opportunity to make and do whatever it is that I want, regardless of how hard it is to get there. And that's the only point that I be trying to make. Every time somebody say something, it's racism. These people got more opportunities. These people got more of that. Of course they do. That's how it works. There's no country, there's nowhere you're gonna go where there's equality. I don't get it.
So,
I don't
Hey,
get
look,
it.
Two Cent. Let me say that. Let me say
Like
this right quick. Let me say this.
like
Let me say
let
this.
me
Let me say this right quick.
let
Let me say this. Um,
boy.
but as a black man though, we the protectors, right? So you have to know who the enemy is. Some things have been systematically done to you. So let me give you an example, right? I'm from Atlanta, right? This is considered an affluent black, you know, uh town or whatever the case may be.
Y'all ain't
But
when y'all
let me say this.
like
We're
cut it out.
we are constantly reminded. I want you to remember, like, if you remember Lil Jon the East Side Boy, he used to wear the rebel flag. That was like a troll. It was like to say, remember, nigga, remember what really happened, what really went on down here. So to give you an example, if you ever heard of Lake Lanier, right? That's in Georgia. That's a man-made lake. You know what's up under that lake? A black town. They flooded it. Look it up on YouTube and you'll see the churches
I know
still up under the water. So we consider the lake haunted.
it's
A lot of white
haunted.
folks go to the lake. It was just a boating accident with 7 people blowed up just the other day. We always say that lake is haunted. It's a black town buried up under there. So we have to remember sometimes who the enemy. You didn't do this to yourself. So when you go to the ghettos, right, and you got roaches, right? If you ever went to go get spray or to a place that sell roach spray, they'll say, what kind of roaches? They'll have a diagram. When you say it's this kind of roach right here, they'll say that's a German cockroach. Ask yourself, how did German cockroaches get into poor black neighborhoods? This is systematically done, and you have to remember that. It's not that you worry about every day, but you remember who the enemy is, and you remember who you're dealing with. And when young people don't, that's who get locked up. They don't understand who the enemy is and what's really going on. So sometimes we have to
So they not
remind
getting
them,
locked
we have
up
to
because they
remind
committing crimes,
ourselves.
Rich? They not getting locked
Huh?
up because they committing crimes? They not getting locked
You
up because they
can't,
committing
but that's
crimes?
that. But did the white folks get locked up that committed crimes that had weed farms that did a whole lot of crime? Did they get locked up? You
Yes,
gotta
stop acting
understand
like white people don't
it's
go to
ran by
jail. Y'all
criminals.
gotta stop
The
this
whole
shit, man.
country ran by criminals. It's literally ran by criminals that committed mass murder. Did they get locked up?
No.
Okay.
yeah, but yeah, let me add something to that.
Let me just go ahead and
Hold
say,
on, let me just add something real quick,
Hold on,
right?
let,
like
let David
Mr.
go. He hasn't
Gregg,
said nothing.
I
Go ahead,
got
David.
let me just go ahead and say, like the brother Greg, you know what I mean? What we gotta realize is, well, I'm not African. I don't claim African. I don't claim being black. I know what my identity is. And my identity has been taught to me from my grandfather, from my father, on down to me that I teach my kids. My grandmother was a Cherokee woman on my father's side. My mother's mother was a Cherokee woman. They both was cousins, second cousins. My grandfather was Blackfoot. So I recognize with the tribe of my ancestors, of my family, who I am. I do not let the enemy put a narrative or paint me with a false perception that will leave me not chasing the fact and the knowledge of who I am and who my people was and my ancestors was. That's what we got to realize when we go through these labels. It's always the enemy or a collaborator with the enemy that would give you a name of what they want you to have the perception in your mind that you are. With through subliminal hypnotism, that's how they do this. So, hey, I'm proud to say that my people come from Enfield, North Carolina, down in Halifax County in North Carolina, you know, and all
Yeah.
through Carolina. That's where my ancestors and my family is. Matter of fact, in that one town, you gotta leave the town to get married because my cousin's telling me you don't know if you gonna end up getting married or having kids with your family members. That's how deep and how
Wow, that's
many.
crazy.
That's crazy. I
Yeah,
wanted to
that's
know
Yeah,
what
crazy.
Rich meant by the German cockroaches. What he meant about that?
He's talking about they bring that those German cockroaches came with
I mean,
them
they
With
when
the
they
cockroaches
got
Nazis, man,
off
they
the
cockroaches
brought the
boat
everywhere,
Nazis
bro.
over
and
here. They
came to
brought the German
America.
cockroaches. Yeah, with the Nazis, they came with all the Nazis. They bring over here. They did all the technology over here. They did Hollywood over here. Though they brought them German cockroaches.
Can I say this, y'all?
Wait,
That's
let me
crazy, bro.
let me
I ain't
respond
know
with
that.
this real quick.
Hold on,
So
Big Supreme was talking. Yeah, Big Supreme.
no,
Nah,
I
I
was
just
asking
was
David,
curious
remember?
about the him saying the German cockroaches and how they came to America, but I guess I get the gist of what he's trying to say.
But this is
So
my thing, though. I'm gonna let you go, boxing hacker. Like,
okay.
and yeah, I don't want nobody up here to get me misconstrued. I am fully aware about the systems and the racism in America. I'm fully aware of that, but I'm also aware that it's never gonna go away. It's never gonna go away. So to keep blaming racism, it almost leaves you powerless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
that's
leaves
what
you
it's
with
meant to
no
do.
control. So I don't understand why we keep I don't know what the word is, right? Like, I don't wake up in the morning and be like, "Oh, I'm a black woman in America. They don't protect black women. They don't believe." Like, I don't do that. I don't do that. And I don't understand why everybody keeps doing it as if because of that they're being held back some type of way, and it's things that they can't do. Y'all feel what I'm saying?
No,
And I
two
just
cents.
I
want people.
I
understand
get
what
where
you're
I
you're
just,
coming
saying.
I
from.
just,
Well,
I
I'm
just
glad
They
you
want
put
explained it.
people.
themselves in that
I just,
position.
I just, I just want people to take their power back, and that's why I'm like,
Exactly.
I'm not dismissing what y'all saying. I'm just trying to get y'all to understand that in order to take y'all power back, we gotta take some accountability, right? Okay, I
Right.
can't do this because
Oh,
they
it's about to
holding
get
me back in
interesting.
this situation. I can't do this because they holding me back in this situation. What else can I do? How can I get around it? It ain't that easy, but what can I do? I'm not just gonna sit back
Two
and be
cent.
like, oh,
Two cent. The
oh,
real answer is we don't want to. Us as black people here in America, we don't want to talk about the real answer is yes. All of that stuff has happened to us and it's fucked up. My stepdad used to have a saying: "It's only good things it's only good things that happen to you and lessons in life. Nothing bad happens to you." Yeah, when stuff used to happen to me, 2 cent, my stepdad and my dad used to always be like, "All right, so what you gonna do now? What you gonna do about it?" Our problem is 2 cent. We tried to conform to an America that was like you just said, is never going to change against us. We tried to be peaceful and all that shit. The problem is we don't want to do what we all know. Deep down inside, every last single person that's on this panel knows this one thing. We need to cut the bullshit out. The Hennessy, the fucking bitches and doing all of that. We need to cut it all out, to be honest. We need
Nah,
to
I ain't gonna
actually get
lie. I
no,
don't agree with
hold
that
on, let
at
me
all.
finish. Hold on. We
Land
need
your
to
plane, but
we
that's
need
crazy.
hold on. We need to come together.
Excuse me.
And until we do that, that's the only thing. See, this is where I disagree with everybody. I don't think black people need to be worried about nothing else but coming the fuck together and actually making a change for generations prior. What your
I
parents did,
disagree.
what your parents did, that didn't work for you. What they parents did, that didn't work either. So until we come together and fight as one and got one direction, like a lot of the other cultures do when they come here, they come get it. You ain't never seen a Chinese store commercial ever. And they run goddamn America. You can't go nowhere and not find one.
You went
So
out,
until
dude.
we come together as one and put our money together, actually put our pride to the side and try and stop trying to stun on each other, actually help each other out. These businesses go ahead and make sure everybody else hire just themselves. Don't let them gaslight you into not hiring your own
Hmm.
people. Fuck all that until we become even more selfish and stop trying to be accepted by everybody. And I don't see color. I want us all to come together as humanity. Well, until the other races and cultures start thinking that about you, we need to be focused on us and actually building communities and building land and creating our own schools and creating our own grocery stores. And if a motherfucker come in here and try to burn anything down, we willing to die for it. We be out here willing to die for our gang. We be out here willing to die for the Crips and Bloods, GD, BD. We willing to die for that shit, for that block.
Let me
What?
respond to you, Dean.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
you're free and fire,
Let
D.
me respond to you, Dean. I don't. I disagree. And let me tell you why. That unity shit, another false god, another false god. Because if that was the answer, we would have been did it. We would have been did it. This is what needs to
And we
happen.
went, nobody stopped
Everybody
us.
needs to focus on themselves and their family as a unit. Get your house in order. Get yourself in order. And then maybe we can come together in unity.
True
But yeah,
that.
But
that's
we
still
can't even
unity
be
though.
uni.
True
But
that.
hold on. But even we can't even be unified within our own families,
No,
bro.
but 2 Cent, that's my point. You even with your own family, that's unity. Our family is our cousins, our aunts. 2 Cent, you know how many family members I got? I got enough to start a small army. So let's just focus,
I'm
like
talking
you
about
said,
your
just
immediate family, D. I'm talking
no,
about
no, no,
you,
but no,
your
2 Cent. But
kids,
what I'm
your
saying is,
girl.
I get that, but it all goes from a family tree. A lot of people, grandparents are just as important in their life as their parents was. A lot of people, aunts was just important in their life as their parents was. My cousin support me more than people who's even more closely related to me than my cousin is. So it does start in the house, but in order to get all of the other bullshit around us, it got to leave the house as well and go to your neighbor and go to your cousins, and then they get their house in order, and then it just trickle down all the way around the board. So
Let
until
me
you
read.
do that, because guess
Uh-huh.
what? Guess what? White people fight amongst each other, but they will never let you come in and destroy what the fuck they got going on. Oh, they'll be against each other for the time being, but when it comes to you, when it comes to anybody trying to distract what they got going on, taking their power, they got unity. It's called code. That's all it gotta be. We ain't
Let
gotta
me
be
say this.
best of friends, 2 Cent. We ain't gotta jump rope every day, but we gotta protect our neighborhood. We gotta
I
protect.
mean,
That's what I'm talking about. In Philly,
all right.
two
Let me say
cent.
this.
Hold on.
Hold
Let me
on. Hold on.
land this. In Philly, 2 Cent. In South Philly, there's parts of South Philly where you better not leave your door open. Right by the Sixers and Eagles Stadium in the same city, 2 Cent. The Italians live there. They all leave their door open. I dare you to try to go down there and try to do anything to anybody on the block. Well, guess what's going to happen on that block, 2 Cent? You won't make it off of 22nd Street. Guaranteed.
Let me read this comment by Sexy Kendra 50 Cent. It says, facts, all races stick together. We are the only ones that's against each other. And let me say this, because a lot of people say this, like they got this romanticized view of other
Yeah, I disagree
races.
with
It's
that.
it's not true at all. They
Yeah,
deal with the same things we do. That shit is not true
That's
at
real.
all.
The mob.
Other
yeah,
races
that's not true at all.
deal with the same exact thing we do, y'all. This shit is not unique to black people.
The mob
I
was
just want
killing Italians in South Philly for forever, 2 Cent.
Not even
that's
So
just
what I'm
let
that.
saying.
me
Let,
let me
let
I
me
just
just
speak
finish
on
not
this
just
black.
real
that.
Yup.
quick.
And
Oh,
Go
let me
ahead,
just
I
Big
speak
know
on
for
this.
a
Supreme, and I'm
fact
gonna
housing for
let no.
Lonnie's don't
Wait,
come on whichever.
Oh,
huh?
go ahead, Boxing Hacker, then Big
Yeah,
Supreme, and
so
then
here's
no
the
cap.
thing. So I hear what you're saying, 2 Cent. Like, part of what you're saying is definitely correct. Like, there is a certain level of victimization that's in our culture, and also idealism as well, right? But I will say this, right? When it comes to like whether like you should fight for equality or just try to exist with the system, remember one thing: like the reason why we're here, we have all these rights.
Why would you ever fight to be equal?
So here's the thing. Let's talk about that, right? The reason why we even have these rights to begin with is because the people before us fought for the rights to be equal. The people, like all these people that had to sit in the back
Huh?
of the bus and decided to sit in the
Do
front.
y'all know? Hold on, let me say this. Let me say. Do y'all know what racism is? Do y'all know like the true definition of racism?
The true
Yes.
definition, like verbatim.
Go ahead, no cap. What's the true definition of racism?
It's a it's a
You don't know.
society. It's a
It's
government. It's a societal uh caste
racism
system. You know, it
is
started in India, but
racism
the
is
Indians started the
no,
shit.
no, that's a caste. That's a caste system. Racism, from my understanding, the true definition of racism is a race. It's race. Racism. It's a race to see who can get to the top economically.
No, that's
Who
not
can
a
be
true
at the top
definition.
economically? Racism,
No,
right?
that's not it.
Well,
No,
because the people at the top are the ones that's being racist. Would you agree?
Yeah,
no,
but that's the caste system,
True.
though.
no, not at all.
It's
Where did that
under
come from?
it's under white
It's the people
supremacy.
at the top not this racism, people calling people nigga and all of that. That's not really racism. That's bias. It's the people
Yeah.
at the top that put the systems in place. Those are the people that are the racists.
You don't have to be. You don't
If
have
I
to
mean,
be on
that's
top.
listen,
institutional racism, though, 2 cents.
Wait, you don't have to be on
what you
top
say,
to be a
Supreme?
racist. No, that's not true.
That's
You can be
classism,
dirt poor.
basically.
You can be dirt
Class
poor on the
No,
bottom
no,
and
but
still
what
no.
be
they
She
racist.
really
mentioned
want.
institution, though, so that wouldn't be classism. Classism is basically wealth
Race
versus
racism
the
is involved
impoverished.
being other races.
No, Big Supreme. What I'm saying is they goal is classism, but they use racism to accomplish the goal of classism. The billionaires, they don't
Classification.
really give a fuck about the poor white
My point
person.
is,
They don't really give a fuck about that. They
if
care
that's the
about them
case,
staying keeping their bread.
Wait,
then
guys,
if
I
that's
think
the case, if it's a class system and the class that's on top running everything, why are we fighting to be equal? Why are we not fighting to be at the top?
that's not the definition of racism.
Yeah, I just think it's
Yeah,
two different
that's
definitions.
not
Because
the
you got
definition
they
at
don't
all.
think that way.
You don't have to be on top.
It's like
So
what
this,
Farrakhan said.
I
People
think
don't
that's
think like
also
that. What can we
But
be
being on
How
top
can
is
we be on
subjective.
top?
Mike.
It's also an idealistic perspective. You don't have to be on top to be a racist. You can be dirt poor on the bottom and still be a
You
racist.
have to have power and control to
You
be
don't
No,
have to
racist.
have
that's
Yeah,
called
you do.
prejudice.
You
If
do
you don't
got
have
You
that.
power,
wait,
you
time
can't be
out, time
racist.
out. Listen. You have to have power and control to
No,
be racist. If you ain't got no power and no control, you cannot be racist.
that's not true.
I
Boxing
agree
Yes,
with
hacker,
it
you,
you
That's
is.
talking
not
about a
true.
but I
bigot,
disagree at the
boxing
same time.
hacker. Boxing hacker,
No,
you're talking about a bigot.
what?
They're still
No,
racist, but they don't
racist
have
deals with
power to do nothing.
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of agree with Hacker though. I'm not gonna lie,
yeah. No, that's
which is
what
crazy.
y'all talk. You guys
But
are
really,
fantasizing
racism is
things. No, that's
defined.
not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If I don't have any power or control, how
Yeah.
can I hold another race down? How can I
All right, so
stop another race
this is
from
the thing,
So
exceeding?
right?
that's oppressing somebody. That's oppressing. That's not
All right, so this
racism.
is why I said
That's two different
Oppressing,
things.
huh?
you got
Oppression and
different forms of
racism are two
racism, right?
different
You
things.
got structural racism, you got institutional racism, and then you got someone that's just a racist, right? There's multiple different definitions, right? You got one person who believes he's superior because he's a white man, or he's a black man, or he's a Hispanic man.
White
You can still
supremacy.
practice racism because it's an ideology, it's a belief system. But then you have the institutional side, right? You have a race of people who are at the top that are trying to keep everybody else down that doesn't look like them. This is where the institutional racism comes in, right? Because Dean said classism, right? Elon Musk doesn't identify with a white Confederate from the South at all. He looks at them the same as he looks at us because
Yeah.
of the money,
Mm-hmm.
prestige. So I get what you're saying in theory, 2 cents, but you could still be a white man that still has racist beliefs. Just because I can't fire you from your job or get you canceled or not give you a loan doesn't mean I'm not a racist in theory.
Yeah, but Supreme, that you're a bigot. That's what I'm saying.
No,
You're a
that you're a
bigot. You
racist,
don't
bro.
have no
A
a
big
hillbilly.
listen, you're a
Prime
racist,
example,
brother.
y'all. Hold on. The crackhead that's racist around the corner from my crib that's white. I don't give a fuck what he gonna do about it. He's a bigot. He can't do shit. But the guy that owns Walmart, Bill Gates, that owns all this farmland that supplies your food that you eat,
Yeah.
that he can
Mm-hmm.
actually affect racism. Because guess
Nah, that's two different things, though, gang.
No. That's
That's two
yeah,
different
I
things,
basically
know.
bro.
That's what I'm
nothing to
saying.
do
That's
with
what I'm
either.
saying. It's a difference
Yeah.
between a
You
bigot
can't look.
and a
All right, so
racist.
Hold
A
on,
bigot
all right,
has
bro.
no
Look,
control
bro.
let me
over
explain.
nothing.
It's a
Let me
protocol.
explain the
You
system
guys
A
and
are
why
you
it's
guys are
hillbilly
critical.
can't do
fantasizing
Yeah,
things.
nothing.
This is
bro.
not how
Because I
racism works.
studied, like I was in the
You
New
cannot make
Orleans and
Maybe
all
I
that
want Mike.
shit.
Can I
it's
just
I was
not
in the,
respond to
racist.
Dean?
I'm on the
Hold on,
FBI
let
list as a,
Supreme.
Can I
Hold on, hold
I'm
respond
on.
to
on the
No
Dean?
cap.
FBI list as a
Hold
black
on, Miss No
national
Cap. No
terrorist.
cap. No cap. No cap. I'm gonna let Supreme finish and then I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, Supreme.
All right, so not to get on your ass, Dean, but there's a word called misnomer, right? Where you have a word in its definition, but you're using it the wrong way. You're saying that because someone calls you a nigga or calls you a monkey, that they're being a bigot. No, they're being a racist, bro. They're
But you
using
can't be
a race.
racist
Listen, they're
without
using a
control and
racial.
power.
They're using a racial epithet, which is an insult to describe you as a black man. That doesn't mean he's a bigot. He's also a racist, bro. You understand?
Yeah, I agree
No,
with
he's a
I
part.
agree
I'm
with
not
Big.
saying, hold on, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is he has racist ideals no different than
You
a
trying
white
to
man.
use
Hold,
racism and trying
hold
to
on,
make it
hold on,
something
hold
else,
on.
bro. Racism has two different
He got
definitions, bro.
racist ideals the same way as other racist people who have more
But he's still a
power than
racist,
them.
though, bro.
Yeah,
No, I
racist.
know that.
Yeah.
I know that. What I'm
Okay.
saying is the term is he would be classified as a bigot, though.
No.
Even though a bigot is a guy who has racist ideals but is poor,
But
but
don't have
has
no
no
controlling
control,
No,
power.
that's not what it
but
is,
has
bro.
no control or
You making
anything
your own
over
definition,
power.
bro.
He's not the
Racism.
same.
Hold
He's
on.
not the
Hold
same
on,
as a
y'all.
guy like Bill Gates or somebody. They're not
Let me
on
get
the
no
same
cap in here.
level, even if they have the same ideals. They are not on the same level and can't affect change the same way. A racist can affect change. A bigot can't at all. There's nothing he can do. He's
Right.
No
part of the
cap.
system.
Let me let no cap
Actually,
go.
Okay.
let me finish this. Actually,
Let me
the
go
That's
after
other
him.
crazy that
racist white
you really believe
people.
that too. That's
Oh,
crazy.
hold on. The other racist white
All right.
people, they even look down on him. He's just not smart enough to know that, though.
All right, so
Yeah.
when no cap finish, I'm gonna respond because I hear
But
what you're
but
saying, Dean, but you're using it the wrong way.
you're
Go
using
ahead,
it
no cap.
totally wrong.
But go
Yeah.
ahead, no cap. I
I
got
But
agree
you.
with
first,
I got you.
Mr.
like,
Supreme.
see, I'm on the FBI terror list as a black nationalist, all because I went to this day a bookstore when he was on this type of tip. But see,
Somebody
I just
call the
studied all the
police.
shit. I just studied the Moors. I just studied with the New Nubians, SETI and them niggas. I've been through all that shit. But the problem is, like David Lynch was saying, black people do originate from America, but some of us was migrated here too. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he came to Detroit one time. He wanted to make like a African town in Detroit, but the city council blocked his move. The city council all black in Detroit, but they the mace they the boule ass niggas, the
Yep.
gatekeepers that's blocking that's
Uh-huh.
trying to keep niggas in the
They
motherfucking
they put in
keep
their
niggas down.
position to
Niggas is
keep
helping
it
them keep us
to
down, like the
keep you at
traitors.
your heel. Yeah.
Yeah, this the Masons. The Masons is part. The Masons be watched because I know, like I knew people that was Masons, but I didn't know like one of my friends' dad's like a high ranking Mason. I didn't know they was like keeping tabs on me and watching me and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the reason why I left the D because I felt like I was under siege and shit. You know what I'm saying? The shit was getting kind of spooky.
That's why I
You know what
left
I'm
the
saying?
church.
And then
That's why I left the church. You go into a
yeah,
church,
All right, so
in any black church,
no cap.
your
I'm not even gonna really
preacher, your
respond to what you're
deacons,
saying, bro.
all of them are
Hold on,
Freemasons.
David. Hold on, David. Go ahead, Supreme.
All right, so no cap. I
Let me go
appreciate what
next.
you just said, but I'm not really gonna respond to that because like you kind of went a little off the
Can I give y'all the
reservation of
definition
things
of
to say, right?
bigot?
So
Hold
look,
on,
so now
D.
what I'm saying, addressing Dean, right? When you say someone is bigoted, just because someone is bigoted doesn't mean that they're not a racist, bro. You understand? So you could be prejudiced, you could be bigoted, you could be racist. Like these words have their definitions, bro. I feel like you're using them interchangeably, right? But I
but a
feel like you're
racist
applying
is
them the
it
wrong
ain't the
way,
same as
right?
racism.
So what I'm saying is this, right? We know about misogyny, right? We know about sexism, right? But then you also have chauvinism. You could be a male chauvinist. We know about
Uh-huh.
being prejudiced. We know about being racist. But then you could practice xenophobia. We used to, I bet, I'm from America. You're from China. You're foreign. We're not gonna accept nothing from China. Then we got all kind of jokes about the way they look, their eyes, their lips, right? That's xenophobia. That's a
Big
facet of
Supreme,
racism
you
too.
wrong, bro.
I'm not wrong, brother. Like these
I'm
definitions are
telling you,
there.
you
Like
wrong about
as
the
we talk
words. You
about
got
it,
the words in
listen,
reverse,
bro.
bro.
Listen.
Bro, I'm looking at the
Listen,
definition of the
bro. Listen. You
dictionary
talk
right
over everybody on
now.
the panel, gang. Like I gave you your time to
Big
speak, bro.
Supreme, I'm looking at the, you
Let him
said I
talk,
was wrong
Dean.
about
Hold
something,
on,
and
Let
Dean.
I'm
me
Hold
looking
on,
talk
at the
Dean.
though,
Let him
bro.
talk.
Before
definition
you say
right
I'm
now.
wrong, gang. What
Hold
I'm
on,
telling
Dean.
you
Let him
is,
go.
you're
Well,
saying
hold on. I wasn't really finished with my point though. I was like warmed
you
up.
was
You went off
finishing
the
your
Yeah,
Richter
point.
scale, brother.
okay.
You
But
went
that's
to
your
like the
point.
woke
No,
nation
I'm gonna let
shit.
you
I
go, no
know
cap.
that.
I'm gonna let
Jump in
y'all
Go
go.
there.
ahead,
I
though. Go
was trying
ahead,
to
though. Go
that
ahead.
was a segue into the point I was
Let me
trying to
get an
make.
order.
You
Let
about to
me
tell
get an
us you're a
order.
black Israelite,
I'm
all
gonna
sorts
let.
of stuff.
Listen. I'm gonna let
Throw me in here too,
Supreme
champ.
go. I'm gonna let No Cap finish up. I'm gonna let Dean go. Then I got Rich. Go ahead.
Oh, it's me. But this
Oh,
is what I
hold
was
on. Let
saying.
me
Like,
no. Let me say this. Aircraft carrier. He said y'all went off route badly. No, bro. This is 2 cents after dark. We talk about all kind of stuff on this show. Go ahead, No Cap.
yeah, but like I say, like Dr. Claude Anderson, he was really trying to help. Like he was really sincere. He been going around like people. If people don't know who Dr. Claude Anderson is, they need to look him up.
Yes,
They need
they
to
do.
buy his
They should
book.
know.
They need to buy the Powernomics book. But they a lot of it. This is why the shit is divided. That's why it can't be no unity because you got people that can't even agree what racism is. They can't even say, and that shit really don't even matter. What matters is you got to understand the system that's affecting us. The weaponized psychological warfare that we are undertaking, and we got to start waging our own psychological warfare and retaliation. Like anything they do to us, we got to respond back and do it back to them.
You said we
And
got
that's
the
just the reality. That's just the harsh realities of life. You
That's
know,
why you're on the no-fly list,
this is
buddy.
why I'm the type of person that's on the
Black
FBI
men
watch
today
list,
extreme as shit, bro.
because
You
I
set up on
understand
some
this.
list
And it's
somewhere,
not because like I could say at one point that was I racist at one point. Like I used to walk around with a T-shirt with that had Jesus, white Jesus on the cross. It said "Wanted dead or alive." It had white Jesus on the cross. It said "Wanted for practicing white magic." Last time seen hanging from the cross.
I ain't gonna lie. What's
And it had-
look.
you know, I was like on that tip. I was walking around with this shirt on.
Yo, Dean,
And he had the RGB flag on the sleeve and shit. I was
That's why
walking
you're on
around
that
with
list.
this shit. Like, and then like,
Hey, yo,
I was like, right.
can I read the definition of what we were talking about?
Go ahead.
It says this is about in the dictionary. It says a bigot versus a racist. What's the difference? A bigot is a person who is generally intolerable and hateful towards people they consider different in terms of race, religion, sexuality, or other ways. A racist is a specific type of bigot. Okay. Like I said, I tried to tell y'all. Y'all was trying to tell me I was wrong.
Yo,
but
Dean, you be so focused on being right,
hold
bro.
on. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish, brother. I just like to correct people because when you say that's no.
Corrected me and you wrong, nigga. What you mean?
He said a racist, like I said, a bigot has racist ideals. Actually, a racist is actually just a different type of bigot, like I was trying to tell y'all. But anyway, a racist is a type of bigot who's a bigot based on race. The word racism often refers to the system of oppression. Systemic racism or people of color. The word racist can be refer to a person who underholds a specific and such as a system. So, like I said, Supreme a bigot is a person who doesn't have any type of power.
No, but Supreme is right.
All a racist is hold on.
I gotta let Rich go. I gotta let Rich go.
Hold on, let me just finish this. Let me just land this plane. All that's different is actually a racist is just a different type of bigot. It's not the other way around. Big Supreme was what I was trying to tell.
Big Supreme said you can be both. He was correct. It's both.
No, what I'm saying to y'all is a bigot is a person that can have the same racist ideals, but they don't have any power to affect anything.
Where are you getting this from? You didn't read that.
All right, let me let Too Rich go. Go ahead, Too Rich.
All right, I'm actually gonna piggyback a little bit on what Dean said. To say this, one thing you never heard me say was anything about white people. See, because in Atlanta, it's so many black people. Your white people are not your issue. You know, all the supercars, Rolls Royce, all them black people. You see what I mean? So the system, whenever you're in a black town, they're gonna put black people in place to run the system. You see what I mean? So we don't have to worry about white people or something like that. Okay, now I'm gonna give you an example. I was staying in a high rise in Buckhead. Okay, I'm on the roof overlooking Buckhead, Lenox Mall, all this, just enjoying the scenery. And out the blue, a black police, just walked up out of nowhere with this black uniform, you know, like the K9 unit uniform, whatever. And out the rip, asking me, you know, my name. He want to see my license. He want to see, you know. Now, mind you, I try to come on here and be as intelligent as I can. I try to give all information that not of my opinion, the shit I found. I try to be respected. Like Mr. Greg, when he talked. But the truth is, I got a mouth full of gold and I got dreadlocks down to my knees. So I'm profiled. I'm immediately profiled. So now when they run my name, I'm sweating. I don't know what's on the damn license. We find out we have a warrant a lot of time. We don't always know what's going on. So that's a stressful. Let me just say this. That's a stressful situation. Now, nothing was on my license. I got away with it. But my point is, so as a black man, okay, what is it? Because I'm in Buckhead, y'all want to just feel like y'all can run my name and do all this stuff. So every day I have to conform. I have to put my hair up. I have to put some eyeglasses on, you know, try to take the heat down. But when I go to Starbucks and the little white guy in there with gauges and a face full of tattoos, he don't feel that same pressure. He's not worried about if somebody gonna come fuck up. So what I'm saying is, it's the system in Atlanta. We don't really have to deal with white folks. It's black folks. They're gonna be profiling you.
So let me ask
You
you a
see what I
question.
mean?
So do you feel like black people shouldn't be cops?
No, I think they should, but
No,
still,
no,
that
I'm
don't mean.
asking because, and let me tell you while I ask that, think about this,
Mhm.
right? The justice system, we all agree is racist. Why, as a black
Uh-huh.
person, would you go work for a system that's systematically racist and lock up your own people?
Okay, but if you don't put, if you
That's a
don't
good
have
question.
some black people to control black people, then you just it's a wrap. Think about it like this: in the country, right? It was cool to have black police. Some of your cousins, somebody was a police officer, and we policed ourselves. But in the big city, it's more of a systematic type of running. The mayor, everybody's involved in the system. They got to get their own jobs. They
Black
got to whatever.
people should not be police. They shouldn't be politicians. They shouldn't be
But
involved
you
in
can't
any
let
of
just
these
white people
systems.
police you
Why?
though. You
Why?
cannot let them police. Are you policing them? Are you policing them?
Listen,
So they're gonna police themselves and they're gonna police you.
That's what we
but I'm
need to
just
do.
but I'm
But
just asking because it don't matter if purple people policing you, green people policing you. The whole system is racist. It don't matter who put you in it.
Well, that's what I'm
So
saying. Like Dean said, it's
if you
systematic
have to
racism. It's
understand, if you
systematic
have to
racism.
understand,
It doesn't
and
have to be white people.
I'm just asking a thought provoking question. If you're black and you're a police officer, what does that say about you being a part of a system that's so racist?
Okay, well let me say that. Let me respond, 2 Cent. If you're because I had to spend my girl, she not from Atlanta. I have to explain this to her. I said, you have a lot of people coming from the west side, coming from poor communities. Some of the jobs they got to get is going to be with the government. It's going to be with the system. They're going to provide jobs for these people, so they have to get the jobs. So we have plenty in Atlanta. You're going to have plenty of thugs, that security guard, there's police officer, there's all because that's where the jobs are. They pay pretty good, might I add. You see what I mean? So sometimes they're taking advantage of you needing a job, and the government is going to provide that job for you in the in the inner city.
Rich, that's part of our problem, though, bro. Like, I agree with what you're saying on that point. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. If we come together, you don't need a job. They made us idolize things that we don't really fucking need. We can grow our own food. We don't have to have the fresh Air Force Ones and all of this bullshit that really don't mean nothing. But a lot of us want to keep up with the Joneses. We want to have the nice clothes, and we should to a certain extent have all of that shit. But we don't want to come together and do it that way. So what you do when you individualize, now you're separate. Anytime you want to take over anything, the best thing you could do is separate people. It's why in interrogation rooms they separate you from your co-defendant. That's the easiest way to crack somebody. So
Nah,
it's
I ain't gonna
because we
lie.
trying to keep up with the Joneses. We want these jobs because we see other people we think living better than us, but they've been living better than us. They've been had that advantage on us. That hasn't changed. So because we
So
need them, then that's when they're going to put you in that position because they know you need them. We got to stop needing these motherfuckers. That's the problem.
One of the
I
things
don't
that
know. At
we
this
yeah, that
point,
sounds very
idealism.
when we
simple,
talk
but
about
Control
Hold on,
our
Mr.
racism,
Supreme.
dollar.
I
one
got
of the
Big
things.
Supreme, then I got Mr. Greg. Go ahead, Big
all right. So this is
Supreme.
my thing, right? I want Uncle Greg to chime in, right? Because Dean, I ain't gonna lie, you my man 100 grand, but you read a definition. I don't know where you got it from, right?
I got it
So
from the
what I want to
dictionary.
know is how is like I'm confusing what you're saying, bro. Like you're saying that if I have a racist belief, but I'm poor, that I'm a bigot and I'm not a racist.
No, I'm saying you have the same racist ideals, but when it comes to the
Ideology.
when it
I
comes
think
when
it's
we
what he's
Yeah, but
saying.
what
Let,
I'm
let me
trying to
say,
tell,
let
this
me let
is
me
what I'm
say
trying
this
to
what
tell
I think
Dean.
this what I think he's saying. He's saying if you don't this is what I think he's saying. If you don't have any control and power, but you got a
Mhm.
racist ideology, you're a
Yeah.
bigot because you can't implement your ideology. You don't have the
What?
control and the power to.
Exactly.
You just
No,
believe that.
Yeah, but
that's
that's
You get
not
what
like
I'm
true.
saying?
You're
you
a
changing
racist.
the definition of
Racist is a
racism, though.
part as a type of bigot. Deem just said that. So it's still the same
That's what I
thing.
just said.
Yeah,
that's
you're
what
a racist.
that's what that's
You
what I
could be
was saying
poor
from
in the
what
I
I
think
river.
we're
was
saying
saying
the
from the
same thing.
No, no,
yeah, what I
Yeah,
was
if
saying
you
from
be
the
poor in the
jump
river, you're
is
still racist.
Hold
oh
on, Dean. Go ahead, Big Supreme.
we're
And then
all
I
right,
got Mr.
so
go
Greg.
ahead, Big Supreme.
so what I'm saying is, again, just because you're a poor white man from South Carolina or Mississippi, Alabama, that doesn't mean you're classified as a bigot. You can still be a racist. That's what I'm saying, right? That's why I use these different words and their definitions, right? Yes, you can be a bigot. Yes, you can be a racist. You can also be a sexist. These
Wait,
things
hold on. Did
overlap
I
each
come
other,
into the
right?
wrong? Like, is this like boxing or is this a politic debate?
Nah,
Nigga,
we
it's
talking.
Nigga,
boxing,
We
we
having
buddy.
open
freestyling today.
discussion.
We
We having
freestyling.
open
Social
discussion,
consciousness.
baby. It's 2 cents after
We
dark.
freestyling after dark, brother.
Oh shit.
I
Oh
mean, we
shit.
we
Oh
gonna
shit.
leave the henny at home. We gonna leave the weed.
Nah, I'm
We
on the
gonna
road. I'm
we
on the
gonna
road.
build
Hey,
We
today.
ain't
nah,
doing
nah,
none of that.
nah. I
We
got
Don't do
building
tote
none of
today.
for the
that. Don't do it.
ancestors.
All right,
I
so
Go
let me
gotta
ahead,
say
take
Mr.
a
Gray.
this.
tote for
Oh,
the
finish up
ancestors.
Preem, and then we
All
got Mr.
right, so
Gray.
what I'm trying to say is, bro, like, all right, so you have, like I said, you have a sexist, right? That's someone that feels that their gender is better than another gender, right? Then you got a misogynist. That's one that's targeted woman. Then you got a chauvinist, right? So just because you're a racist doesn't mean you can't be bigoted and vice versa, right? But I don't
But
want
we
to
can't
change the
forget
definition. When
egotist
you go
either,
on
bro.
Google and you look up the definition of racism, right? It's a belief and ideology, right? So an ideology, you don't have to be rich to practice that. You understand? So now, when you look at those
Supreme, you do
scientists
got
that
to be rich to practice
Hold
that,
on,
though.
Dean. Let him
no, you
finish. Let
don't.
him
You don't have
finish.
to be rich to practice racism, brother.
What I'm
You don't
saying,
have
Big
to.
Supreme, the crackhead on the street can't stop me from getting a job. The racist white
That
man
don't
that's in
mean
power
nothing. But he
can.
can call the
That's
cops
the
on you, brother.
difference, bro.
No,
He
it's
can't
not,
do
bro.
nothing
Like,
to
listen,
me.
listen,
Yo,
listen.
He
yo,
can't
you
affect
both,
my
y'all
life
both
Go
in
is
ahead.
right.
any
Hold
way.
on,
Y'all
hold
In
both
on.
is
any
Let
right.
type
Mr.
way.
Green
No,
finish. Hold on.
stratification does not
But
matter.
listen, go ahead,
You're,
Go
Exactly,
ahead,
brother.
Supreme.
It doesn't
you're.
matter. Like,
It doesn't
you
matter. You're
jumping
still
through
racist.
different hoops, bro. Like, just because a person is a
It
white
does
man,
matter.
of course he doesn't have
You're
It
power,
both right
brother.
and
literally
you're both
does
wrong.
matter.
Because he's
Hold
a
He's
on,
white
saying
hold
the
man.
on.
That
same.
means
Y'all
listen. Why
saying
does a
two
white
different
girl gotta
things.
have power over
Hey,
you, bro?
listen. Nobody has to be right. Everybody can just have their
You
own
tripping,
opinion. We don't
bro?
got to
No,
keep
no
going back and
bullshit. You
forth.
tripping,
No,
D?
but
I
they
ain't gonna
not
lie.
talking about the same things. What I'm trying
We
to
are
say.
talking about the same
No, we
thing.
talking
No, they're
about the
not.
Demon is
same thing.
incorrect.
You just want to make it
Y'all
sound
talking
different.
You
about
don't
like
have.
a person, like somebody on the bus stop. I don't want to
You
sit
don't
next
use
to you because you're
power to
black.
be a
How you
racist.
That's a
doing?
Listen,
racist,
Use
like
your red
mom
and
just
that's
button
a
said,
power.
correct.
why
And that's
you want
right.
to
But
see
that
one
in the
way and the
reality,
other
that
way.
doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
What do
Dean's
you
you don't.
talking
mean, bro?
about like the motherfuckers injecting black babies with fucking shit,
With
Most
fucked up shit
black
autism
in
people
the
are
hospital,
sexually
like
specifically.
molested.
a fucking like on purpose type of
We
shit.
talking
Like,
about the Tuskegee experiment when they
Yeah,
was
that's
yeah,
what
shit
you're
like
talking
injecting
that.
about.
black
Like
men with
shit, the
drugs.
government, the bills and niggas,
Yeah,
shit
it's
like
it's
motherfucking
called a
Wait,
smallpox
CEOs of
operation.
companies.
I ain't gonna lie, no cap.
can't you
No
Like you
cap, you
heard,
on a
separate?
like you
different.
might
He
have
be
to
on a
sit this
different
one
train,
out,
Yo,
bro.
gang,
can't you
because I don't
separate
know
He
what
be
you're
on a
bigotry
saying.
different
and
train. He be on a
Hold
racism
train
on.
with
Yeah,
It's too
because
black
you
many
be
people.
people
y'all scared to talk
talking.
about the
Yo,
real
one
shit.
mic,
That's what
y'all.
it
One
is.
mic.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, no
One
cap.
mic.
I don't know what you're saying, gang.
Don't you
Yeah,
gotta separate the
look,
Mr.
Yeah,
he,
ego
Mr.
and the
I'm
Gray.
telling
You're
Go
the
racism?
ahead,
going,
truth.
you're
Mr.
going far
Gray.
left.
he,
I'm
Okay,
gonna land
let me
my
just get
plane.
far left.
All I'm
Go
saying
go. Lay
is
your plan.
you can be prejudiced, you can be discriminatory. Like you're saying that you have to be a white corporate executive to practice racism, bro. That's not what it is, gang.
yeah, you be
That's
black.
not what it is. I don't know where you got that definition. I
Yeah, you be
understand
black.
where you're coming from, but just because
Yo,
a
touche.
white man
How
doesn't
you
have
gonna
power
practice
doesn't mean he
racism
can't
if you can't
be
do nothing
racist,
to
bro.
me? How do you practice it,
Because
Big
it's the
Supreme?
ideology, brother. You don't
It's the
have to be rich,
ideology,
bro.
exactly.
You don't have to be rich to practice
Yeah,
the
it's
ideology, bro.
it's a
No, I'm
way of thought,
asking in the
bro.
order when you use the word practice, in the practice it, that means you have to take some type of action. What could the
All right,
crackhead
No,
so
on the
as a
it's
street
white
just
do?
man,
hating
right?
What
you,
hold
hating
on.
you
I'm not
based on your
busting out,
race.
I'm not even talking
Hold
to
on,
you.
As
y'all.
a
We gotta let Mr.
I'm
Gray get
talking
in
to
here.
Big Supreme.
All right, so as a
Hold
white
on,
man,
Dean.
right? You can set it up to where you don't want your daughter to date a black man or Hispanic man, or you don't, whatever it is. You can practice the racism, brother. Just because
Yeah,
I can't prevent you from getting a job or getting a loan or getting housing or getting employment, that doesn't mean you're not a racist, bro.
it's
No, you're
That doesn't
confusing
mean
I
ideology.
that.
race,
get what
being a
you're saying.
racist
If
with
that's the
racism.
case,
He
It's two
confusing
different
the
hey,
whole
things.
listen, if that's
term.
the
I'm
case,
not
Oh,
even
okay.
saying that.
look.
He's
I'm gonna say this
he's
one
100%
last thing, right? I'm
correct.
gonna say this one last thing, right? If that's the case, that white woman that got Emmett Till Shakur beat to death, then she's not a racist then, bro. Where was her prestige and wealth when she got him beat to death, bro?
Big Supreme, she had control over the man's
What
life. She
control? She
knew
had
that
no
if
Oh
money
she
my
in her
god.
lied,
life, bro.
her
Where y'all
word was
getting
Just a
this
regular
from?
white
powerful enough
woman.
to get that
You
man
not
Where
racist
you
killed.
getting
hillbilly
this from?
skin.
You're
What are
imagining
you
things,
talking
bro.
about, bro?
This nigga
You
deep.
don't
He
need
Right.
to
very
It's
control
not
slow.
her. It was the
All right,
entire system. It was the police. It was
hold
the
on.
her.
Go ahead,
Her
Mr.
no,
Fred.
literally her power. She knew that if she went and told her family, who I think was like the sheriffs or whoever was hell was in the town, she knew she had the power
Can I
that
say
if
something
she
real quick
took
after
action,
Mr.
she
Correct?
could get that man murdered. And that's exactly what happened.
So I'm just gonna say this real
Fred.
quick.
You can't do
Hold
that
on,
in
Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
Mr. Fred.
2025,
You know what's so crazy
yo.
about you,
I'm
gang?
gonna just say this.
So
You
So
can't
confident.
do
You got
that in
so much conviction in
2025.
your
That's
Hold
shit.
cool. That's
on, D.
totally
Hold on.
different.
You wrong,
Hold on,
bro.
y'all.
Like it's
It's
okay,
on
What
Mr.
bro.
Fred.
This is
Go
we
ahead, Mr.
learning.
Fred.
We you know what I mean. We
what I
building.
was What I will
Hey,
say
2 Cents, when
about
you
it,
get the chance, let me chime
we're
in. You heard me?
forgetting one thing about racism. Racism is when one race feels they are superior to another race.
Right.
That's where you start with. So that white crackhead who might be on the street smoking crack will still feel because she is or he is white that he is still superior than the black CEO making $2, 3, $4 billion a year. She will still feel she is better by virtue of the fact that her white race feels they are superior beings to the black person or the Chinese person or the Hispanic person. That's what racism is. That's where it starts. Now, how you practice it is because of all of us white people say
That's
everybody's
not
white
completely accurate.
who
That's not
feels they
completely
are
accurate.
superior.
Hold on, JD.
That
Let
is
him
not
finish,
a
and I'll let you
completely
go.
Who
accurate
feel they
definition.
are
Let him finish,
superior
JD.
because that's what racism is. When one race feels they
Yeah, I'm
are
gonna chime in when
superior
he done
to
because
the
that's
other,
completely invalid.
they can then practice racism by using discrimination. So, for instance, if I'm the HR department and I'm white, and white people are coming and black people are coming for the job, and I feel already that white people are superior to the black people or the Hispanic people, now I can start hiring the white people because I feel they are superior because that's what we believe. That's where it starts. And so, what we're always missing, because we always have heard about these white supremacists organizations out here because they believe they are superior. So you have to remember that's what it really is: a one race of people feeling they're superior to all the others. And then if they attain power, if they obtain position, then they
JD,
will
you got to mute. You got a lot of noise.
then you certainly will implement your belief
Talking.
systems into the system in which a country is run or a country or a company is run. That's what racism is. Now, that doesn't mean everybody but has to agree with me. I just heard somebody say that's wrong. So I like to hear what their version is too.
Okay, let me say this before you go, JD. I'm pretty sure this live is gonna be demonetized. So y'all please make sure y'all support the channel. Y'all gotta support these 2 cents after dark because they not getting monetized. So make sure you punch that like and subscribe button at the very least. If you can't hit the cash app at 2 cents boxing or drop your 2 cents in the super chat below. JD, where you
Two
go,
cent,
bro?
2 cent.
I
Is
think
you
we're coming
Yeah,
back.
monetizing it when it
I'll,
first
I'll
come
say
Yeah,
something
on?
real
once
quick.
no cash
Hold
start
on,
talking
y'all. I
that
gotta ask
bullshit.
2 cent. Hold on, y'all. 2 cent. Is you monetizing it when you first jump on the live
Yeah, they be hitting me with the
with the
yellow
yellow
dollar
joint even
sign when
afterwards?
yeah, when I get
Okay.
off, especially these type of live. What happens if you can't start it when you start the live?
That's why I'm
You can't.
asking you because it seems like it get monetized. Like, all right, I was having that same problem, 2 cent, but then I started monetizing it as soon as I went live, and then it just didn't get demonetized after that. So if
No,
you
I'm
could,
getting demonetized because of whatever stuff being said. It ain't none of that.
Yeah,
all
no
right, I
cash
was
is
gonna
talking
say this,
crazy.
2 cent. Next time you go live on, I don't know if you do it on your laptop. It don't even really matter. Whatever device you do it on, go to your other device, go to the video, edit it, go to your studios, and turn the monetization on that way. And and just see if it stay monetized that way. Because I was having that same problem, and I was thinking, I was like, damn, like every live I do, it get limited. It's not like going through.
Oh,
Like
and
even
that
after
no, that's not
go
what's
ahead.
happening. Is that I was getting the red dollars. I like two of my
I
after
was getting
dark
that
episodes
red.
got the red deal. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
all
Two
right.
of
I
them.
ain't never
So
got the red one. Okay,
I'm
all
sure
right.
these type of topics, I don't know what they gonna do or whatever the case may be, but I'm just saying if y'all enjoying the live, go ahead and support the channel. JD, what you got for the show? And listen, y'all, everybody up here is like, we're not trying to be right, right? We're just trying to express our opinions and what we think and just have a conversation. So everybody don't gotta be just 100% right. You know what I'm saying? JD, what you got?
Shit.
Well, this is a touchy topic, but for me, I would know the most about this shit when it comes to like racism, classism, and people being subject to sexism, whether male or female, because I'm from the state of Constitution, right? I'm from Connecticut. A lot of bills that are passed, they come through Hartford, Connecticut. Then they go to Bridgeport and work there, or it goes to New York and they kind of work hand in hand off of shit. But a lot of constitutions Constitution is written in this state. Um, and that goes for legislation too. It's just funny to me how people correlate racism with classism and bigotry, but the original statement of what racism is, I don't know who that was speaking. Racism is not just based on a sub level, right? Racism specifically is used as an ideology or a way of thinking and action based on superiority, not only superiority in that complex, but towards a specific type of people, meaning black people that were oppressed. So you could be prejudiced towards a Mexican, you could be prejudiced towards an Asian, you could be prejudiced towards a Hispanic, but those people were not oppressed in this country. Black people were. So racism specifically is targeted towards black people in this country. Now, bigotry is something different. Bigotry is utilizing the power you have based
Let
on
me go
your
next after
position.
JD.
No, let me go
You know what I
actually.
mean?
Then
Now
after you.
I
That's
got some pain for JD. I got some pain for you.
Yeah, I think
whatever.
that's
So,
wrong
Let
too.
me hold on, Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, JD.
oh yeah, bigotry is specifically that shit right there is a motherfucker in power flaunting his power. That's what that is. You got classism. Classism is discriminatory. It doesn't matter what color you are. If I'm a pale skinned motherfucker, how people say, which I don't agree with that terminology, but where I'm from, they call white people pale skin. And don't get me wrong, I have a lot of white friends. You know what I mean? They call them pale skin. They disrespect white people, even the ones that stand with us in these circumstances. They group them all, right? And they say, because he makes X amount of dollars, he's a better fit than this person that's, let's say, okay, I'm upper middle class. I make over $80,000 a year with the work that I do. So it doesn't matter my skin color. If I want to make a purchase and my salary fits, and checks all the boxes, a poor or less successful white person might want to make a purchase on that said object, but they can't. And I get selected over them based off of what I make per year. It's rare, but it happens. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we just gotta understand the differences between what classism is, racism is, bigotry, and what prejudice is being discriminatory actions. What types of discriminatory actions are in this country? It's multiple ways to skin a cat. It's a touchy subject, but
I've never heard
So
prejudice defined that way.
and it's
yeah,
true.
That's a
Prejudice
good that's a good point.
prejudiced people do exist. You can be prejudiced, like I'm prejudiced, but no black person on this panel could be racist. Does that
that's not
make
true.
sense?
No,
Because yes, it is
That's
true.
absolutely not true. That's
no,
Shut
we
up,
not.
nigga.
It is
Shut
true.
up,
You know
nigga.
why?
Shut the fuck.
that's
You
never
you
Shut.
true.
Hold
Be
you
on,
quiet.
still
hold
don't.
on,
Oh
hold
my
on.
god. Listen, I'm
Go,
not done. Let me land my plane. Prejudice
Okay.
is an act of discriminating against somebody that you cannot oppress.
She's not.
Racism. Racism. Are you listening? Racism
I ain't
is an
gonna lie,
act of
bro.
discriminating against an oppressed person or a person from oppressed lineage. There's a
Mm,
difference. If you don't understand the
mm,
difference, I can't
mm.
help you, my guy.
No, that's not true.
go ahead, Big Supreme.
Wait, no, look, can I speak real quick before Supreme
Let
starts?
Big Supreme go because he wanted to respond to JD.
Now let
What
Hacker
up,
get his
Supreme?
Yeah,
Response to him.
so
Go ahead, Hacker.
I just want to say this real quick, right? Racism has no ties to social economics. Like, it has nothing to do with stratification, about being poor, being rich, or anything. It's like Big Supreme said. It's about an ideology. You're
That's
against
your
somebody's.
opinion.
You guess it's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a fact
That's your
based on a
opinion.
definition. Like,
We're not trying to
that,
be right. Just go ahead.
yeah, it's like a black person can be racist. A Chinese person can be racist. Anybody can be racist. A black person can be racist against his own race. It has nothing to
That's
do about.
semantics.
It has nothing to do about oppressing. Oppressing is based on oppression. That's its own word by itself. Like when you oppress people.
Racism is oppressing
Are
somebody
you
based on
kidding
their
me,
race.
bro? At
No,
this
it's not
point, it's
oppressing
not even
somebody
an
at all.
opinion.
That's
Oppressing
what
is
racism
oppressing.
This
is.
is
It's
false.
oppression.
No,
You're oppressing a
that's
race
what
of people.
oppression is.
Yeah. What is
Wait, that's what
yes?
oppression is.
Yes.
The
You're
only
not
thing that
oppressing the
Talking about.
individual.
What are you
You're
talking
the
oppressing
about?
the
difference
whole race.
between bigot and racist, Racism is a type of bigotry, right?
No, talk
So
about the difference between
so a
racism
racist is a
and
bigotry, right?
prejudice.
Bigotry is
But a bigot might not be a
if
racist. That's how
somebody
that
is
works.
if somebody's gay, you say, you ask him, do you
That's
have AIDS?
not how that works.
That's
No,
being a
that's not what
bigot.
that is. Now you guys, hold on,
And
guys.
then,
Oh
Hold on, guys.
man.
and
Hold on,
then
hold
like
on, hold on.
Hey,
that's
no
That's
not the
why I
cap,
said
same
no
that.
thing.
cap.
Wait,
Why?
hold
No,
on,
hold on,
hold on,
hold on,
hold on.
hold
It
on,
does
hold on.
not
Because
work
no
like
cap,
that.
no cap be coming through with the crazy.
Yeah.
No
No
cap
cap.
be
They don't
coming through
bring
with the
Bachi Boy
crazy.
in
No cap
this.
be taking the
This
trade
no
somewhere
Bachi
else,
Boy
man.
business.
He be taking
No
the
Oh
trade
Bachi
shit.
somewhere
Boy.
else, man.
No
Nah,
Hey,
Bachi
Big
Man
Supreme,
business
but
here.
racism
ask
has
me,
nothing
bro?
to do with power
Hold on.
or have
Land
money
your
or
plane,
being
Baki
able to
Hacker.
like enact. Because if that's the case, even if you were to say, let's say magically that's just like the truth, right? Like, oh, racism best you can only be racist against people that have been oppressed. Everybody in the world has been oppressed at one point or another. Like that has nothing to do
Facts.
with
Damn,
anything.
y'all got me agreeing with Hacker.
Yeah, like that has nothing to do.
Man, Boxer
That has
Hacker not an
absolutely nothing to
idiot.
do with nothing.
He be up here
Racism is
acting
just
stupid.
ideology. That's all it is.
That's
I'm
Okay,
cap.
sorry,
okay.
but
It's
You
ideology that
finished? You finished, brother?
I'm
yeah.
sorry, but y'all
I'm
don't
always
understand
So
what's happening. Y'all don't
somebody
understand
offer me
the
some
forces at
pushback
work,
Hold on,
man.
hold
between
on. Let
prejudice
JD
and
respond.
go ahead,
racism.
Supreme.
That's
It's
what I
your
want to
turn.
know.
I thought it was
Somebody
my
offer
turn, but go ahead, JD.
offer
What you gonna say?
somebody offer me some pushback between the differences of prejudice and racism because
Yeah,
I give
that
you
was probably
clear
me.
examples.
Hey, let me
You know what I'm
say
saying?
this
But
real
That
quick.
was probably
I'm
you
not
me.
gonna
cannot
lie.
correlate.
Let me say
You
this.
can't correlate that. You can't correlate bigotry with racism. Bigotry is literally a form. A bigot is a form of a person. Racism is an action.
I'm
Like
not
Big
gonna
is
lie.
not a
I don't
it's
know
form of
where
action.
y'all
person.
got
It
this
doesn't
from,
make
but
That
it
any
had to
sense.
be
where
like
do y'all
one of
get
them
this
Prejudice.
from?
conscious community niggas
Racist
that
is a
shot
form
this.
of a bigot. It's literally there. Racist.
All right, so this is my
Nah,
Racism
thing,
is an
right?
bigotry can come in
action.
different
So
forms,
wait,
What
man.
wait.
are
Are
you?
y'all just
It's
hold
a
These are
on? Are y'all just
English
noun.
words.
entertained? Let me
Let's
say
Who's
this.
saying
Let me
what you
say
gotta
this.
say.
Are y'all just let me say this. First of all, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I've been wanting to get off here. Not wanting to get off here, but I've been
Uh,
an hour ago I said
That's
I
been
was
a
finna
minute.
get
It's been
off
a minute.
here.
I ain't gonna lie. I have.
But this
Yeah.
conversation is a very good conversation. And I'm glad that we're having it. And I hope anybody listening to the replay of this live is really listening to this conversation. Like this is a very good
Yeah, if you're
conversation.
listening to the
And
replay, I don't stand with what no cap was saying. All right.
What did no
You
cap
ain't let him
say?
finish.
go ahead over no silence.
You ain't trying to understand.
Hey,
What
get
don't you
no
and
no
understand? I'll break it
silence.
like
down
and,
to you.
Wait,
and
what did
y'all
he
know
say?
what's
What did he
crazy? The
say?
numbers
I don't
ain't
know what
even
he said.
dropping. And it's damn near
I
it's three
said,
o'clock in the
what don't you
morning.
understand? I'll break it down into terms you can
Nah,
understand.
I'm,
Okay,
I'm joking.
let
But look,
Supreme go. Go ahead,
all right.
Supreme.
Let
No,
me
I
This is
go
what
didn't
I
after
hear.
got
that,
with
Supreme.
I didn't hear anything you
Okay.
said because it cut
Hold on.
out.
You know I'm
I
in the
got
Bronx. I'm
Supreme and
let
then
the
we
train
got
go
Rich.
So
past.
could you repeat
Hold
what
on.
you
I'm
had
gonna let
said
the train go
again?
past.
Oh, he's like, what'd he say? What'd you say,
No cap.
Supreme?
Now I'm in the Bronx. I'm gonna let the train go past.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay. Go ahead, Rich.
Um, I'm gonna say this like me. I know the old school racism or whatever the case may be, but like I say, maybe just 'cause being from Atlanta, we don't really think about it like white racism, black racism, or whatever. Like I say, it's more systematic. But I would say this, man: if you are a melanated person, go back to your mama hometown or your daddy hometown, your grandmama's hometown. Check the records. Because, for
Yep.
example, I have records of my great grandmother, and it's full-blooded Indian. I got pictures. I got
Yep.
everything. You see what I mean? So racism is kind of a narrative to cover up something. Now, before got into boxing, I used to be into all things history and stuff, and there's plenty of books you can go to the Library of Congress and get one of the real inhabitants of the Americas 1607, which will tell you the original people that were here. So what's happening is the bigotry or the racism or the oppression is levied on the original people were here. You see what I'm saying? So even if an African come over here, they look at you like you ain't nobody. They do not connect with you.
That's
They
not
know
true,
you're
man.
not them.
that's
You're
correct.
not an African. They look at you like a
Exactly.
dumb nigga, just like anybody
That's
else
not
look
true.
at you like that. Well,
That's not true.
let me
Probably
finish.
more
Let me
so
finish.
worse,
It is
actually.
I
true.
get
Yeah.
to
Let
you.
Rich
Let me
It
finish.
speak
is
my truth.
true.
Let me speak my truth because I worked for General Motors for a decade. I work with plenty of Africans. They don't even refer to themselves as African. They either Somalian, they're Nigerian, they Grenada or whatever the case may be. They never refer to themselves just as African. They
Yeah,
separate
because the
themselves by
continent.
country. You see what I mean? All I'm saying, when they come
Yep.
over here, they recognize you as different because they've been systematically taught. They say, well, when we see y'all on TV over where we from, is always y'all killing somebody for $5 or for 5 cents or whatever the case may be. So that's the image of us that they're getting. So what I'm saying is, if we go back and just don't check your genealogy, all this bull crap. Check the records and figure out where you're really from, and you might be surprised that your ass is from right
Absolutely.
here. And the people that being
Yep.
oppressed are just the original inhabitants of this land and been told that you're from somewhere else. Why somebody else just steal the land? I mean, at the end of the day.
Rich, that's
So
facts, Rich. Hey,
who
is
are the
anybody
successor of
hold on. Is
the
anybody up
African
here
slaves
familiar with
then?
Dane Calloway?
Yeah.
My family is from Mobile,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Why is everybody
He
I
claiming
know
he
Dane
Dane.
nowadays? Like,
I
who are
he
the
know
has
successor
a
Dane.
of the
Yeah,
African
I know
slaves?
that.
he has a book that shows you like what Rich is talking about. He has a book that tells you how to be able to go check your record, like how to pull it up and find out. Because this is the thing. Every black person in America is not a descendant of a slave.
That's true.
Right.
Maybe,
Nope.
Fact.
yeah.
Yeah,
Every
you're right about that.
and that's what they want you to believe.
But does
That
the,
if you
Yeah.
black in America, you're a
mainly,
descendant of a slave, and that's not true.
mainly,
Yeah.
mainly
I ain't gonna
though.
lie, but that opens up a whole nother can of
Yeah,
worms.
like I
Yeah,
don't
That
understand.
You
opens
I
up
don't
still,
really,
I
you
don't
still,
I don't
you
really
understand
like
still.
that type of.
the need
Hey,
to
hey, two
disconnect
cents.
Wait,
Hey,
hold on.
two
At
What
the
you
cents.
end
say,
of the day,
Supreme?
of
it
African
don't
slaves.
matter.
Hold on, hold
See,
on.
All right,
What
this
you
is
say,
my
all,
thing,
Supreme?
right?
Hold on.
What do
Go
you
ahead,
mean
Supreme.
in the day it don't matter? What are you
Hold on,
Hey,
talking
David.
two.
about?
Go
because it's
ahead,
Hey, two
Supreme.
cents.
2025, dog. Like
This is what I'm saying,
so many
right? When
generations
I
of
hear
people
Rich
that
talk, it
like
sounds like he
Hold on,
read
no cap.
so
a
many
book.
generations of what you gonna do today,
Hold on,
what you
hold on, hold
building
on,
for
hold on, hold
tomorrow.
on, hold on, hold on. One
No
mic, one
cap.
mic. Let Supreme
Yeah,
go.
it sounds like he read a
Yeah.
book called
But you gotta know where you're coming from.
Hold
If
on,
you don't
David.
know where you're coming from, you don't know your future.
Go ahead,
All right,
Supreme.
so there's a book called They Came Before Columbus, written by Ivan Van Sertima, and he
I've heard
goes into
that book.
detail about how there were black indigenous people that you associate or call Indians or Native Americans or
The
whatever.
Omax.
Yeah, but I don't like that. I feel like that's a small percentage, right? So I don't want it to
Yep.
be a thing where it's like it's like almost like transatlantic slave trade didn't happen.
Wait, you
Yeah,
said
That
the
I
apparatus
agree.
is
that's
It
based
that's
on
did.
that's
what?
my angle. Now there
Wait,
are
hold on.
people
No,
Wait,
it's
that
not
Supreme,
that
they
it.
can.
Hold on. What you mean? It's almost like it didn't happen.
This is what I'm saying, right? There are people that can trace their roots back to, like, if someone says, "Oh, I'm Cherokee Indian, or I'm Choctaw, I'm Blackfoot," I
But there's
get that,
small
right?
percentage of them.
But it's a very small percentage of that,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Just like there was a small percentage of black people that actually owned slaves in the South. You can't
I
make
don't
it
believe
about
that.
everybody.
I don't
So
Yeah.
you
believe that.
Like,
But
all
everybody
black
wants to
people
saying,
that
attribute
hold on, hold
like
on.
themselves
What
to
it
something
is a
different.
So,
lot of
black
so
people.
people
y'all
haven't
saying
Yeah.
passed
y'all.
down orally that
Listen, you
history
can
of their
probably trace
family.
your lineage or your
And
ancestry
yeah,
back to a tribe or something like that, but that's not everybody though. So
I
when
didn't
I
say it
see
was
people
everybody.
hey, two
talk
cents. To
about
your
these
point.
things,
Hey, two
I
cents.
kind of stray away from it because I don't want to get explosive because them kind of
Yeah.
conversations could get really really bad. But I feel like the vast majority of black people in America, they are descendants of slaves. I do believe that.
Correct.
Yo, two cents.
incorrect.
Mm, I
I
don't
think
Incorrect.
believe
it's
that.
That's
true.
an
I don't know
opinion.
why.
No,
I don't
listen,
know why
listen.
people
Let
are
me say
getting
this.
against
Time
That's
it.
an
out.
It's
Let me
not
say this.
opinion.
true.
Let me say this
That's an
before we move
opinion.
forward.
Why is it
There's
an
no
opinion,
reason.
brother?
It's not
Hold on.
opinion.
It's an
There's
It's a
opinion
historical fact.
because all
listen.
of us didn't come
Hold
from
on, David.
slavery.
Hold
He
on,
didn't say
David.
that
We
Hold
No,
was
on,
no.
though.
Just
David. Hold
prisoner.
because
on,
you can
David.
trace
Hold
your
on,
roots
David.
back
Hold
to
on,
Africa
Supreme.
doesn't mean that you
Hold
was
on.
enslaved, bro.
But this is the thing.
Let the host talk, bro.
I don't
Right.
know why this conversation would get explosive. Like, there's no need for nobody to be arguing.
I'm
Everybody
saying
entitled
some
to
people
their own
sometimes they
opinions.
do. I'm not saying we are gonna do it. I'm just saying sometimes it
Oh,
happens.
oh, oh.
Yeah, it
Because,
definitely
like,
does.
because I mean, I don't know. I
Because
just
it
feel
creates
like
division, which is what it's supposed to do.
everybody that I've come across that we took this journey of looking up our lineage, they weren't necessarily a descendant of a slave. And you got to think before the slaves came over here, you're
Mhm.
telling me it was only a small percentage of black people here?
No, that's not
They're
what I'm
all
saying.
Indian people.
What I'm saying,
Well,
all right. So
Yo, two
what?
cents.
let's try
Listen,
to phrase
Majority
it
of
this
them
when
were
you
way,
say
right?
Indian
that,
people.
Do
right?
y'all know the
When you
Indians
say
were
that,
black?
two cents.
No, no. Let me try to
Two
phrase it
cents.
this way,
You
right?
have
They
to
were
you have to
Indian,
consider
Native
too. You have to
American.
consider too that percentage of people you talking about, those same people were in a working class too. So it doesn't have to be
That's what I was about
racism.
to say. Like
It
a
could
lot of people, if you
it
could
could
trace
be
your roots
it
back
could
and they
be
weren't,
it could be it could be it could be people that were oppressed in the working class because that happened way back when. There was some type of classism way back when, and it happened within black cultures. That's how the house nigga came about. You see what I'm saying?
Majority
Right.
all right. So what I'm
majority
trying to
of
say is
black
right.
people are African American.
The house
All
nigga was just a nigga too weak to work in the field. So he worked for the house.
hold
Whether they
on.
like it or not, I don't know why. That's just what it is. The majority
Like
Go
of
ahead,
Uncle
Supreme.
Tom book. Uncle Tom was that hero. Was the actual? He was a weak slave. He was a
I
house
can't hear
slave, but he was
nobody
a
else. I
smart
can hear
guy.
you, bro.
He was always outsmarting the slave master, trying to help the slaves get free. The
That's not. That's
Sambo
not
was
accurate, but you kind
that
of on the
no,
run.
it's a book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. You go
I
read
know,
it.
but you
Yeah.
like that's
So
not that
so
wasn't inspired.
Sambo was
Listen, he
the
was a
guy
pious
who
Christian man that
no
sacrificed his life
Sambo
for
was the guy who was
the
the
two
enforcer of the
female slaves. Yo,
plantation.
this nigga here,
And he
bro.
beat Uncle Tom to death because Uncle Tom refused to whip a female slave.
Yo,
So
chill, bro. Chill, bro. Don't
so
crash out,
Sambo
bro.
was
Hey,
the rat.
we need to start a
Uncle
book
Tom is
club
the
in this
hero.
joint. But what you got, Supreme?
Don't crash
Let
out,
me go.
Supreme. Don't
Anybody
crash
else got
out.
something to say? Because I don't want to start talking. I get cut off.
Don't crash out,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Don't crash out.
So what I'm saying is, just because you could trace your ancestry back to a free black person or an indigenous person, that doesn't mean your roots doesn't go back to Africa. So like these kind of conversations, like you
Everybody
said,
roots go back to Africa though.
I said, look, these kind of conversations are very good, right? Because then it opens up all kind of different conversations. Like basically, all right, so you look at like the man, you look at the Spanish and the Portuguese, right? They had something called plaquage, where they had biracial women that were married to white men, right? And they were granted certain privileges, right? That was going on in the South. That was going on in New Orleans, right? So you might could trace your lineage back to a free black person that happened to be a light skinned woman or a light skinned black man. That doesn't mean that they're not black. You understand what I'm saying? I just feel like a lot of times when I hear these conversations, I feel like they're trying to separate themselves from Africa. Not saying you guys on the panel. I'm just saying when I hear people talk about, well, my roots go back 100 years, 200 years, and this, that, and the third. Like, all right, but you're still a descendant of Africa. That's just my opinion.
Bro, you gotta
Yeah, yeah,
understand.
yeah,
Bro,
yeah.
you gotta
But
100%
understand.
what
true.
does
Bro,
that have to do with being
You
a
are
can I
so
can I
descendant of
correct.
a
respond to that?
slave though?
Two
Say it
cents.
again.
Can I respond to that, please?
People are so against being African. I don't know why.
Two cents.
What's
Can I
Nobody's
going
please
on?
against being.
respond
We're
to
all
Supreme?
from. We all human life originated in Africa. Like what do
You
y'all?
know,
Hold on.
it
Let me get Dub
originated in
right
Iraq.
side.
It didn't
We
originate in
have
Africa.
Two
to
cents. I
think.
really want to respond to Supreme, please.
You can let me get this real quick. Dub right side say we have to think deeper than this. Respectfully, Dub right side, you can't have a more deeper conversation than we have. And what you mean?
That's
Hey,
the
let me
Go
go.
oh
ahead,
yeah,
He's
JD.
out of
see,
order, man.
I had to Google it because I got tripped up. But whoever was talking, go ahead, and I'm
Ma-
responsible.
Go
Major-
ahead, JD.
Yeah.
Majority of people from Africa.
Listen, bro. At the end of the day, we we could say these things, right? And we could talk about how people should be more kind of in tune with who they are. But half the people that offer a debate or like an impulsive response to what you're saying, them niggas don't know where the fuck they from for real. You know what I mean? So we also have to factor that in too. A lot of people talk about, oh, my people date back to here, and then my people date back to here. But in actuality, they don't know where the fuck they come from, and they're just speaking based
But you
on what
can
they're
look it up.
told. But they
But you
choose
can
not
research it
to.
yourself.
These are the
That's
kind
a
of people
fact.
that we
That's why I
having
was
these
gonna
type of
mention.
conversations with, though.
I don't
All right,
trust
so
So
that
this.
stuff.
it
I think
doesn't
it's a
matter. It
scam
doesn't
to get
matter.
your
It
DNA.
does. Wait,
All right,
listen.
so
It doesn't
JD, right?
matter.
This is what I'm saying, right,
It doesn't.
JD?
Wait, hold on, real.
Mhm.
What type of tool we offer to them or tell them, yo, look, this shit is right here in front of you. If you use said tool, you can find out X, Y, and Z. They don't
Mhm.
want to know where they're from. They're gonna offer that as a point of debate because they don't believe anything you're saying. Just keep that in mind.
All right, so you have something called, like I said, I mentioned plaquage, right? Which is a system of white men marrying biracial black women or fully black women, right? So now they were of African descent, Native American descent, and European descent, right? This was here in New Orleans in the French colonies. This was like in the 1800s,
You're
1700s,
talking
right?
Yeah,
about the
So,
Frenchtown.
balls, right?
huh?
Frenchtown.
You're talking about the balls that
Or
they used to
Spanish
have?
town.
Yeah,
That's what they
basically,
used to.
right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
you could trace your lineage back to a Native American woman who happens to be a great, 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 great grandmother, right? That doesn't mean that they weren't a descendant of an African or a slave themselves. You understand? If I'm making sense?
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
get
what
what
does
you're
that matter?
saying.
The first slaves was white. That's why it's slave, Slav.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Not
saying
what,
is
bro.
when you say, all right, so
Let me go.
No,
yeah,
that's
Let me
so
get
facts.
after
what
that.
The
No,
I'm
that's
Magna
asking
What
facts.
the
you
Carta
hell
is,
did you
freed.
just
The
Hold
say?
Magna
Yeah,
on.
but
Carta is what made white
Stop,
people
I
stop.
don't
free.
know how to
Hold on,
respond
no
to you, bro. I ain't gonna
He
lie.
said
Go
the
so
ahead,
what?
first
Supreme.
slave
That's
was
not what
a
we.
Yeah, the Magna
What
Carta
we
gave
really
them
about.
freedom.
I see you
Hold
going
on,
too
no
We
far
cap.
left,
don't we
bro.
don't care about that. We talk about black people. Them
Yeah,
white
yeah.
people that were slaves are not oppressed now anyway. It don't matter.
Go ahead, Supreme.
So what I'm saying is like if you can trace your lineage back and say, oh well, this person was Native American descent or indigenous, that doesn't mean that they weren't classified or identified as a black man or woman. You understand? So I just felt like a lot of times why I hear, I don't want to call out any kind of groups and nothing like that, but when I hear certain type of groups speak about being Israelites or we weren't all coming from Africa, we didn't all come here on a slave ship. I just feel like they're trying to like dissociate themselves from Africa. Well, a
No,
lot
No,
of the
let me
people
tell
that
you
we talking about,
no, the
Hey,
reason why
Tucson,
I
let me go
believe
after
that.
that.
All right, the reason why I'm saying like it's just a thought, a think piece, right? Like, damn, you're telling me every black person in America is a descendant of a slave that was brought here, right? Like, think about that.
let me expose the facts right now. This
That's
is
not
what see
accurate
the
at all.
nah,
Hold
it's
on,
not
hold on,
accurate. But what
hold
I'm
hold
on.
saying
on,
is,
man. Y'all, I
it's a
let y'all have
small
y'all piece.
percentage.
No,
Hold
hold
on,
on, hold
let me
on,
go,
because
man.
I'm responding to Supreme. I mean, I was responding
Yeah.
to dialoguing with Supreme. Go
Let me
ahead,
just land
Supreme.
this. Let me just say this, and I'm falling in the background. What I'm saying is, it's a very very small percentage. When I talk about when they say, oh well, everybody didn't come here on the slave ships, I understand that, right? But what percentage you would say that were actually indigenous to America?
But see, this is the
Black men
thing
and
though,
women.
and we would have to get into an even deeper
That's what I'm trying to
conversation
show you.
because I would have to ask. I ain't gonna even go there. I ain't gonna go there.
It's very deep. So what I'm saying is, when I look at that, I look at like the free people of color, whether they're from the French colonies, the Portuguese, the Spanish. Like a lot of times they mix with the indigenous woman, they mix with the African woman. They created light skinned black men and women, and you might could trace their lineage back to that. Like someone like Stephen Curry, his mother's Creole. She's a light skinned black woman with light eyes. She might can trace her lineage that far back, same as Beyonce. But that doesn't mean that somewhere in the equation there was probably a slave there. You understand? That's what I'm saying. You might be
I'm
three
saying Creoles
generations
are
removed
made
from
from slavery.
slavery. Hold on, no cap. You might be three generations removed from slavery, right? In the 1800s. You're a light skinned black woman. You're married to a white man that owns an estate. You have your children. There are people that lived like that back then that didn't experience no racism at all. So like
That's
that's
not
like I
true.
said, like these conversations, like you said, is very good. I just don't like when I hear like or I think you're trying to dissociate from Africa. That's
Yo,
all I'm
I
saying.
All right,
wanna I
let,
wanna
let me
I,
go,
ask you
I, I
Tucson.
something.
I
don't
agree
think
100%.
saying that I don't really think that saying you're not a descendant of a slave is dissociating you from Africa though. Because you still
I wanna
can
ask.
be descendants of somebody from Africa. You get what I'm saying?
I just think that a lot of
Let me go,
times.
Yeah.
Tucson.
Go ahead, Rich, though, because you've been waiting. Go
No,
ahead,
but
Rich.
it's
Hey,
definitely
hey,
used as a separation
hey,
tactic.
hold on. Let me
People
let me
have
say
to
this, right?
identify
Hey,
themselves as Africans. They'll
okay,
literally
hold
say,
on,
I'm
boss.
not
Wait,
African
boss.
American. I'm this.
Hold on, let me say
Yo,
this,
Hacker,
box
let
out.
him go,
Let me
bro.
just say this. The same way I looked at boxing, right? I try to go find out actual information, whether you agree with it or not. Well, it was the same thing when I was in the history. This the problem with what you're saying. You're saying there were indigenous people. So people were here, right? And you can't convince me that the people were here with the amount of people that you put on Indian reservations. It's way more people here. And this is what we know. If you got a Portuguese area, if you got a Spanish area, or colonies, if you got British colonies, they all invaded. And people were here. Indigenous people were here. You see what I mean? So the question is,
Hmm.
who were the indigenous people? Now, let me say this. Some of the things that I found out in my personal research is to say this. I can go back and look up an Egyptian slave boat in a museum. I can look up different time period slave boat. When you say, where is the slave ships? You know what they show you? A boat and a screw. That's what you got as evidence of the transatlantic slave trade, a boat
I
and a
wasn't
screw.
Rich. I wasn't trying to go there, Rich. You taking
But
it
I'm
there.
just saying,
You taking
all
it
I'm
there.
saying is,
Yeah,
you
you gotta
can't
get off the
tell me that
gas,
you
my
can't tell me
boy.
there was
You
a
gotta
bunch of
fuck around and get a
indigenous people here, and you're trying to replace who these indigenous. What happened to the? Why would you bring people over here when you can enslave the people that were here already? You invaded. We know this. They invaded here,
yo,
and
you got
indigenous
you got
people were
yo, yo,
here.
yo, yo,
So the
yo, yo. You
question
gotta
is,
be careful what you
who were
saying,
the
all this shit,
indigenous
bro.
Hold
people?
on, let him finish, JD.
All I'm saying is we need to figure out who were the indigenous people, because you're saying people were here, but we trying to figure out who were they then? Who were they? You're trying to convince us that they somebody else other than us. Well, I would say this: well, look up $5 Indian, figure out what a $5 Indian was. These were the people that
Ooh, don't go
classified
there,
themselves with the
Rich.
government as a
Yeah, bro,
$5
you
Indian. So
tripping,
that means they
bro.
were not real Indians. And the Indians you looking at, they are the descendants of those $5 Indians. Well, who were the real Indians? Who were the real indigenous people that were already here?
Well, let me answer the question
Go
because I
ahead,
know the
JD.
answer.
Who
No,
were
hold on.
they,
No cap.
Rich?
It's JD. It's
Who were
I
JD.
they?
I've seen
JD.
the map of America
JD.
before
Hold
the
Let me
on.
just
No
prove
cap.
Europeans.
my
No
point, but
cap.
I'm gonna
No cap.
respond to you. I got
Hold
something
on.
too.
Go ahead, JD. Then I got no cap. Then I got Big Supreme. And then I got Cash because she just hopped up here.
Yo, listen, the shit that Supreme has said, I was gonna touch on that topic right there. So this go back to what I was saying before, right? So those people that you're talking about that didn't experience racism, right? Were they not a product of classism at that point? Were they still not? Did they still not have a prejudice mentality towards those said black people? Because that was a thing too. And those people, 9 times out of 10, had slaves. The only difference was they treated them differently. They actually compensated them for their work, but there was a limit of what they were doing with them slaves that made them the same as every other slave, but just a little bit better, if that makes sense.
Repeat that last part, JD.
So if you put it on a piece of paper and be like, all right, these people are not slaves, they just work for me. Right? That light skinned woman you talk about that married that white man and they had family, they still had melanated people doing a good majority of work around that set estate for them. But it's a different jacket on them. They're maids, they're butlers,
They're employees.
they're employees, quote unquote. But they're still treated the same way as every other slave. They don't eat at the same table, and they don't have a section where they sleep inside of the house. Most of the time, they're segregated on a totally different part of the estate. So that's a thing too. So we could talk about that light skinned person not experiencing that. But how about what if that light skinned woman is part of the oppressor? We don't talk
Mm.
about that part.
Okay.
We do not
Um,
talk about that part. That's something
No,
that we
all
need
right. So
to
this is my
include.
thing, right? Like we, hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
go ahead, no cap.
Well,
Well,
this is what I'm
hold on.
saying.
Cash. Oh yeah, go ahead, no cap, Cash, and then Rick. Go ahead,
Well,
no
this is what
cap.
I'm saying. With the Creole thing, like you saying that they experienced no racism, that's just not true because the shit they went through was pretty fucking horrible. Especially the women who were forced to be prostitutes and brothels and all types of shit. So you gotta understand the brutal history of America. Like it ain't no expense spirit. You gotta understand the system of white supremacy, and it's not a game.
Facts.
Now, far as the indigenous people, that's true because people came from Africa, and Africa used to be connected to the shit used to be connected. So motherfuckers had migrated to there from Africa like a long time ago. And that's why they came from Asia. That's why the Alaskans is Asian, the Eskimos is Asians. You know what I'm saying?
When you say connected, like
Mm-hmm.
before
Facts.
water
Nigga said
So
separated
it's
them.
like,
Pangea.
yeah,
You're
Pangea.
talking about when before water separated them. Is
it
that what you're
My
Yeah.
dog talking that nonsense. All right, so
what?
talking
How
what
you
I'm
gonna
saying
cut
is
me
this,
off? And
right?
everything you said was nonsense. Everything I said was
about?
factual. I
All
just
right,
seen
all
the
right,
map of America where Alabama
all
was
right.
called
So what?
Alibaba because the Muslims was here before the Europeans. Like America been conquered many a times, held at different by different factions. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So
Yeah.
when you
Yo,
under a Moor,
that's
like
deep, brother.
American
see
History X
see the
was written.
Moors, see
That's deep.
when the Moors took over America, that's why the Moors, the people that rep their Moor stuff, they be saying some truth stuff, but they learn a little bit of knowledge, then they go try to hustle it, and it be people think it's a
Yep.
scam. But the real Moors, they not the Moorish Science Temple of America. They Moroccan nationals.
All right, you see what I'm
So
Yep.
saying? You proving my point, right?
what?
On one end is the Moors, other end is the Indians. Other, like nigga,
Right,
you
but
from
they
Africa,
because they
bro.
don't
Like
understand.
I
Because you
get
got
it,
people
bro.
with
Listen, I'm
knowledge.
a
They don't
Moorish
got. They
mindset
don't. They
from the
talking about
womb.
stuff they
Like
don't
I don't
know
want to hear
about.
none of that, man.
It is. They don't know that they don't have a complete knowledge.
Listen, I don't want to hear
Like
none of that,
you
bro.
can't. Like the
I don't want to hear
Moors
none of that.
science. The Moors is saying they Muslims and but a Moor is a Muslim. They're not a Muslim.
What,
Man,
so
But
them
what?
so
Yo,
So
I ain't
how
gonna
many?
lie.
so
All right,
it's
What's
so
the
like
you
percentage
said,
of
go
people
ahead,
that came from
OG.
African slaves to Cap? Like
say
Go
what?
ahead, go
where?
ahead, OG.
What's
What
the
the Tim
percentage
got to
of
say?
people that came from African
Well,
slaves?
the
All right,
percentage is not
hold
that
on.
many. It
Let
wasn't
me
that
let
many.
Cash go.
It wasn't that many because you could just look at the records. They got records of the transatlantic slave trade, like
It
how many
wasn't.
slaves was on each ship, how long the voyage took. and you can see that the numbers themselves expose it as a lie because
All
it's
right, so this is my
mathematically
thing, right? A
impossible.
small percentage
You
of
can't you
slaves
can't
leave
have
America, bro. Look,
when you
the
add up how
vast
many
majority
slaves
of
per ship
slaves,
and how
listen,
many
the
how
vast
long the
majority of
voyage
slaves
took
that
and
came,
how many years
especially
the
when the
slave
people
trade
free,
went on,
they went
the
to
numbers gonna
Brazil, they
add
went
up
to the
to the number of
Caribbean.
slaves that they say came here.
This nigga just
So
be,
that
he just
exposes it.
battling
Men lie,
nonsense, bro.
women lie, numbers don't. So they own you call them in a
All right,
lie
so
right
the
there. The
vast
records is a lie.
majority
I
of
don't
slaves
understand that
went to
Then
Brazil,
you
mathematics.
got to
One
think of
mic,
the fact
went
one
that
to the
how
mic,
many
Caribbean.
people
one mic.
would die. I'm still talking. Like the
Talking
people
some
would die
bullshit.
if you put 100 if you put stack a bunch of people on the ship. If it sailed across the ocean back then, they gonna all die before they get. They gonna get
A
viruses.
lot
They
of them
gonna
did
be
die. Yes,
pissing
a
and
lot.
shitting on each other. They ain't gonna make that trip. It was hard for the crew to survive them type of voyages, let alone a
Yeah,
bunch of hundreds of prisoners. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Like a lot of them
You got to
died.
use science. You got to use common sense. So it's like
Go
Thousands of
ahead, Cash
people.
Crypto.
What? What?
You
Cash, you
going
there?
cash or you going brick?
This shit controversial, huh, y'all?
It's
Hey,
crazy.
Nah, they it's crazy how they
What
got
up,
us all.
Cash?
They got us all at odds about all this shit. Cause I mean, shit's
I
so
don't think we
confusing.
had odds though. I don't think
No,
we
no.
had odds.
Yeah, I mean, everybody got a different opinion. Is what I'm saying. So it's us at odds. But if you do all the research, because I've been digging into our true history for a real long time. So um, the Sumerian tablets, which they have found the 5 cities that the Sumerian tablets talk about. They've been telling us that this shit is myth, and these cities are just a story that was written. No, they found these cities like Eridu and Sharupek and Sipper and Tiberia, and I don't remember the fifth one, but they have found these cities that are buried. They were buried way, way, way under a bunch of fucking what looks like is left over from when the great flood happened. So, and this is the story. These stories are the real stories that y'all's Bible has taken and rewritten. They borrowed stories from the Sumerian tablets, the real stories. So
This shit keep
that's
cutting
where
out.
everything really originates from if you really dig into it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll let y'all have with that.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Rick.
mean,
What you got, Rick?
life. I mean, first civilization was Sumer,
I
which is
said
Iraq.
Rick. Rick.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rick.
Hey man.
Nigga just start laughing.
Fucking motor mouth, my guy. Holy shit, my nigga.
Yo.
Like,
Hey man. What's up? What's up, Two Cent? Everybody
What up?
on
What
the
up? What up?
panel, the chat.
what up?
Say, man, I was in and out before I got out of work. I mean, y'all talking about a little bit of good of everything up here tonight, man. And I just wanted to touch in on this Africa and this racism, this bigotry. You know, it's like to me, bigotry is like a state of intolerance, stubborn intolerance. You know, and racism is practically bigotry specifically directed at a racial group. You know, and I agree with the people that say black folk cannot be racist, strictly from the standpoint of the power dynamic that comes with racism.
Thank
You
you.
you
What the
you
fuck?
you you yeah, man, you must be capable of hindering or severely, altering the way of life, the way of being, the freedom, I mean, the livelihood of another group, whether it be financially or militarily, and black folk don't have that capability on a grand scale to do that to no other group. Like white folk are capable of doing it and have been doing it for generations. So I can't ride with black folk can't, can be racist because we can't rule over nobody
Yeah,
else.
that's an
Like,
asinine ideology. Yes, you can be prejudiced, but no, you cannot be a
I ain't gonna
racist.
right,
lie, I'm
right,
about
You
to
can be
highly
right.
disagree
racist.
with
What
that,
do you
bro.
guys,
But it's all good
Hey,
though.
black folk,
My
hey
nigga,
man,
you
let me
about to
hold
have
Let
on,
one
him
let
of
me
those
go. Let him
rooms,
finish.
finish.
bro.
Let him
Let me
finish.
Let Brick finish.
finish.
About to disagree, but
Let
let
me
Brick finish.
finish. I mean, yeah, black folk can be prejudiced, black folks can be bigoted, you know, but we simply can't be racist. I mean, you can have a very different opinion about somebody, but until you have that capability of locking a motherfucker up, killing
Buying them
them
out
and
their
not
community,
being punished.
kicking
Right.
them out their community, nigga.
Oh, hell yeah.
Living in their food
Render them
supply.
homeless,
Yeah. Food.
facing starvation. That's what racist motherfuckers do. We can't do that on no grand scale to no
Castrating,
other group
raping,
of people.
pillaging entire communities.
Right,
I ain't gonna
right.
lie.
What the
And
fuck?
I
Like,
disagree.
come on,
That's
and
bro.
lastly,
crazy.
right, and lastly, man,
Oh,
Hacker,
good,
I
bro.
don't know where you get this life began in Iraq chatter from.
Because it
You
started in
know,
Sudan.
Man, he full of
It
shit
started in
Oh,
tonight.
you know
Sudan.
that
What are you
that full
talking
of
listen,
shit.
about?
man.
The
He
first
You
on
know
his
civilization
what? Check
was
it
Mario
out,
Sudan.
Full of
shit.
Hacker.
shit, man.
Peep this
Man, get
though.
out of here.
You know, life practically began in Ethiopia. I mean,
How do
it's
you where's
like,
your proof?
listen,
Because the first
every
civilization is documented for
every
Sudan.
single person that ever walked this planet
No, I'm
must
talking
thank
about
the
the first
black woman
civilization were the
because that's
Sumerians. That's
when
built
life
Hacker!
Sudan.
Shut
began.
up, Hacker!
The first
So,
civilization is documented for the
Hacker!
Let,
Middle East.
but
let
The
me
look,
go
check
man
next
this
too,
out,
talking.
Sam.
Hack.
Be
You know,
quiet.
hacker
Check this
African.
out,
It's a
Hacker.
sensitive for him,
And,
bro.
and before the white man built the Suez Canal to split it up, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, all that up there, it was Northeast Africa. So that's still technically Africa, buddy.
Hey, let me go too, Sam.
Oh, he dropped the mic. Go
Let me
ahead.
say something, right?
Hey,
Real quick before this is a
hey,
small interlude, right?
hey, check this out. I'm
Real
gonna give
quick,
y'all
real
some.
rich,
Go
real
ahead.
quick. What I'm saying is, when you say that a black man can't be racist or a black woman can't be racist, right? That completely goes against your narrative that we got to get rid of the victim mentality, right? So you're basically saying
How?
that black men and women are powerless in this country and can't do nothing. That's what it sounds like to
No,
me.
no, it don't. They're not saying you're
That's what it sounds like to
powerless.
me
They're
because if
saying you don't
racism is
have the power and control to hold down another race. Not powerless.
yeah, but see, that's a whole different definition, right? That's why I said you got institutional racism, structural racism, and you got racism as far as, well, I think dark skin is ugly, or I think
No, this shit
pale
is
skinned
global,
women
my
are
G.
ugly.
You gotta
Two
understand
different
this shit is
things, right?
global.
So when you say
Uh-huh.
someone is bigoted, again, you could say someone is a sexist, right? They're misogynist, they're chauvinistic, right? They interwoven with each other, right? So what I'm saying is, you're not gonna tell me that a white man that lives next door to me in the projects can't have racist ideologies and beliefs just because
No,
he
we
can't
can't.
prevent me from getting a
He
job.
wouldn't survive in the community. What do you
No,
mean,
he
bro?
can. You're
What you
right. He could
mean?
be racist, but he can't practice
All right,
racism.
so what's the phenomenon when we see
He can be
Karens
racist, but he can't
all
practice
over YouTube
racism.
and all over
Yes,
This is what
social
you
racism
media
is a
calling
understand.
system,
shots on
a
them?
Bro,
system in
Listen,
place.
that's a
all right,
whole nother
so what do you call a
conversation, bro.
Karen? What's a Karen?
They don't live in our communities.
I'm saying,
We
what
go
is
to
the
their
Karen, bro? Like,
communities.
all right, so you telling me you never seen a
We
video?
no wait, hold on, wait, hold on,
Look,
hold on,
look,
wait,
it
hold
ain't,
on,
look,
hold on.
I'm
I'm gonna
not
break it
finishing the
down.
point. I'm not
All
Hold
finishing
right,
on,
the
let him
go
point.
ahead,
finish,
Look,
JD. Let him
so you
go
finish.
ahead.
telling
I'm gonna
me
respond.
you
All
never
right,
seen a video of a wealthy black man going to his condo, his nice apartment, and there's a white woman telling him, "Let me see your ID. Let me see if you live in this community."
yes, I
I've never
do.
seen you before.
I
What is that
yes,
white
I
woman
do.
doing?
Yes, I do, bro. I
What is
get
that
what
white
you're
woman
saying.
doing?
No, I get what you're saying. They're
She
causing this
subconsciously,
uproar.
but
Wait,
listen, she
hold on.
believes
Let me respond. Let me
subconsciously that this.
respond. Let me respond to you.
I'm
That
not
white
even
person,
finished, gang. But go ahead though. Go ahead
Karen
though.
or that Karen or that Kevin, right? That white person that feels that way, right? They're acting solely off the fact that this black person doesn't deserve to be in my community. It's never the other way around. When they come to our community, what happens? They gentrify. They push all of us out. It's not the same thing when we're in their
Yeah, but
community.
is that not racism, brother? Is
It
that
is
not racist to
racism,
believe
but
that
it's
this
not.
black man cannot live in this community and can't
But
afford that nice duplex apartment?
that's
Is that not racism? You telling
it
me that's
is,
racist?
but it's a different type. It's not. It's
All right,
not.
so all right, so I just
It's
classified it
segregatory.
the
Wait,
different
hold
No,
on.
ways,
Wait,
brother.
wait. There's wait. You
you ain't. This what it is.
no
Hold
no no.
on,
She's
I'm
nobody.
not
she
done.
is
Hold
I'm
on,
not
using
no,
the.
done.
no,
So
si-
I'm
me and
no,
not
Dame
done.
ain't
no.
no
We having a
cap.
Hold up
conversation.
now.
Me and
We
What we
having
Supreme
a
can
going
Let
have
on?
a
him Supreme
conversation in
conversation.
finish.
Iraq right now,
Look,
bro.
me and Supreme can be civil, unlike y'all. That's my bro. We can have a
That's my
conversation.
guy, man. Yeah,
That's my
that's
guy.
my
Everybody
guy.
Yeah.
being civil. Hold on, let me
But
say something real quick before y'all keep going. Why y'all
yeah.
ain't in the bed? It's
You know what I'm
33
doing,
people
two
on this
cents.
live.
I'm at work.
It's 33 people on this live right
You
now,
know
and
what
y'all
I'm doing, two
still
cents.
kicking strong.
Yeah, I'm about to go
Somebody
I'm
get
better
at
to it
work.
actually.
somebody better drop
I'm
some
at work
change in
too.
that super chat so I can get a coffee. But this is, you know what? This is why I started 2 cents after dark for people that was at work and working
Yeah.
overnight, so
Yeah,
they
that
could
work
have something to
overnight.
do. But go ahead,
Nigga, I
JD.
be so
Let me,
I
let me
be somewhere sleeping in the ditch right now if I didn't know this shit was popping off right now, bro. I be somewhere fucking
You be
pulled
sleeping
over
at
in the
work?
yeah, I pull this truck over and take a nap on
Oh,
the
you
side,
driving a
nigga.
truck? Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
fuck
glad.
hey, let me
I'm
jump
glad.
in.
yeah.
I'm glad.
Man, I can't sleep
I'm
at
glad
work,
we
man.
could keep you up. I'm glad we could keep you
I
company on your
appreciate
ride.
you. I
He
appreciate
said
all of y'all for having me
Let me
on.
go 2 cent.
You know,
there's a lot
wait,
of
hold on. Let
people
me
that's
respond.
Hold
Wait,
on,
hold on.
let
Let me
Hold on,
JD
let
finish.
respond.
JD
Let
go.
Uncle
Let
Greg
me
go.
finish. Let me I got you. Hold on, bro. What you're saying? So this is like you just made classifications, bro. You said it was what you said. You didn't include systematical racism, and you didn't include segregatory racism. Those things still exist. Even if you look at systematic,
Mm-hmm.
we look at the lawyer system. We look at the judges. We look at jurors. We look at lawyers. We look at prosecutors. They will prosecute someone else. A prosecutor can prosecute another prosecutor because they don't like the skin color and their method of working. Based solely off of that. It could be nothing wrong. This motherfucker could have 101 cases and maybe like 2 lost ones. And just because that other person feels they're superior, they're going to utilize their power and their status and their friends' bigotry, hint, hint, to get this motherfucker off of, or debarred. You know what I'm saying? And then you put that at a sub
I ain't gonna lie,
level,
that's
right?
racism, bro.
It's still it's a form of systematic. It's a type. I'm just talking specifically about the type. Now the type you're talking about that Karen or Kevin in that community, that's segregatory racism. I don't
Nah,
feel you should be here.
I ain't gonna
Why?
lie.
Because you don't look like me, bro. You don't
All
look
right,
like me, bro.
let
I
me
don't give a
go.
fuck if you light skinned or not.
Racism is a
Hold
Why are
social
on,
you?
hold on, hold
construct.
on,
Why?
Go
hold
ahead, go
Why?
ahead,
on. I see what
Uncle
you're
Greg.
Why are
saying,
you?
JD.
Why are you
I see
driving
what you're
that
saying.
Urus? Wait, hold on. Why are you driving that Urus and you in that penthouse? I wanted to buy that shit, but I couldn't afford it, and my credit wasn't good enough. And I drive a fucking Subaru. How the fuck this nigga come in here driving like that? Where did
That's
he
not
come from?
racism, bro.
It's a different type. You
Of
gotta be
course, bro. Just
specific.
like I told you, right? Just because, like for
Some
example,
some form. Wait, hold on. Some forms of racism are less impactful than others. This Karen or Kevin could yell and scream and kick their feet as much as they want in that community. But guess what? This is systematic because in the system, it don't matter how much you racist and how much you hate this person. If he pays dues, there's nothing you can do about it.
nah, but
That's
see,
when they
this
start
the
calling the
problem I
cops
have
and
with that
shit.
line of thinking, bro. Because I'm
Oh,
not trying
okay.
not to sound like Huey Newham 2.0, right? So when you think that, nah, real talk, right? So now, all right, I wanted to say this
Actually, I take
earlier.
that back. That's not even racism. It's discriminatory, to
All
be
right, so
real.
I wanted to say this earlier when my man Scream by any means is on the panel, right? So
Don't talk about my man's like that, bro. He ain't here to
that's my
defend
guy. I
himself.
could do that. So now
Don't do that,
I
bro.
believe he said that you can't be racist as a black
That's
person,
cap, Action
right? That's
Hacker.
cap, right? So
That's
now
cap.
I wanted to bring up acts of legislation, right? You look at the Chinese Exclusionary Act, right?
Yeah, they're
Of
considered as white
1882
people. Yeah, I
that
know. I
prevented
know.
Chinese people from immigrating to this country, right? So there are other races of people that experience racism in this country, right? You
Anybody
look
Yeah,
at,
but now, but
look,
how, bro? But how? Because now they're classified as Caucasian people in this
now
country. That
look what
shit's
I'm
been
saying, bro.
reversed.
So my last thing before I finish, right? So
All right.
now the Black Panthers, they decide to arm themselves, right? They said, look, we have the right to bear arms. Second Amendment, they did their police patrols, right? What they did, they created the Morford Act, which effectively repealed the Second Amendment. So now it made it illegal for you to carry a firearm as a black man. We know that the language is broad. They're not saying black people, you cannot have a gun. But we know that act of legislation was directly towards us. You follow what I'm saying? This is
Yeah.
Of
systematic
course, I
racism.
understand.
This is structural racism, institutional racism, right? But as a white man, if I sign off on that act of legislation, I agree with that. I might not be a powerful white man. I might make $70,000 a year, but I still practice that and believe
I
that.
get where you coming from. I get where you coming from. You
You
saying
understand what I'm
racism
saying?
is racism. It
So
don't
when you
matter.
say
I
someone's a
get it.
you say a white person is a
All right,
bigot
let me
and
go.
not racist, it's because they don't got no money. That sounds crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
All
Well,
right,
you
That
but
make
though,
it
go
check,
ahead,
better, I
check.
Rich.
guess.
All right, let me go right quick, man. Let me say this. Like I say, I'm from Atlanta. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit backwards. Everybody we see with money is black. So if a white person come down the street, right, and they got a Urus or something, we be like, damn, what a white boy. He must be a YouTuber. He must,
That is a
it's
fact.
shocking. It's
Everybody
a
in Atlanta drive a Tesla.
Huh? Well, I'm just saying, you
Everybody.
see so many
Everybody drives some
affluent.
type of high-end
Let me
Touring
finish.
or
Let me
Raz.
kind of finish. Let me finish right
Let Rich
quick.
cook.
So,
Let Rich cook.
what I'm saying is, racism don't have to be necessarily a color thing. It just turns into classism when it's the same people. So it's still going to be classism. It don't have to be racism, but rich people don't want to mingle with the poor people. That's just what it is. I don't care what color you are. So in every country, that's going to exist. Okay. So let me say this: the racism in America depends on you believing that you are from Africa. Because if you're from Africa, you're displaced, and this is part of the reason why you feel inferior. Africans that come to this country do not experience racism the same way a Black American
That's
Nope.
cap.
experience
Where y'all getting
racism.
this
So
idea from,
No, they
bro?
don't.
let me finish real quick.
No,
So
you
what I'm
don't.
saying
Where
is,
you
if we
going?
go to Alaska, right? If you go to Alaska, right, and you deal with those black aborigines in Alaska somewhere, right? Um, their existence is not dependent on them being from Africa. They think they've been in Alaska for thousands of years. They think they have. So it's only us Black Americans that's trying to be convinced that we're from Africa. You see what I'm saying? So what
Yeah.
I'm saying, the history in America, it's
Yo, Rich, you
mixed
going
up.
in and
It
out,
is
bro.
mixed
You
up
going
for
in
a
and out,
reason.
Rich. You going in
Ain't
and
no
out. You
black
closer to the phone.
aborigines in Alaska, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah.
He
Expose
talking about
yourself,
them
nigga.
Siberian.
Yeah,
He
the
talking about the
Aboriginals are in Alaska.
Siberians.
Yeah, I don't know where
The
that
Oh,
is.
Siberians.
y'all. Let me get this. Hold on, hey, y'all. Let me get
Niggas
this
just be
super chat.
saying any old
Two
thing
cents,
on
can
this
you?
Hey,
motherfucker, man.
Man,
hey,
Can I say something? Can I say
yeah,
something right quick?
Oh
hold on, y'all,
boy.
Yeah,
because
Aboriginals,
I can't talk that loud no
them
more. Let me get
that's
this
a
super
whole
chat.
different
Let me get
conversation.
this super chat. Shout
To be
out to
honest,
Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says most Black Americans are descendants of Africans, not Indian Israelite. Let it go, kid.
somebody sound like they
Racism
on
Yo,
isn't
water.
I know,
somebody
man.
mute.
Can you hear me?
Somebody
Two
mute.
cents.
Somebody mute. Hold on, y'all.
Somebody
Racism
sound
is
like
an
they underwater.
ideology. Anybody can be racist. Shout out Boxing Hacker for the $5 in the
Hey,
super chat.
can you hear me? 2 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
All right,
ahead.
let me just finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the history is mixed up for a reason. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you ever come to Atlanta, have you ever heard of underground Atlanta? And I want you to ask yourself,
Yes.
what does that mean? I want you to look up something called the Atlanta Viaduct. And when you look up the Atlanta Viaduct, you realize this city is placed on top. You're living levels above the real city. The underground city has railroads and everything. Now, you've been convinced by history they brought all that steel on horse and buggy. When actuality, that shit was already here. So I'm just saying, y'all can look up Atlanta Viaduct, and that's proof for y'all that the city is a raised platform like most metro cities are. So when you hear about Denver Airport and the underground cities, all this shit is real, and you can prove it in Atlanta.
Denver Airport was built not
I know,
Message.
I
like
know, I
that.
know
What
about
are you
what he's
talking
talking
about?
about, but that's you. I don't even think you know what that's from, though, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you were talking about.
Two
But
cent.
you ain't got to know. I had a
Hey,
whole
Two
time
Cent,
on this
can I
shit, but I
talk?
can show you
Yo,
documentation.
Ray,
Y'all
Hold
can
on,
give me
we
your
gotta let
opinion.
David go.
Do some more
Go ahead,
research,
Rich.
nigga.
Y'all give me for every opinion, I give you documentation.
All right, bro.
Okay. All right, go ahead, David.
Hey,
You
look.
just said black aborigines in Alaska, nigga. We
I'm
supposed to listen
straight.
to you.
Yo, look. I know who I am. I know
That nigga
about the
held on to
tribes of the
that shit.
Carolinas, going up to Virginia. I know what happened when they exiled and sent all of the Cherokee through South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, going into Georgia on the Trail of Tears. And that was Andrew Jackson who did that, which is Trump's favorite president. So I know all about that. I know about my family history, where I come from. I know who I am. And my people, my ancestors was born here. If you want to do something, you want to travel throughout America, go visit all the mound sites that the ancestors built. Go look at the serpent's tail that's going through the middle of America.
I
That
would be
mound.
very, very
Go
weary
look
about
at,
doing that.
go
All of that
down,
shit is surrounded
go,
by sundown
excuse
towns,
me,
bro.
excuse
I'm
me,
just saying. I'm
excuse
just
me,
saying.
excuse me,
I'm just saying.
excuse me.
Excuse me.
Like I'm saying,
You
you know
giving
what I
us
mean?
information,
Now,
not
Like
JD,
I'm
telling
JD,
saying,
us
let him rock.
I'm
JD, let
giving
him
you
rock. JD,
information
let him
to
rock. Let
go
him rock,
ahead
bro.
danger
and
that comes with
find.
that, bro.
I'm giving you information that will go ahead and enlighten you on who you are, so you will stop
You're not
believing
enlightening me.
what your enemy will tell you who
Let
you
him
You're not
talk.
are,
Let him
enlightening,
talk.
and you
and
will
this is
go
the
ahead and
Yo,
believe
JD, let
that
him rock,
and
Brody.
keep being lost in a blind mist as you
see. Look,
travel
see,
throughout this
Tucson. This is the
existence
shit that
of life. But
Supreme
see,
was
this
talking
is the
about.
shit that is stupid when you want to talk while I'm talking because you don't agree. You have your chance for rebuttal
Nah, I didn't. I'm
after
not
I
disagreeing with you at
finish.
all, my
So
guy.
what
I'm
I'm
not
doing,
disagreeing.
so what
Yo, who
I'm
the
doing
fuck
is
is
I'm
this
gonna go ahead
nigga,
and
bro?
finish
Like,
saying what
you
I'm saying.
wildin', bro.
What
Yeah,
you
you
talking
wildin'.
about? Who the fuck is this? You know what, yo? I'm not
My
even
Know
boss said
gonna.
about it getting
I'm not
explosive.
gonna.
You
I'm
gotta
not gonna
keep it
fall
peaceful, bro.
into your.
Like, come on,
I'm
bro.
not gonna fall for your traps of that
Go ahead, Dave.
bullshit you
Land your
talking.
plane. Go ahead. Go
Plain
ahead.
and
Land your
simple.
plane.
None of that shit affected me. Seriously. But that's what I'm saying. We have to go ahead and find out that truth. Open up those doors. Look in those closets. Go talk to your grandmother, your great granny, if she's still alive. Do your
Facts. Facts.
genealogy and find out who you are. Stop believing what everybody would say because Jesse Jackson coined the phrase African American. Before
Facts.
that, we was called blacks. Before that, we was called
Colors.
colors. Before that,
Facts.
we was
Facts.
called we was called any
Negroid.
other thing. We was called Negro, Negroid. You know what I mean? Then from that term came nigger. So y'all got to go back and look at the truth of that. And when you get down to it, back in the 1600s and the 1700s, when you look at them records, you're going to see that they're going to have your descendants' name of tribe where they came from.
Oh boy.
It was Walter Pecker in Virginia. It was the United States government that led off and signed into legislation the
Oh, I hear the
biggest
music.
destruction of all of the tribes in one stroke of a pen when they declared that from now on, all of these different people, the mulatto, the brown man, the copper man, the dark man, the all dark skinned Negroid will all be called black. That's
Yeah.
when
All
it
So,
right.
started.
so
I'm
That's
let me
trying
when
to
it
figure out
started.
how to.
I just
I'm
want to
trying
say
to
Hold
So
this,
on.
I'm
right?
laying that
understand
Hold
I'm
on.
how
laying to my
any of this
plane
shit.
right there. I'm
Nah,
laying
I
to
just
my
want
Let me
plane
get.
right
I don't
Hold
there.
on,
understand.
JD.
I
Let
don't
me,
understand.
JD.
I don't
JD. Hold on,
understand how I
JD. Hold on,
disagree with
JD. Hold on,
anything this
JD.
dude
Let me.
just said, bro.
Hold
I
on,
don't
JD. Let me
understand.
go with Dub right side. Go ahead, Dub.
Yeah, he's wilding, bro. Don't do all that. You trying to include people and whatever the fuck you
I'm
think you
wild and I ain't
including.
trying to include
You
people or nothing.
wilding.
Well,
I'm
damn.
Don't
trying to
try to
enlighten
Can
those
I?
who are
Okay,
hold
y'all
on,
lost.
go
though.
ahead. Y'all go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Y'all go
y'all.
ahead.
Hold on,
so
y'all.
here,
I'm trying to make
here's the thing,
y'all.
though,
Go ahead,
right?
Dub. Go
There
ahead,
were
Dub.
400,000. Oh,
Go ahead, Dub.
So the thing is, man, y'all getting so far into who the people we are recently. Man, where did we come from? What was our original being? What that's what I'm more interested in. And the interesting thing is I try my best to speak on this on a regular basis, but when we talk about the Sumerian text, I think Cash brought this up earlier, but the people that we came from, you know what I'm saying, and how we end up here in the position that we in right now, that's more important than the because we got into this social battle that y'all having arguments about even today. Y'all having an argument about it right now, and it ain't even that important. I say that respectfully. I say that respectfully to both of y'all. It ain't even that important. Man, where did we come from? Who are we? Where did we truly come from? When we look at the ancient texts, and this ain't just ancient texts in Samaria, this is all around the world. These are the things that's interesting to me. To speak at such a low level, and when I say a low level, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I
aliens.
mean that why why is that so big to say, oh well, the Negroid and Man, that don't
I was
mean
talking
nothing.
about history low level. I'm not understanding what
Nah,
you're
I ain't gonna
saying,
lie,
Doug.
Dub, you
Dub wants to
tripping, bro.
segue into
You
aliens.
tripping.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see
the
if
victim
he came from
mentality. That's
aliens.
what it is, dog.
Wait, what you
Victim
say?
mentality. See,
What you?
that's the
I'm not
thing I have an
understanding what you're
issue with.
saying.
When you offer some pushback to somebody, it always turns into you don't agree with what I'm saying. This is what Supreme was just saying. That the shit get explosive because somebody offers some information, right? But they're not pointing out the shit that you need to be wary of. Because you're searching for this information, you forget the part that the places that you going are surrounded by sundown towns. So just make sure if you're going to take the chance to go and look at some shit, you're properly prepared to for what you might be getting into. That's all I'm saying. So you can say I'm trying to go against you. You can say I disagree with what you're saying all you want. But I know one thing, I'm pro 2A because I'm from America. And wherever I decide to go to get some more information, if my life is threatened while I'm over there, if I feel like I might be in jeopardy while I'm over there looking for the said information you told me to go look for, then I know I have every right to utilize the rights that I got in this country. That's the shit you need to focus on, good brother. Fuck all that victim
You
So,
mentality
supposed
shit.
to. You supposed
so
to
Doug,
Fuck
always
that
be
victim
but
prepared.
mentality.
hold on,
Fuck that
because I'm
victim
trying to
mentality.
understand. I'm trying to understand what
Yo,
Dub is
JD,
saying.
let Dub cook. 'Cause I want to know what he meant by low vibrational thinking and all
Yeah, I'm
that.
trying to understand what you're saying.
It's alien. It's talking about alien origins, basically. Because
Yeah,
that's
but
Well,
what.
we not
Talk
there
about the
yet.
lost
We're
book of
not even
Inky.
there yet. Like y'all
Inky
want to
came
get
from
on
the
some
planet.
aliens,
He
some,
was
some spiritual type stuff. We're not talking about that. We're talking about history.
Yeah,
That's what we're
I mean
talking
that.
about. We're
That's
talking about
just
history.
early,
So,
early,
oh,
early
go
history.
ahead, Doug.
Uh,
Go ahead, Doug.
well, let me make
I'm
a
about,
correction right quick. I said Aboriginal Alaskan. I meant Australians, the Black Aborigines in Australia. That's what
Yo,
I
it's
meant
so
to say.
crazy because they
Yeah.
don't even trace their lineage to Africa, bro.
Or Aborigines.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
What
They
I'm saying,
don't.
they say they've been
no.
there
You
for
keep saying
thousands of
Africa.
years,
We're
but
in
I'm saying
Africa,
we
man. If
call
you
those
can't name the
areas kind
Pacific
of place in
place in
Africa for
Africa,
some
don't
Hold
just
on,
say
reason.
y'all let
Africa,
Doug
man.
finish. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead, Doug.
all I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, I understand you want to say where to trace your lineage to, and I have no problem with that. But I mean, regardless of where our lineage is traced to, we're all one being. And the thing is that we use lineage, skin color, those type of things to separate each other. I don't understand how we go through these conversations and not say that. Well, wait a minute. We all have to have a sort that there has to be one source, and so if there's a source, what is that source? I don't understand how we get to this skin color lineage. Hey, I'm a black man in America. Yeah, I am. I am. That don't mean that I'm less than anything. I'm just as equal as everybody else is. So I think that people miss the entire point of the actual conversation that need to be had. And the actual conversation, in my personal opinion, and this is just me, is what is our original origin and being? What is that?
Let me respond to Dub, right?
No
Because
problem.
I get what you're saying, and what you got to understand is this conversation is the first step into getting to that level of thinking that you're thinking about. Because what happens is you start to research, you start to look at this stuff, you start to find out more information, you start to question, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and you end up there. You don't start there. So I hear exactly what you're saying, but you got to keep in mind it's a lot of people in this chat and on this panel that haven't even had this conversation yet. You feel what I'm saying? You cannot skip over this and go to that, because if you skip over this, your understanding of that won't be the same, because it's a journey. You're not just going to wake up one day and then it's a journey. You have to get this information that leads you to this information that leads you to this information. And on your journey, you're going to come across a lot of wrong information, a lot of conflicting information. What you cannot do is fall into any of it. You can't leave in any of it. You can't be, oh, I'm a Moor, I'm a this, I'm a Israelite, I'm a this, because you don't really know. So the point
Thank you,
is
2 cents.
But
the
but
point
but but,
is
but you think
go ahead.
I think that's the beautiful part about it, because and maybe I'm out of order, but and maybe hey, everybody take their journey in a different way. I done
Correct.
been down those roads. You know what I'm saying? So maybe when I hear it, it's I'm not. I don't want to say basic, but it's not. It's not of. I think, man, we should be thinking deeper than this. We should
Hey,
be
Dub.
looking at this
Now,
at a
how is it not
totally
deep
But
though,
different.
brother?
Hey,
Go
Dub.
ahead.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to
Go
say
ahead.
it's good to hear from you, bro.
but
Hey,
Dub,
shout out
think
to my
about
brother
this,
JD,
Dub.
man. Shout out to my brother
Y'all done
But
JD.
lost
Dub,
me, man.
I can't think deeper than this when I have never even thought about this.
See,
I gotta
Dub,
say,
in
I know
my
everything. I
opinion,
got all the answers. I seen the
everybody,
books with the
everybody's
aliens.
input,
Y'all
everybody's
gotta
input
be willing to
is
listen.
everybody's input is valuable, right? Because we're having a conversation. But I feel like Dub, you operating like you coming across the little potentials, bro. Like you might be very well read, you might have did all of the research, you might have been at that stage, but like Two Cent said, right? There's some brothers in the chat that probably never even heard of this before. They probably never even heard of an Ivan Van Sertima. They never probably heard of a Chinese Exclusionary Act. So now that
Yeah,
might
that's up to us
motivate
to
them to
educate,
research
bro.
and get to the point that you were on. You understand, Dub? You might be operating on a higher level than the people in the chat or the people
Yeah,
that are
Dub,
listening.
you too smart for this chat, bro. You too smart for this conversation, bro.
Yeah, but
We we
that's up to
I'm never
people
too.
like Dub to
I'm never.
teach that.
I can never be too smart for it because I always think that. Hey, I love hearing the conversation. Hence the reason I sit here and listen to the conversation the way that I do. But I'm never too smart for it. I just think that we got to think beyond just
but
the basic. Like,
you gotta start
You
somewhere
gotta
though,
start
Dub.
somewhere though, bro.
You
agreed,
can't start.
agreed. I'm
Yeah,
out
you
of
got.
You
order.
should
I'm out of
start
order.
with
My
teaching.
apologies.
Man,
You
This
might
y'all
is
be
done
a
lost
little
me.
out of order.
Hey, two
You
cent.
should
I'm
start by
about to drop. You
teaching.
mind if
How
I
do
drop my 2 cent
how
real
do
quick?
how do we
Hey,
how
hold
do
on.
we
Let me
go
let
about
Boxer get his final 2 cents off. Go listen. Y'all give Boxing Hacker a round of applause.
You did a
Uh-huh.
We
good
had a
job,
great
Hacker.
conversation with
Yeah,
Boxing
you
Hacker.
did.
Brother was
You
agreeing
did a
with
good
you,
job, bro.
Hacker. Ain't nobody want to kick you off the panel.
All
No,
right.
shout out Boxing Hacker. Boxing Hacker know he the homie. What you got, Boxing Hacker?
Yeah, salute to y'all, man. Hey, I just want to say it's like at the end of the day, like I hear what people are saying, but remember this, right? There were like over 600,000 slaves that came to this country. They all had kids. They had kids. They had kids. Majority of black people, whether I don't know if you fundamentally like the idea or not, are descendants of African slaves. It is what it is, you know. And maybe some are from Cherokee, maybe some are Aborigines, maybe some are somehow Israelites. I don't know how that even works, but the majority of people are descendants from that. As far as this whole thing about racism and power struggle, we have to separate the two things, right? Like there's such thing as power struggle, there's such thing as oppression. Those things are true things, right? There is such thing as stratification where it's like things are separated based on class and economic structure. That's true as well. However, there's such thing as racism. Racism is just ideology. Anybody can be racist. A black person can be racist. A Chinese
Oh
person,
my
an
fucking god,
alien is
stop
Man,
this
is
shit,
no.
Let him
bro.
an
have
Let
it.
him
Let
get
him
his
alien
let him
flow.
is
get
can
his
be
Let him
Fucking
point.
flow.
racist.
Bro,
god,
Go
y'all
ahead.
man,
damn.
chill out.
Yeah, they all can be racist. If you don't believe me, there's Google's your friend, and so is the dictionary. Like,
All right.
yeah, it
Go.
is what it is. Like sometimes I think we try to like fantasize things because we don't like the way it is at the present moment. But it is what it is. It's
All right,
important that
Boxing Hacker.
we believe in what is right. With that, salute to everybody. 2 cent, you're awesome. Salute to the panel and
Thank you.
chat. Take care, guys. Take care, y'all.
All right, shout out Boxing Hacker.
Hey, 2 cents. This really encapsulates everyone having their opinion and everybody's entitled to it, but it's also everybody has some information that tonight had they've shared. And that's a great thing about conversations like this, because as I think Supreme said, and some of you said as well, there's some people who have never had any of these kind of conversations. And I think it's been enlightening for everybody, even if you don't like the way it's been presented or who said it, or you didn't quite understand it at the time. Also, there's a whole lot of people who up late like this. And you know,
Yeah, I see.
and this has been true before the days of the internet. There used to be shows on network TV late at night, like the David Susskind show, which you probably never heard of. When TV executives discovered, just like you're discovering, that there were a lot of people up at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, because TV used to go off at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing that nothing has, as I used to always say, you always see the things that happened in the past repeat themselves. Now you're seeing it repeating themselves here on the internet. That people up late at night, and these are great conversations. I mean, these are y'all. All of you are younger people than I am, but it's always good to see that y'all been doing some homework here and there, been reading here and there, been learning certain things that you now sharing with people that you had met before. Just a great thing, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, nobody knows everything, and everybody kind of dispels information differently than, say, the next person. But I say keep sharing. All of us can learn. Nobody's going to be too old where they can't learn anything. You know what I mean? And nobody knows everything. And sometimes the stuff that you know or think you know is not always 100% correct. And then somebody can give you a piece of information that fits in what you know and gives you a fuller picture. So we got to keep doing it. I love that we're doing this. So, and I think it's on my time, it's 5 o'clock. And here we are.
Oh, here.
Yeah,
Yup, same
it's
here.
five
Five oh
o'clock.
nine,
So,
baby.
And
I
the
Wise
think
man
that,
number's
knows a
still
wise man
up. The
knows
number's
nothing.
still up.
yeah,
A
and
wise man knows a
keep
wise
going.
man knows nothing. That's a
People,
Hey,
term. That's
let me give you my 2 cent. Two
yeah.
cent.
So I'm gonna land it here, gentlemen. It was good to talk to you all. I like to listen more. Uh, let's do it again.
All right, Mr.
All right,
Greg.
Greg.
Listen,
salute.
Mr. Greg, you're you
One love,
asset to this
Greg.
panel, to this channel with all the vast information that you have. So I really appreciate you coming on the panel every day. Thank you for all the words of encouragement that you've always given me, pushing me to do my shows, pushing me to go live, pushing me to kind of stretch the envelope, make distinctive shows and have things different. I really appreciate that, Mr. Greg. You're really one of the day ones, and you've been rocking with me since I started. So I just want to let you know I appreciate you. And I
Thank you.
appreciate your knowledge on the channel.
I appreciate you too, and I appreciate everybody who's been on your shows. You know, keep on doing it. And I'll see you, I guess, Friday.
I might do a pop-up live maybe
Okay, I'll look
before
forward.
Friday.
All
All
right.
right.
Well, good morning,
All
gentlemen.
right. Too
OG.
Rich, what you got?
Salute, Mr. Grant. I didn't even know
Um,
that was you, bro. Salute. Wow.
I'm gonna say this. I think a lot of people get deep into opinions, and everybody got opinion. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is try to find a fact to
All
support
right.
your opinion, and then it might not be an opinion no more. It might just be a fact. You see what I mean? So sometimes it's comfortable to live in an opinion because you're not really tied to anything. It's just your thought. But it is facts out here. And in my information and study, I did a lot of going to the Library of Congress, finding this information that they don't put out for the public. It's there. If you want to know that the
Yep.
original Aborigines wore feathers up, the fake Indians wear feathers down. So go look up
Yep.
cigar Indians. Go look up this most expensive cigar Indians, and you'll find a whole story. But this is a great conversation, man. I listen to everybody, man. I even learned some stuff about bigotry and the difference, and it was a really good conversation, man. And I respect everybody's opinions. I just would like to say, hey, my family was historians of a town. So there's probably a lot why I look up information. So when I say
Mm-hmm.
something, best believe that it's based on some information that I found, or I'm gonna shut my mouth and I'm just gonna listen. But appreciate you letting me come up too, Sim, man. Really, really good
All
show,
right.
man. And I'm gonna listen to the playback, man, and everything. So good panel, man. I'll holler at y'all.
I
All
appreciate
right,
it.
Rich.
Man, who knew the two centers was so
One.
smart? Man, y'all some educated boys on this channel. Um, let me see who
Yo,
we
two
got.
cents. I'm
David, what's
sorry,
your
two
2 cents?
cents.
What you got for the show? What's up, JD?
Hey, my 2 cents is this.
I'm sorry.
You know what I
I got a
mean?
little hostile. I
Oh, you
got too
good?
hostile. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's two
That's
cents
on
after
me.
dark. You good? Go ahead, David.
That's on me.
Yeah, my 2 cents. I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and put into this. You know what I mean? People out here listening, do your genealogy. Talk to your elders. Talk to your grandmothers. And if your great grandfather's alive, talk to them. Because I talked to mine. My grandfather told me exactly where I came from, where our family came from. And looking at my grandfather hands, I could see the pain. His face, I could see the tears. I could see the tribe within him. Our faces never die. Our ancestor faces never die. They just come back again and again through our bloodline. So we will live and be here forever. Because this, to me, is the land of my roots, my blood, my ancestors' sweat and tears. My grandfather was a sharecropper. And when my father and all of my aunts and my uncles, they had to work the land. So they didn't get to go to school and get an education down there because they had to go out and work the land. Only two of my one of my uncle and one of my aunts was the only one that went to school. When my father came up here to Baltimore, migrated up here to Baltimore with my mom and my sisters, I wasn't born yet. I was born here, but they was born down there. When he came up here, he couldn't read, write. He went back to school when I was going to elementary school to learn how to read, to learn how to write his name, and to get started to educate himself. Because he didn't get to do that when he was a young kid growing up. And many of our aunties, great uncles, grandfathers, and grandmothers, because they came from down the south, have the same stories. And they came north to look for something better, to try to get better, to better themselves, to make more money, to be able to take care of their families. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Because I
All
know
right.
where I'm from. You know what I mean? I can't be fooled no more. When your eyes are open, you see it all. Everything clear. You see the plot. You are now enlightened. And it all starts with history and knowledge of self. So that's my 2 cents that I'm putting out there. And that's what I leave to the universe of YouTube and all that's listening out there.
All right,
One
David.
love,
Appreciate it.
peace and blessings. All
Thanks for
right, peace
rocking
and
with me
blessings,
tonight.
sis.
All right, OG.
All
All
right, all
right,
right.
all right, one love, y'all.
JD, what's your final 2 cents, JD? What you got for the show?
Hey, yo, I'm gonna keep it P. Like, I'm gonna keep it P, bro. Like, I hear all of that shit. I'll share with you a little bit of like my lineage. My family is from Mobile, Alabama, and I have a
Hey, that's where
big
my mama
portion of my
from.
family. My family is from there. I got a
We might
big
be
portion of
related,
my
bro.
family.
I'm about
What's
to
the
say
last
that.
name?
That my mama
I'm
wrong.
a Petway, my nigga. If you really know what that name is,
I
I'm
gotta
a
ask my
Petway.
mama, bro.
I'm a Bendoff. That's what I am. I'm a Irby. That's in
So
my
you talking
blood.
about Mobile, Alabama, with the houses be 2 miles
Mobile,
apart, the country,
Alabama.
country with the
The
red dirt,
country, Saraland, that
with
type
the
of
red
dirt.
dirt,
The red dirt where
Look at
alligators come
2 cents
bite
putting
the
the
shit
accent
out you.
on.
They bite the shit out
bruh.
you if you don't
The
see it.
We
red
might be
dirt.
Bro, listen,
cousins,
bro.
JD. You might be my cousin.
Listen, bro. When people get up here and they speak about you don't know where you from, my great grandmother's great grandmother was a motherfucking slave, bro. When you talk about family going far north, Connecticut is one of the furthest place north you go to get some of the best education you could get in this fucking country, if not New York City, if not Massachusetts. So that's what I'm talking about with the victim mentality. Like, people need to stop getting on the soapbox. How about we take that sentiment of feeling like we were limited for so long and implement it into actually bettering yourself today? I'm 31, bro. I've never stopped and marched at the beat of somebody else's drum. My mother never raised me like that. My grandmother did it. My great grandmother did it. God rest his soul. My grandfather did it. My grandfather didn't even have an education, bro. He came from Mobile, Alabama. He lived until he was 79 years old. He drove trucks for 43 years and died with a $1.6 million policy. So I hear
Ooh, that boy
I
speaking
hear
about
it.
that life
I
insurance.
I hear it. I hear it. And not to even talk about the investments that he did make and the type of property that we got from our family, from the hard work that we put in and change the
Yep.
narrative, right? I'm not gonna sit here and go back and forth with nobody that don't believe the grass is greener on the other side if you bet on yourself. I don't subscribe to that narrative. There's no such thing as a victim mentality on this side of the fence with me. I'm nitty gritty. I'm a tourist. I was born in May at 4:30 in the morning. I'm irritated all the time, and I don't subscribe to stupid shit, bro. If you feel like you're limited truly in this country, maybe this country isn't for you, because I consistently use the resources that were given to me. All that had to be done was it was taught to me. And once I'm exposed to them resources, best believe I utilize it. And that's my 2 cents. If you truly want to make a change, you got to be the change yourself. Plain and
Back.
simple. Plain and
All
simple.
right,
JD, all right,
JD.
Brody.
All right,
Salute
JD.
to everybody's. Hold on, 2 cents. I want to say thank you, big sis. I appreciate you as always. Supreme, my boy Dean, Dub, Boxing Hacker, the OGs that was on here, Rich, No Cap, Cash Crypto, Mr. Grant, everybody that came on here. I appreciate y'all for listening to me. Excuse me for getting so, passionate about the shit, but
Explosive.
like I get really explosive about some shit that I don't subscribe to. And I feel
It's
like
all good, bro. I done cuss niggas out on here.
if you believe in yourself,
Yeah,
bro,
I done snapped a couple times.
if you believe in yourself, bro, you
More
could
than a
do
few times.
anything you set your mind to, bro. Don't let this limited stick of
Never.
systematic bullshit stop you from getting where you, man, aim for the moon and hit a star. How about
That's
that?
facts. That's
What
facts.
you say?
All
What you
right,
say, Randy?
JD.
What you say?
Salute.
All right, all right. Cash Crypto, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, man. Salute to everybody that was on here. Great show. Bunch of different topics that are always interesting, man. I agree with I kind of agree with everybody a little bit, man. It's crazy that I agree with Hacker a couple times, man. I
Yeah,
gotta go check
I
my
was shocked,
temperature.
bro.
I gotta
I
go
had to
check my
pinch
temperature and
myself.
make sure I ain't sick, man. But
I had to pinch myself.
def-
I'm like, oh, y'all, is this shit real?
definitely, everybody's at a different. To me, everyone's at a different stage of when they're about to of searching for the truth, really. And some people might not even start that fucking journey in this lifetime. They might need another shot at it. You know what I mean? I'm damn near 50, so I'm a little bit older than y'all. I just look young because I ain't drank since I was 21. But so I've been digging into this shit for a long time, and um, when you really dig into it, you're gonna figure out that a lot of this shit, like these wars that we've been paying taxes on and shit like that, like Iraq war, that shit wasn't about no fucking oil or no weapons about math. It was because they were over there recovering ancient artifacts and destroying temples and all types of shit. You know what I mean? Like our real history, that's where history started. You know what I mean? When you really dig into it, that's where you're gonna end up. I mean, getting to Iraq, around that area, where all those ancient cities from the Sumerian tablets, where they got kings lists that are shit like 400 some thousand years old when you add up these guys' reigns and shit. But you know what I mean? Salute to everybody. Hopefully everybody get there.
All right, all right. Shout out. Oh, hold up. What the fuck is going on in this chat? Bubs, what you talking about, bro?
And that nigga
Buzz
feeling
crazy,
freaky.
God.
What is Bubs talking about?
Nigga's a freaky frog.
What the hell? No cap. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
You know, see, I trust people need to listen sometimes. They try to understand black people ain't a monolithic group of people. People got all different types of origins. When a motherfucker say he Native American, he ain't lying. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's like I know motherfuckers who Native Americans. They got the card and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These are niggas. And some niggas is coming from Nigeria or some shit. They may have an ancestor from there, or some people came from Africa. It got kidnapped when they got here. They was free people when they was here, and they got kidnapped and put on the plantation. It don't mean they was on a boat. Like that shit, niggas came on the boat. That's some bullshit. Like you ain't fitting them, you ain't stacking people like motherfucking Connect Four on the boat and taking them across the Atlantic Ocean, dog. Them niggas is gonna die. A disease and all, they're gonna be pissing the shit, they gonna be dead before they even get over here. So, you it's things like this that people you got to take into consideration that they've been systematically trying to keep us in the dark about our history for a reason. And you got to really think about that. And Box the Hacker saying his shit was kind of disrespectful because it's people like Dr. Ben that dedicated their lives to giving us this information, going all around the world, spending all their money researching, doing nothing but this. You get no type of credit, no type of reward. Some random NBA player had to pay for his funeral. And
Yeah,
you
they
want to
don't,
come
they
here?
don't, they don't, they don't appreciate the scholars.
They don't, because they don't got scout. They ain't researching none of this shit themselves, but they got the nerve to speak on it, and that's just ignorance at its finest. So, you got to get that, but at the same time, you can't worry about. I realize when I quit the New and shit, when I was in the cult shit, like it was a
Oh man, you was with my
You
man.
you was with Polite.
You was with
no,
Polite.
this
What's
was
what's
before
what's the
Polite.
brother
This
name that
was
they gave
the
100 years?
You was fucking with
before
Polite and
Polite
them.
was in New York. This was in
Now
Detroit.
what's bro name, bro? Like
Jay Z grew up in the New
Dr.
Wabi.
York. Dr.
Yeah,
York.
Jay Z grew up in New York.
21
Camp.
Savage too, you know that, right?
Yeah, that's why Jay Z
His
bailed him
sister
out of the
21
damn.
Savage on the plantation.
That's why Jay Z bailed him out of his
Yeah, come on,
situation with
man. I know a little something, bro. Don't write me off.
yeah, but
That boy was on here watching Brother Polite.
no, this
Yo,
was
I
before
thought he was
Polite.
deep
But
until I
see, the
seen him
thing
with that
is, the
little
New
girl.
York had good information. But he took the information they tried to hustle. That's what I
Yeah, he
was
was a
breaking down.
charlatan.
They take the information that they try to hustle it,
Yeah,
and they
that's a
lose
fact.
sight of what the information is for. But not
Yep.
everybody like that. But I did learn a lot from them. At the same time, I learned what not to do and
I knew he was one of them
what to
niggas,
do
man.
and how to think. And you got to think
Right.
going forward. I realize all this information is good, but it's not meant for everybody. And
It's
you
meant
got
to
to build.
confuse us. It's just meant to confuse us
Yeah,
even more,
like but
really.
you gotta. There has to be a. It's no leadership. You need leadership. It's supposed to be a group of people, black people, sitting and having a table discussion about the future of black people. Period.
That's
And then
kind of
make
what
this
we
shit
do.
happen.
Kind of what we did. That's kind of what we starting here tonight. I remember when them niggas was telling people they could teach you hieroglyphics. Like, this is the thing, though, right?
I was
Like,
about the
with that conscious community shit, like I say, it's a journey, and you can hear all of us up here talking, and you can hear that we've decided to take this journey, and we've experienced the same people, the same type of communities. You get what I'm saying? And we didn't know each other. We went through those things on our own. But the issue becomes, like No Cap said, some people get stuck in one thing, right? Like, oh, I'm stuck in this. And the idea is not to get stuck. It's just to learn and study the information. Because at the end of the day, none of us is just gonna get to some ultimate truth. You're gonna have to dig and you know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have to just research and see what feels whatever type of way to you that you believe. So it's almost like it's never really no wrong answers in this. Of course it is, because you could just be way out of there, like what you talking about. But people that are studied and went through this, is not like even well studied. We're not gonna all come to one consensus. You get what I'm saying? Because it's so much information out there. It'll be very hard to do that. Maybe it'll take longer. Maybe it'll take some more years, some more studying. Like, this is not nothing you just gonna study for a year and then you're gonna be caught up and you're gonna be cool. No,
no.
I've been researching this and studying this since I've been in college, really. So for a very long time, and I've went through a bunch of information, and I've read a lot of books, and I've talked to a lot of people, and they then became scammers and went to jail and was PDF files and all kind of stuff these people turn into. So just take the information, acknowledge it, study it, piece things together, but don't ever get stuck or caught in any of it. Like, that's the thing. People get into these things and they just be so die hard and want to be a part of a group. I don't know why people get caught. No Cap, how did you get like caught up in it? Like, how did you get stuck in it?
To be honest, I always been in it from the beginning. I was in the black national school when I was a kid, didn't even know it. Because it was a Lutheran school on the east side of Detroit. It was all black, but we only had two white people in the school. It was the priest in the chapel, and the English teacher. But that was the English teacher, the first person to ever tell me Jesus was black in the Bible, and she showed us in the Bible where it said it. And it was like, my principal was like, leaning on me, like Morgan Freeman for leaning on me. He was beating our ass and everything, but he was like trying to make it. He was looking out for it. Was like a good environment to be in for like.
Mm-hmm.
We sung the Black National Anthem every day in school. We didn't never do the Pledge of Allegiance. So it was like it been with me since I was born, like almost. So then, you know, when I went to the New Nubian bookstore, you know, I was just chopping it up with see what they was talking about. And you know, they had all these different books and shit. They had the alien shit in there too. They had this book with all the aliens in it. You know, they was talking. You know, it was like church almost. It started being like church. I started going like that was like my church. We be there chopping it up. They be talking about different stuff. We be learning about the 9 ether hair texture, the different hair textures, and how the hair texture really define with your race. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like when they say like Barack Obama is a black man, it's not because his dad was black. It's like that's just the dominant genes in the combination of his DNA. Just he black. That's why he got 9 ether hair. You know what I'm saying? You got Indians, like people not Native Americans. Ain't no such thing as American Indians, but people from India, they be darker than a lot of black people, or just they be black. They be black, you know. But they not black. You know what I'm saying? They got 7 ether hair texture. You know what I'm saying? So it's like black isn't a race; it's a color, and it's a color. It's like it's a difference between the color and the people, because every people got different shades. Like you go to like even white people, you got white people that's white as paper. Some of them got like that baloney skin texture. Other motherfuckers is red and shit. You know what I'm saying? They got motherfucking dark ass motherfucking Japanese people from Okinawa is darker than the people from the mainland Japan who got lighter skin. You know, stuff like that. It's always different skin textures with the people, but the skin tone don't decide what your race is. It's your hair texture. You know, say black people, the only people with 9 ether. Our people, I ain't gonna say black, but our people are the only people that got 9 ether hair. You know what I'm saying? Because the 9 ether hair is connected to the solar system, to the sky. It's like it's magnetic, it's electric. It can
You're getting too deep. You're getting too deep.
You know what I'm saying? That's why when they make superheroes, all the black superheroes got electric powers. The static shock, the damn black lightning, the Spider-Man, black Spider-Man got electric powers too, because black people hair is electromagnetic. You know what I'm saying? People don't know that they be doing experiments on us and shit. They be kidnapping black people, black kids, and to get their stem cell, they use the shit like it's like some juice in the stem cell that make them like they use the shit to like make batteries and shit, dog. That shit you not.
It's
That shit
crazy.
white people told me like snipers and shit. You know what I'm saying? That I'll be meeting all different types of people and shit. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it get deep. But the thing is, the knowledge is good, the debating is good, and all that. But it got to be systematic. It got to be like the reason why I had a problem with the police, and I was with the side of the shit. I went out to Harlem and shit and kicked it with them niggas on the street and everything. Back in that shit,
frauds.
Yeah, but they was because they became frauds because they started hustling the knowledge. Like they go to prison and get the knowledge. They don't be finishing the training to get all the knowledge and shit. They be hurry up to try to hustle what they learned and shit. But it's like the shit ain't a hustle. Like you got to be really dedicated to putting together a damn syllabus of this shit to where it's a structure where you can teach.
It needs to be a curriculum, but that's what I was saying. You can't put together a curriculum because it's too much information.
It's not too much. You just have to be. You gotta have a person like Dr. Claude Anderson could probably put all that shit together. You gotta have like a chairman, but he don't got all the information.
That's why I mentioned Claude Anderson earlier. Because like a lot of stuff that I heard people saying, it sounded like some of his rhetoric. Yeah. And then when we go into like the Sumerian tablets and all that, that's why I was like kind of like making those jokes, bro. Because it sounded like you was on some Dr. York Nawapi and shit, and it's crazy.
The Sumerian text is a different subject. Real though, the Sumerian text is a real thing though. You know what I'm saying? So
all right, no cap. What else you got? Land your plane.
Well, like I said, like people want to dismiss York because he got in this situation, but York didn't make up none of this information. He just researched, he just compiled it all into his
course. Nah, York was hustling, gang. You know that.
Right, but he learned all this information. He didn't create that information. That information existed before him.
Nah, you're right. You're right. So a lot of us plagiarized too.
People want to dismiss. They want to use York to dismiss the information. But York was just recycling stuff that he had picked up, and you know what I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying is you got to check all the sources and all the different uh, ideologies if you want to really know the truth in here, because it's all different history anyway. Like the Moors was black people, they was in America. That don't mean everybody's a Moor, but some people might be actual Moors. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say.
Yep. All right. All right, No Cap. Thank you for coming through. Shout out to No Cap for coming on the panel. And let me tell y'all something that's real crazy about that electricity shit, right? I was having some issues in my legs. Like, it was something weird going on. Like, every time I would get up, my legs would be sleep or whatever the case may be, right? So I had to go to the doctor. So they had this machine and they was sticking the pin in my leg and moving it around and it was measuring. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And she said, "We're measuring the electricity current in your body." And I said, I got electricity in my body?" She was like, "Yeah." I said, "Wow." So they were sticking this pin in my legs, in my calf muscle, in my shin area, measuring the electricity in my body. Now y'all do what y'all want with that information, but think about what No Cap just said. What you got, Big Supreme?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so this is my thing, right? I guess I got a little. I'm gonna try to compile everything, not going on a long-winded rant. But all right, so like when I look at like Dr. York, No Cap was saying, a lot of that goes back to like Clarence 13X, because I'm from the Bronx, and if you know about the Bronx, it's not far from Harlem. So Malcolm X was up there, Dr. York, and a lot of other different political leaders in the black community, right? So I feel like Dr. York took after Clarence 13X, right? He's the guy that started the 5% Nation. Now I might have to, go back and do some more research, but this is what I would glean when I hear his philosophies and his ideology, right? So Clarence 13 basically was a Muslim that didn't want to pray 5 times a day, didn't want to abstain from, fornicating or gambling or drinking and stuff like that. So he created the 5% Nation. He basically said that you could believe in whatever you want to believe in, come as yourselves, I accept you, right? So now his belief was the black man was God, right? So I feel like Dr. York took that and built on it and made his own thing, right? So now you got a guy who's very intelligent, very articulate, can break things down in an eloquent way, charismatic, charming, but he's using information to get what he wants out of people, right? You look at someone like Brother Polite, this is something he did. You look at someone like
Mhm.
Jay-Z, he's a part of that, it's something he did. Now, the 5% Nation basically they're like rogue Muslims, right? In prison, they became a gang or operated like a gang because they like rebels. Like they like, all right, we're not gonna praise Allah. We're gonna praise the black man. This is where the black man is God theme or motif came from, as far as like in early hip hop. You look at like Rakim and stuff like that. All of those motifs and themes come from the 5% Nation, right? So Malachi Z. York, of course, became very popular amongst rappers, right? Because they're already familiar with the ideology from the 5% Nation, and then they took that and built on it. That I can't really go too far into because I'm gonna be here all night. But this is what I hear when I hear No Cap, right? So with me, I don't have a disdain for them kind of brothers, but like I said, I'm from the Bronx and I'm close to Harlem. So I know a lot of dudes that's coming out of the prison system. They had enough time in the box and segregation. All they do is read. All they do is read. They come home and then they just like, I'm not gonna say they're super criminals, but like they just very smart, and intelligent, and very slick. So like I've come to like not like that line of thinking or those kind of people. So it's not because
Mm.
I have like a hatred for them. It's I have bad experiences with them. So for me, when I think of like the black community, right? I'm more aligned with like a Malcolm X or Huey P. Newman, the Black Panther Party, stuff like that. Like I get the Egyptology and the Sumerian tablets and the Hebrew Israelites. I get that. That's fine. But that's not my thing, right? So when I do my research on us as a people, I like to learn about, like, for example, right? You got Robert F. Williams. He wrote a book called Negroes with Guns. This is a black man in the South that was teaching black men and women how to handle a gun, handle a rifle, and defend themselves against the KKK. That's the type of stuff that I like to get into, right? So he influenced Malcolm X. This is where the by any means necessary theme come from. This is where Huey P. Newton comes from with the arming ourselves and using the Second Amendment to our advantage, right? So I feel like when you look at someone like Robert F. Williams, I'll break it down to like a lineage, I would say, right? He obviously was influenced by someone like Nat Turner, right? So their thing is self-defense. Their thing is about fighting back. So that's the kind of history that I like. I'm more like on the political side of things. So you're not gonna really hear me go on a tangent and talk about religion or spirituality. That's not really my thing, right? I'm more focused on what we could do as black people in America to defend ourselves, to maintain our communities, practice group economics, teach the kids how to box, if you want to do karate, and stuff like that. That's more my line of thinking, right? So
Mm-hmm.
addressing racism, right? What I was trying to tell Dean and the brothers, right? I get what you're saying when you say that a black person can't be racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's like subconsciously is like victimhood. I believe it's a victim mentality. You believe that you don't have power in this country, so you can't dominate another race. So you're always gonna be subconsciously or feel inferior. In my opinion, I might be wrong, but this is what I think, right? So if you're a black man and you're coming from Nigeria, like Hacker, he comes from a country that's probably like 98% black. They practice racism over there too. You got the Hausa and Fulanis, they don't get along with each other. You got all of these different tribal wars that go on in Africa and stuff like that. Like that's a whole nother topic we go down too, right? So to say that a black person can't practice racism and be racist to me is like that doesn't make sense. If someone who's a non-black hears that, they're gonna think, what's wrong with this person? Because you definitely could be racist. You definitely could believe that melanin is more beautiful than white skin, or you could believe that, for
Is that
example, right?
racist?
I do believe it's racist. I definitely believe it's racist. The reason
Because
why
I
I say
think
it is
it's more
because,
beautiful. How's that racism?
all right, so, all right, so what's the standard, right? That's no different from saying that this is a
Because it's
Eurocentric.
subjective.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is, even though it's subjective, this is my thing, right? When you look at Muhammad Ali with the afro, black is beautiful, I'm the greatest. I feel like young black children need to hear this so they could develop self-esteem, develop confidence, right? So, yes, I do believe, of course, that black women are beautiful, black people are beautiful. But when I feel like you say, well, we're the standard, to me, I believe it's some kind of racism there. Now, if you feel like, well, black women are the most beautiful women on the planet, that's your preference, right? But when you try to make it like the standard, I think it's weird to me. I feel like all women are
Mm-hmm.
beautiful, all people are beautiful. I don't feel like one race is look better than the other. So I feel like we
Mm-hmm.
all can operate from that. And I do believe that black people could be racist. I see it every day. Every day.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, right? I feel like when the we was talking earlier, there's certain things that we weren't covering, right? Like when you say that I think somebody said earlier, you walk in the store and another black person might profile you, right? That's like
Right.
microaggression. Like like Hacker, he's from Africa. A lot of Africans feel like they're better than black Americans, right? That's like xenophobia. So these words have their definition, they need to be used. You can't just call somebody bigot and say that they're really a racist. No. They might be bigoted, but they're a racist though. You think what I'm trying to say, 2 cents?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't wanna, I know you're tired of whatever. But what I'm trying to say is I feel like us as a people, we just gotta like come together. Like I like what you said, right? Because that's more my line of thinking. It starts in the household. If you could get your household, right, your kids, your family to be productive citizens, get up, go to work, or if they want to be businessmen and women and be entrepreneurs, build something in the community, it starts there. Now,
Mm-hmm.
it's not plausible for all of us to get on the same page and just get together and practice group economics. That's not likely to happen,
Mm-mm.
right?
Mm-mm.
So another thing too, is I have so many thoughts going on through my head right now, so I don't want to like come across like jumble, right? So what I don't like is I see a lot of black people say we need to be more like that community. You know what community I'm talking about? The small hats and stuff like that, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you can't compare African Americans. That's like we got like 50 million African Americans in America. They are a very small minority group. They can operate that way. We can't. Another thing too, right? They have white skin. They can assimilate to the dominant society. So when you say, "Oh, we need to be more like the Jewish people," we can't though because we can't assimilate to the dominant society like how Italians was able to do, or the
I got a good book for you to read. It's called The Jewish Phenomenon. I think that's the name of it. I'm gonna check my bookshelf, but I think it's called The Jewish Phenomenon. You should check that out. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would like to read that. So what I'm saying is, right? You got the Jews, you got the Irish, you got the Germans, you got the Albanians. They all came here and they were all treated like second class citizens, right? The difference is they have white skin. All they had to do was change their last names, assimilate, and adapt to American society, and then they'll be accepted. Us as black people, we're in a unique situation because besides, you have the skin bleaching phenomenon and stuff like that. But realistically, like we're always gonna be black. We can't hide our blackness, right? So when I hear people say we need to focus on uh, 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 independence, financial independence, we need to do this. I get that, but you think that this country is gonna allow you to just do what? Develop your own communities and stuff like that? I feel like that's like a declaration of war. That's the part of conversation that we're not having. So this is why I said like I like to talk about Robert F. Williams, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, on the Black Liberation Army. Like that's more like my line of thinking because if you're trying to gain independence and freedom from the system, it's not going to come without a fight. Because we see it with Tulsa, Oklahoma. We see it with the bombers of Black Wall Street. We see it with the Move Group in Philadelphia that got bombed by the police department. Like we see that. So as soon as you try to attain some kind of independence from this nation, it's gonna be some kind of conflict. I feel like black people, we don't have that conversation, bro. You got to be
Because
realistic.
that's what they don't. That's what, and it's the thing. I be trying to not get too deep, but this is the thing, people. And you absolutely right, Big Supreme. You're not going to win a war with peace.
Exactly.
You're not gonna win a war with peace. All this peaceful protest and
Not gonna happen.
marching, all that shit is a psyop. If
Exactly.
you want things to change, it's gonna have to go down, and you're gonna need to be organized and prepared.
All right. See,
Otherwise, you just keep complaining.
all right. So now the reason why I like that you said that is because I think it was David Lynch that kept saying COINTELPRO. I know you know what that is, right?
Of course, of
All right,
course.
so for the people that don't know, that's in the chat probably listening, you got the counterintelligence program that was directed towards black political leaders, right? And what did they do? They assassinated, they imprisoned, they killed, they set up. So if you have a country that's willing to go to that lengths to stifle a community and silence you, whether they got to kill you, assassinate you, get you set up, put in jail, put drugs in your neighborhood, that's an act of war, right? So you can't respond with, well, we're going to hold hands and pray that it changes. That's not realistic. So this is the reason why Malcolm X got killed, Huey P. Newton, Fred Hampton, like, this is the reason why our leaders were getting assassinated because they were aggressive. They were like the words called bellicose, jingoistic. Like they were patriotic. They were black nationalists that were patriotic and said, you know what, we're gonna stand up and we're gonna fight. So as soon as you show that aggression, that bellicose nature, right, they're gonna silence you. Right? This is the reason why Muhammad Ali can't exist today. This is the reason why you have a Floyd Mayweather.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we're gonna
Mm-hmm.
replace Muhammad Ali with Floyd Mayweather. We're gonna make the men feminine, focus on fashion, focus on being promiscuous, and focus on. This is the reason why you have what you have here. So
Mm-hmm.
you understand what I'm saying, right? So I feel
In
like
addition, in addition
yeah,
to not being in control of any of that, right? It's almost like I ain't gonna go there. But in addition to not being in control of, like, we don't run any of those type of industries. We don't run the rap industry. We don't run the fashion industry. We don't run any of those type of industries. But we adopt this stuff as our culture.
Exactly. So now it comes the other question, right? All right, so I'm gonna land my plane with this, right? Because I don't want to get too deep. Because I know you were
Yeah,
saying that the
I need to hurry
monetization.
get in bed for my husband wake up and be like, girl, you is
Yeah, what you
crazy.
doing? All right, so the last thing I'm gonna say, right? All right, so my sister's baby father, right? I never liked
Mhm.
him. I had like a really, I can't even say a love hate relationship. Like I felt like I was indifferent towards him. But the one thing I could say that he did, like he put me on game. Like he taught me about the Black Panthers and the Deacons of Defense and stuff. You would never think that there were groups out there that were arming themselves just like the Black Panthers. You would think that all black
Mhm.
people just was with the program. We all laid down. We took what the quote
Mhm.
unquote white man gave us, right? But then you go through your history, you look at Asada Shakur, Matulu Shakur, Geronimo Pratt, like people that were going against the system, actually putting it in action, putting work in, right? So now you look at the '60s, right? You got Muhammad Ali, I'm the greatest, Black is beautiful, the Black Panthers, NAACP, NOI, right? You got these black militant groups, these black celebrities and athletes that were in tune with their blackness, right? But they were mega celebrities, right? You can't have that. So once we look at COINTELPRO, they wiped that out. Boom. What they replaced it with. In the '70s, you got black exploitation films. Now instead of saying I want to be Muhammad Ali, I want to be Claude Frazier. I want to come to the game with a mink fur, white Rolls Royce, two white women. I want to be like the Mac. I want to be like Superfly, or I want to be like Black Caesar, the black woman. I want to be like Pam Grier. I want to be Foxy Brown. So that mindset mentality, there was a shift. There's a paradigm shift from we're gonna be beautiful black people and take care of our communities, be productive human beings, and then now we want to be Nicky Barnes. Now we want to be God Fisher. Now we want to be Frank Matthews. So now you see the movies. All the movies was mirroring gang culture, drug culture, pimp culture.
Mhm.
So now the Nicky Barnes comes out. He's on the front page of the Daily News. This is the most powerful black man in Harlem, right? So now the young kids looking up, damn, that's Nicky Barnes, that's Frank Matthews, that's this person. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna emulate the behavior. Then you go into the '80s, the crack epidemic, and then so on and so forth to what we have now. So now what I'm trying to say is the people that we're quote unquote against, right? They've been waging war against us for the last 100 years. We just don't realize it. And not to
Mhm.
be what's the word I'm looking for? Pessimistic or fatalistic, right? We already lost pretty much. So this is why I
Mhm.
say like a lot of the brothers, not that I'm not throwing no shots at nobody, right? I feel like it's a defense mechanism. When you say, well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite and I'm the original man. You can't be both. You can't be the original Jewish man, the original Asiatic black man. You can't be all of that. Not get civilization originated in Africa, but I believe that they dissociate from blackness subconsciously because they're ashamed. So
Mm.
now, when you look at the '60s, like I said, follow what I'm saying to everybody that's listening. When you look at the '60s, right? You had a Muhammad Ali, you had a Jim Brown, you had a Lou Alcindor turned to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You had these black men that were powerful, that were rich, that still were in tune with the community. You got someone like a Floyd Mayweather. When Gucci came out and they said that they made the thing with the shirts that looked like a caricature, right? He went and spent $100,000 in Gucci. I'm not gonna stop wearing Gucci. I'm not gonna stop supporting Trump, even though we know he's racist. It's a complete 180. I can't say 360 because it goes back to the beginning, but it's a complete 180 in a mindset. Now you have people
Mhm.
saying, you know what? I'm still gonna wear Gucci. I'm still gonna wear Louis Vuitton. I don't care if Dick Glazer is racist. I'm gonna do business with him. I don't care if Bob Arum
Mhm.
is a racist. I'm gonna do business. Like the mindset is different.
Mhm.
Back then, we all stood together. It was black solidarity. Now you see, even in the music industry, even with celebrities, we don't think for one another.
And let me say this real quick because I'm glad you said like Bob Arum is racist because when that whole TO thing was going on, and
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to explain to people Teofimo Lopez can't be racist. I know we've covered all of this, but
Yeah.
you know how I feel about racist. And I was
Mhm.
like, T.O. can't be racist. Like he not stopping black people from doing nothing. Like, I don't know why y'all putting so much energy in this. And I said, but where's the energy for Bob? who is actually racist allegedly, who people been saying that for years. You got black fighters that keep going over there to fight for him. You got black fighters that keep going over there to fight for him and then complaining that he's racist. He has the ability to hold a black man down, stop him from getting fights, stop him from making these amounts of money and doing this and doing that. He has all of that power and control, and people say he's racist. Why y'all not mad at Bob? And you know what that turned into? That
Right.
turned into I'm defending T.O. That turned into, well, Bob a old man. Bob is this and Bob, all these excuses for Bob Arum. And I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. I don't want to see y'all sitting on these lives for hours complaining about T.O. But when I bring to you some real shit that's going on with some real racism that's going on, y'all dismiss it and then turn on me.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the last two things I'm gonna land the plane on, because this dude in the comments is talking crazy, right? So this is the reason why I believe Teofimo's a racist, right? Now, Teofimo, yes, he's from Brooklyn, but he was raised in Florida. But what's his nationality? He's Honduran. I know a lot of black Hondurans, like in the Bronx, right? But in Honduras, you got something called Majora La Raza, right? Which translates into whitening of the race. This is why I said, like, when we was talking on the panel, there was a certain point I wanted to get to this kind of conversation. I feel like this is what we need to be talking about. And this is what the mindset we need to eradicate from the community, right? So Teofimo comes from Honduras, Majora La Raza. So they believe that fair skin is the dominant, it's beautiful, it's the standard, right? So he comes from Honduras with that same mindset and comes to America, right? So now, even though he's technically a minority, a Hispanic, he can classify himself as a white man because he is white skinned, right? So this is the reason why you hear him talk about Crawford's skin complexion. You hear him talk about Tank's lips. You hear him talk about Devin Haney's nose. You hear him talk about certain things, right? Because this is what he believes. He believes that African characteristics or whatever are ugly. I've heard him say this on multiple different panels and nobody checked him on it. Why are you saying Crawford is black, crispy, and ugly? So now when you look at who the man is, who's saying it, Majora La Raza. So it's like, oh, okay, this is the mindset. So basically, Majora La Raza is white supremacy, but in Honduras, right? Then you got
Yeah.
Brazil. You got something called blanqueamiento, meaning the whitening of the race. What I said earlier was most of the slaves went to Brazil and the Caribbean, right? So these are Latin American countries, or like Jamaica or Dominican Republic. They all have their own version of whitening the race and ethnic cleansing the race and wanting their daughters to date a fair skinned man, or wanting their sons to date a light skinned woman. Like, this is the monster they come to America with. So yes, Tio is a racist because he believes that. You dig what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, he really
Mm-hmm.
believes that black men and women are inferior. This is the reason why he talks the way he talks. When you look at Honduras' own race, history of race and racism with black people, you start to see the same patterns over here. It's the same thing, whether it's South Africa and apartheid, or blanqueamiento in Brazil, or it's Majora La Raza in Honduras, or in Argentina. Like, there was a whole bunch of black slaves that went to Argentina. And in the span of a couple of years, they cleansed it. I'm gonna land it with this, right? In Puerto Rico, and I believe it was the decree of Spain, 1896, I believe, right? What they did was they encouraged white immigrants to come to Puerto Rico for the purpose of whitening the island. They said, look, we want the Irish, we want the Germans, we want the all other Europeans to come to Puerto Rico, and we want you guys to date our woman and lighten up the country. So all around the board, you got these Caribbean and Latin American countries trying to identify with whiteness. They identify with their oppressor. They didn't identify with their black grandfather. This is the reason why you'll see, because I'm from the Bronx, so like it's a little different for me. I might be cool with a Dominican or Puerto Rican or Colombian or a dude from Honduras, right? But then they have the dark skinned grandmother that's racist. Like, they don't want their sons to be around us because we're gonna get them in trouble. They don't want their daughters to date us, but you're darker than me. but then they still have the same mindset, right? So now the
Mm-hmm.
difference with Black Americans and them, we had knowledge of self. They didn't have the same. I mean, some of the countries they have their own versions of like the Black Panther movement and the Civil Rights movement. They have their own version, but it completely gets stomped out. They get killed. They get assassinated. They fall in line. They never had a period where they had a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or some kind of equivalent to speak on their behalf. You dig what I'm saying? So now they come to the country. They're not. They might know that I got black ancestors or whatever, but they're not in tune with it like how we are. This is the reason why they say I don't like the FBA stuff, but I understand it as far as like black Americans are the leaders. I don't want to say the leaders of black people across the world, but when we think of woke and we think of fighting back, you're gonna think of a black American. We're the reason why
Mm-hmm.
these people come here and they enjoy the fruits of our labor. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna let my plan with that. And this was a great show. I hope I didn't offend nobody. I'm just speaking my truth, right? So if anything, with Big Supreme, when you think of me, I don't want to be associated with no Sumerian tablets or Iraq, none of that. I want to be associated with Claude Anderson. I want to be associated with Neely Fuller. I want to be associated with black men like that, black elders like that want to build our community, practice group economics, put us in positions to win. I want us to gain our money, gain our freedom, but y'all got to remember at the same time, there's going to be resistance with that. Just because you become a multi-billionaire like Diddy, don't mean they can't put your black ass in jail, bro. You see, they trying to get Jay-Z. So what they trying to show you is that even though you obtained the heights of success as a black man in America, we still can remind you that you are a black man and put you in jail. See, that's the dilemma that we have. It's like a quandary, right? Catch 22. We could become wealthy, become rich, but then we could still be put in jail. That's crazy. This man has been living a billionaire lifestyle for the last 30 years, and now Diddy's just in jail, and he can't do nothing about it. That's not happening to Clive Davis or Tommy Mottola or any of these powerful guys, Lucian Grains. I don't want to say too many names, but these powerful white men that have been doing the same thing or worse for the last 50 years, 60 years, they're never going to get no RICO charges. So I just want people to remember that when you say, well, I'm not really from Africa and I'm from America. It's just very weird. I feel like it's kind of productive. And one last thing before I leave, counterintelligence program, right? There's something called AstroTurf, right? So AstroTurf is like fake grass. That's like what they play football on and stuff like that, soccer. So you look at grassroots movements. You look at the
Mm-hmm.
Black Panther Party. You look at CORE,
Mm-hmm.
Deacons of Defense, Black Liberation Army. These are all homegrown black organizations, grassroots organizations that were started in our communities, right? Who's to say FBA is not backed by the powers that be to cause division in our community? Why does it matter if you're from Africa and you're an FBA? Now, you could be proud to be a black American, but why do you have to make the distinction? It doesn't make sense. If you know your brothers in Nigeria suffering the same thing we doing over here, why create the separation? It makes no sense. Wouldn't you, as a black man, want to make a connection with a powerful Nigerian or a powerful man from Ghana or Kenya? That would make more sense, right? The reason why I say that is because when Malcolm X met Leo Pinto, he's a Kenyan activist. He's the one that taught Malcolm X about Pan-Africanism when he came back and said, you know what, I'm going to think differently. There's black Muslims, there's Hispanic Muslims, there's Asian Muslims, right? We all in the same struggle. Soon as he started thinking like that, you notice he got killed, right? But what they
Mm-hmm.
don't tell you is the dude that taught Malcolm X that way of thinking, he got assassinated too. And I'm gonna
Mm.
land the plane with that.
All right, all right, all right. Shout out Big Supreme closing us out tonight with the facts. Listen, I have such an intelligent, knowledgeable. My subscribers are so intelligent and knowledgeable, and I'm so glad that we're able to come up here and have these conversations, just open dialogue. This is Two Cents Boxing over here, where everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I always want everybody to remember that we're not trying to offend anybody with these conversations. And if you are offended, you can just click off. You are here voluntarily. You don't have to stay and watch it. Great show tonight, as usual. 2 cents after dark, it went down. I did a 6-hour show. I'm not even sleepy because I had some coffee before I came on here, but I got to get off of here, y'all. I've been on here for 6 hours. Shout out to everybody that came on the panel and shared their 2 cents about whatever it is we're talking about. We had a plethora of topics tonight. Shout out to everybody that supported the channel, whether you hit that punch that like and subscribe button, whether you hit the Cash App, or whether you hit in the super chat. If you're listening to the replay, be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents, and make sure you punch that like and subscribe button. Join me next Tuesday, 10:30 p.m., 2 cents after dark. Never know where the conversation gonna go. I don't even have any idea how we even got on this, y'all. We was talking about Shakur and Tank and the rematch and all this stuff. I don't know how we got all the way here, but that's how I go down on 2 cents after dark when you have open dialogue. So listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, kicking you out the chat, muting you on the panel, leaving you in the background, come on over to 2 cents boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everything else, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.